Oh man, it's draft day. We are finally here. Mike, thank you so much for joining. Now, Mike, can you clear something up for everybody? Like, you didn't bring a sleepover bag. Are you going to be able to go home tonight, or are you being kicked out?
Am I in trouble for being out all night?
Yeah.
No, I won that battle. I'm here to stay. We're sticking with you all 31 picks, baby.
Oh man, this is going to be a good time here, man. Slasher, welcome, brother. Let's go. Very interesting on what the Eagles are going to do. Very, 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 very interesting what the Eagles are going to do. I personally think that they could trade down and trade up in this draft. And guess who else is joining us right now? You're not going to believe this. Guess who's good enough to be here? Out of the Back Talk brothers, guess who we got?
I wonder who.
We got the talented one, Gooch the talent. Welcome, brother.
Baby, you know the talent's in the building. I'm glad
man, we got all the talent of the Back Talk brothers. And Aaron's actually going to be at the draft. He's actually there with the masses.
Oh wow!
He's going to be there. We're going to try to look for him. We sent him an invite, but he said he's doing something called an anime porn marathon. I can't believe he actually admitted to doing that. But can you clear that up for us, Gooch? Like, what's going on with your boy?
Hey, that's my brother, and I love him. Look, if that's what he wants to do, I'm gonna grab it. You know what I'm saying?
Why do I have a son crazy Murray now?
You know what? We had some big news. I kind of want, we got the draft coming here, but we got some big news earlier today. I want to get your guys' thoughts here. Gooch, I'm going to start off with you, man. Lamar Jackson got his contract. It's not fully guaranteed, man, but it's big-time money. The Ravens got their quarterback. They got OBJ, man. I just want to hear, man, what's your opinion on this?
You don't want to hear my opinion because I don't think anybody's going to really like it. But I think they paid too much. It's just me. What do I know? I'm not an NFL GM. Or owner, but for a guy that's missed double-digit games in the last 2 seasons from injuries that other quarterbacks have come back from, it just seems kind of odd to pay him $189 guaranteed, $260 total. I don't like it, but congrats to him. I'm not gonna knock it. Get your money. When he's healthy, he is Mike Vick scary. Almost like Mike Vick too. He still needs to learn how to throw a football. But that's just my personal opinion. But you want to see those guys get played. They play a violent game.
Oh wow.
For what most of them it's love of the game because they know that they're the average NFL career is 5 years. You know what I'm saying? And you get into that at 22, 23, career's over at 28, you're still a young man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, obviously pay them for what they're sacrificing. I'm not going to go into the whole they put their lives on the line, but because it's a sport still, but definitely for the violence of the sport, they need to get paid and get what they can get. I just personally would have stayed at the contract they initially gave him, which was when they broke it down, I think it was, 200? It was more than Jalen's anyway. The only difference between Jalen's and his was I think his looked like $49 million
average per year.
I'll tell you what, we
lost to Gucci.
We lost. Okay, here he is.
He was going to get more than
Goose. We lost you for a minute.
Yeah, you went silent. You were on radio silence for about a minute.
No, of course. That's just how it works when I'm here in Missouri. But anyway, I was just going to say, he was getting more than Jalen injury-wise, and he was getting more than Jalen as far as cash flow in the next 3 years. It seems like the sticking point was he wanted to be the highest paid over his average. And, that's $1 million you're probably never going to see anyway. But,
right.
Still, good for him. I'm glad he got it. I just wouldn't have paid it. What do you guys think?
Man, I'm gonna turn this over to Bufa, man. Bufa, what do you think here? Lamar Jackson gets his contract. He's going to stay in Baltimore, man. What are your thoughts?
I think you can tell Ozzie Newsome is no longer running that franchise. I think they way overpaid. When he's on and running, yeah, but he's a running back. He's not really a quarterback. Can't make all the throws. As Gooch said, he's missed a bunch of games. Then it looked really bad for his leadership of not even being at the stadium for the was it the playoff game? What was that, the last game last year where he stayed home and was being kind of petulant?
Yeah, that was the wild card game. That was the wild card game.
Yeah, okay, right. That's what I thought. I'm not going to reward that. I don't want that guy leading my franchise. And then, again, one big hit, he's RG3. He's out of the league.
Well, it's kind of funny. When I look at this, I think this really hurts both the Bengals and the Chargers because, you're going to have to figure out, both these teams have to figure out now they have to, especially the Bengals. I mean, what do they have to? We were talking before the show goes on. How much money do you have to give Joe Burrow now? How much money do you have to give Joe Burrow? Keys took the words out of my mouth. Keys, thank you for joining us, man. This is awesome. Somebody told me you're doing an anime porn marathon. I thought it was crazy.
Right, Keys.
So, yes. Exactly. This is one of those rare things for me and Keys. See things eye to eye. And, it's just crazy. So now, no, we get along all the time, but we disagree a lot. So there's nothing wrong with that. We got Cliff in the house. Jason Peterson, 8. Yes. Hey, man, glad you're here, brother. Yeah, well, you know what? It's been going on for a while now. Last year, we saw the same thing. The hype kept on getting more and more and more. And I didn't believe it. I was like, no, Jacksonville's going to take a tackle. They're going to go Evan Neal. And what happened, it was whether smoke or fire. And we all knew it was going to happen. So. Unless my wife changed her name. He's not even here and he's bringing the fire, man. Keys is on fire today. I love it. So we got Lamar Jackson. He's got the big contract. I really think that this is dangerous for the Bengals because they have to figure out how to beat it. So I'm staying off Twitter / Yeah, I got my phone hidden somewhere, but I get you. But hey, we're here. We're going to do all 31 picks. Gooch, I'm going to ask you, man, who's going number 1?
I toyed around with it. I listened to everybody, and I really think Bryce Young goes number 1. That's what I really think. I think the Panthers like him, even if he is short in stature. I was really hung up on Will Levis. Somebody on this channel had me looking at him real close. But I think when Saban speaks, people listen. And Bryce is going to go number 1.
Yeah, I agree completely here. Booth, are you thinking the same thing?
Yeah, I think it's pretty set in stone at this point.
Yeah, I do too. I'll be honest, CJ Stroud's my quarterback number 1. I don't have a problem with 5'10". I don't care what he weighed at the combine. He was about 190, 185, maybe.
And that's going to change.
That's going to be his playing weight. He got up over 200 for the combine, but he's going to play about 180.
Yeah.
No, he probably played it closer. He's never played a football game in his life where he weighed 200 pounds. That bothers me. That really bothers me. The NFL is so much faster. It's a different game. And by the way, I mean, watch C.J. Stroud and the job he did against Georgia. I mean, that whole defense, almost is going in the first round. I'm being a little facetious here, but that job he did. You got C.J. Stroud. He's got all the physical tools. I love his demeanor. Every time you see him, he's always calm, cool, and collected. C.J. Stroud. But I think both these guys, if everything else works, is you get a pair of good quarterbacks. But I just, when there's smoke, there's fire. I'm going to go with Bryce Young. He's probably going to be the first pick off the board, and congratulations to him. So yeah, we'll have to look on that. He says he is going to jump on board. I'm excited. I get 2/3 of the Backtalk brothers. Aaron is actually at the draft. He's actually there in Kansas City. It looks like it's going to be an absolute blast there. So, but we're going to give you all the details. We're going to give you all of our opinions on all 31 picks. And what the clock is now officially going down here. So, look, we're all Chiefs fans here, so we're going to talk a lot Chiefs, but all 32 fan bases are welcome. Another thing about this Lamar Jackson trade or Lamar Jackson contract is that the Ravens only have 5 draft picks.
Right, which is unusual for the Ravens.
Big time unusual. So I'm looking at spot number 22 as a spot that my Chiefs can trade up. I think that's a really good spot. I think that Baltimore desperately wants to trade down. And so what I'm looking at –
if they trade up to 22, that receiver that they want's gone.
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out, but I'm really looking at spot number 22 as a spot that the Chiefs – I've been saying all along, I think the Chiefs are going to trade up in the first round. I think they're going to trade up. I think they're going to trade up for a receiver. I gotta ask Gooch, is there a player that you like in this draft that you're looking at and you're like, hey man, I want the Chiefs to get this guy?
You and receiver.
Oh yeah, I really want a receiver for the Chiefs in the first round. That's what I want.
See, and okay, so if I was really wanted the Chiefs to draft, honestly, I think it's Broderick Jones. Like, give me a tackle, and
now, how high?
Right, or
can you draft Broderick Jones at 31? And if not, where do you have to trade up to get him?
I think Broderick Jones is a top 15.
Okay,
that's what I think.
So top 15.
I think that I really do think that. I think after edge and QB, I think the next talent is the line, and I think you see a run on linemen.
Now you said top 15.
You're going to start having
England picked at 14.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that we could have a New England Kansas City trade again, like we did in rounds 1 and 2 of last year's draft?
Oh yeah.
Now, any other time I would say yes, but since they're clean slating. They say in New England with Mac Jones and stuff, they want to. I think Bill's going to give him every opportunity to succeed by sticking some studs on that line and trying to protect them. I mean, they've already got 1 or 2, but he's going to build that up. And then if he's not successful this year, then when he moves off of Mac Jones, nobody says anything because, like, well, I gave him all the tools.
Because I think New England's a team that could definitely trade down in this draft. I think New England's a team that could get. I think New England's going to be a fun team to watch in this draft. But I think at 14 they could trade down and do exactly what they did last year: trade down in round 1, trade up in round 2. If I remember correctly, they have 4 picks in round. It's 3 picks in round 4 and 4 picks in round 6. So I mean, we got a lot here. We got
what it would cost.
And then, you know what? This also makes a lot of sense here. Number 18, the Detroit Lions, second first-round pick. The Lions are going to pick 6, and they're going to pick 18. I think the Lions could be a team that looks to trade down at both 6 and 18. That makes a lot of sense here. So I could see that. And Funk here, what do you think about Keys wanting to trade down? It's a big jump down, 18 to 31, but you got some people in the Lions front office, specifically John Dorsey, who's familiar with Kansas City. It makes sense
and knows their thinking. Yeah,
this is an interesting pick. Chargers taking a tight end at 21. They do have some decent talent at tight end, but this is a very good tight end draft. Somebody like Dalton Kincaid falls. I've said this many times. Michael Mayer in 2 to 3 years from now might be the best tight end in football.
Oh, possibly. Yeah.
I could see that. I actually could see Michael Mayer being available. I think Dalton Kincaid may be gone by the time the Chargers pick at 21. The Chargers are a team that could be very interesting in this draft too. They could also be a team that maybe trades up. It will be very interesting to see what they do. You're right. Kellen Moore did like to use that 12 personnel. They do. I'm drawing a blank on who they have at tight end. I know they got the guy from Seattle. They do have some talent, but they don't have a stud like Kelsey. So
no, not at all. I can't think of who it is either. Obviously not a stud if we can't think of
it all matters what the trade capital is. I'm not really stressing any pick. Well, I'll tell you what, I've been saying this for months. When the Lions pick at 6, that's when the draft really gets interesting because we could go with several different positions. We can go with several different players. Where the Lions pick at 6 is really going to affect the rest of the draft. It's all going to fall down like dominoes. Which position do they take? But John Robinson, could he go at 6? Could Detroit take a quarterback?
Well,
could Detroit go quarterback at 6? It's not outside the realm of possibility.
Depends how that first 5 go.
You never know. And this is the fun thing about the draft.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, look at this. Look who we got. We got Denver Gator. And by the way, so here's the deal. He's been on my show for a couple of years now. No love for me, but he gives a shout out to Bufa. Denver Gator, man, it's so good to see you. It's Parham, and there's somebody else they got. There's somebody else that they got at tight end, but they don't have a stud. They don't have a Travis Kelce.
No, they don't have.
They don't have a Travis.
They don't have a Kelce, a Kittle, a Darren Waller.
No, they don't have any one of those guys. So.
Anybody like that.
Denver Gator giving a little love to Keys here, a little love to the chat, man. Denver Gator, it's good to see you, man. I can't wait to see where your boy Anthony Richardson goes. He could go as high as 3. I think the floor would be Tampa Bay at 19. I have a hard time thinking that he falls below 19.
Tampa, that's interesting. Yeah.
I mean, I think if Tampa is picking at 19,
that's a good fit.
And yeah, it's a great fit. Stays in Florida. Yeah, stays in Florida. Yeah. Gets a red shirt year. Gets to watch Baker Mayfield. I think Baker Mayfield would be a perfect mentor. And if I'm seriously, if I'm the coach at Tampa Bay and I got Anthony Richardson, anytime Baker does anything, just be like, why can't you do that? Because, I mean, he's bigger, stronger, and faster.
Passed around can do that. Why aren't you? You need to work harder.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. That's if I'm the coach of Tampa Bay, I do that every single practice. Every single practice. So, Gerald Everett was the guy I was trying to think of. Is Gerald Everett.
Drinking too soon. But did you say Baker Mayfield as a mentor?
Yeah. And the reason why is that if you're the coach at Tampa Bay, you're the quarterback's coach, you look at Anthony Richardson and you tell him, why can't you do that? Why aren't you doing that? Anytime he throws a completion, you look at Anthony Richardson and say, why can't you do that? Every single play. And I just drill it in his head because, and it looks like the pick is officially in. So we're going to have it. Mike's online. It looks like, is it official yet?
I don't know. No, it's not yet.
It's not official here, but it looks like according, it looks like the pick is in. The Lions could do anything in this draft. And I won't be upset. Hopefully you will not be. The draft gets really interesting at 6. The draft gets really, really interesting at 6. I can't wait. Yeah, it was Gerald Everett was the guy I was thinking of. Gerald Everett's a player I really like, but he's not in Kelsey's class.
This is Bryce right here.
All right, looks like we're gonna get. Looks like and the pick is in. Bryce Young out of Alabama is the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. Congratulations to Bryce Young. By the way, Gooch called it. Bufa called it. I called it. It's now pick number 2. We now the Houston Texans are now officially on the clock.
We weren't exactly going on a limb.
No.
So I want to.
This was kind of no. It's not like we reached out there and was like,
I'm trying to give us some credit here. Denver Gator has probably the phrase of the day. If the Raiders take Anthony Richardson, I'll be done with football. So I love it.
Yeah, it wasn't like we were.
Don't worry, Denver.
Don't
worry, Denver. They're still going to Raider, and they're not going to take him.
No. What do y'all think about the cards? I am not familiar with this.
I think it's the hat.
I am not familiar with the Cards and Eagles tampering issue, Funk. If you can elaborate, Mufa, can you check on this? The Cards Eagles tampering issue. I am not familiar with it.
No, I haven't heard of this one.
I am not familiar with this, so this is going to be important. Listen to Gooch when he talks about Bama quarterbacks. He's so that used to them being trash in the NFL. When he endorses one, you should take it seriously. Hey, here's the deal with Bryce Young. His tape is easily the best. Oh, well, maybe not easily. I still have CJ Stroud. His tape is phenomenal. I mean, his tape's off the chart good. I have a problem with my quarterback being 190. And I know he was 204 at the combine. He probably played at 185, 190. That scares me. So Eagles
here's
the thing about Bryce, and Keys is right. Like when it comes to Alabama players, if I'm endorsing, but I think they will do him differently than they did Kyler. They brought Kyler in, who had a trash offensive line, was just like, here, make it happen. I think the Panthers have gotten him some gotten some weapons and all that kind of stuff, and that they're going to ease him in, and he'll be fine. He'll get the ball out quick.
When you say ease him in, do you expect him to sit?
I do for the first couple games.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. I'm going to disagree. I think they throw him into the fire. I think he's going to start day one. I think he'll be the opening day starter. Mm-hmm. And I think that what they'll do is they'll limit the offense at first, and then they'll expand it very similar to what they did in college. Slasher asks, is this first Alabama quarterback? No, Joe Namath would be I know for a fact Joe Namath went over. Now here's the deal. Back when Namath was picked, they had the NFL draft and the AFL draft, but Namath was the number one overall pick. So you may have to, technicality, but Namath would be the first Alabama quarterback. But that was I'm just spitballing this. I'm going to say 63. So, I mean, 60 years ago?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's been a while. So, it's been a while.
Yeah, so I got the tampering information. So, essentially, they settled because remember how Arizona named their coach real fast?
Mm-hmm.
That was the tampering for Gannon.
Okay, for Gannon.
And the settlement is that the Eagles send the 94th overall pick and a fifth-round selection in 2024 to the Cardinals in exchange for the number 66 pick this year.
Wow. Okay. All right. So the Eagles are going to get the pick number 66 this year. That's actually pretty good.
That's a good, yeah.
That's a real good pick. It's top of the third. Top of the third. Yeah. That's a very good pick. Wow. And it's a little odd. It's a little odd. So, but yeah, you're right. I forgot because Arizona, basically it was almost right after the Super Bowl. They got Gannon. I don't know. They got the former Eagles linebacker coach. He's going to be the defensive coordinator there. And by the way, I'm letting you know right now, nothing against the coaching staff. Arizona's probably going to have the number one pick next year. I mean, that team just looks like a disaster.
Well, wait a minute. Let me ask you.
Okay.
And since I have two learned gentlemen here with me, I'll give you three teams could have number one pick next year.
Okay.
Arizona.
All right.
Cleveland, because Cleveland's always a disaster.
All right.
I can't think of who else. Who else is that bad?
I'm going to tell you something. Cleveland's my team that I think could be really sneaky good this year.
I got it.
Okay, what's the third team?
Green Bay.
I'm kind of want to see what Green Bay does. You know what? The pick's already in for number 2. We haven't even had a chance to go over number 2. Gooch, who's going to be pick number 2 here? Are we going Bama back to back?
No. This is CJ Stroud right here.
You think this is CJ Stroud? All right. So
yeah.
Stroud. Bufa, who do you think? Who do you got here? Who's the guy? Are we going Will Anderson?
There's got to be a wild card, and there's almost always a
Houston
surprise.
picks again at 12.
If they're going at 12, they're going defense.
All right, so who
you got DeMeco Ryans. He's going to build that defense first, then get his quarterback.
All right, so are we going Will Anderson here?
Let's go Anderson.
All right,
that's fine.
I think you have to go quarterback. I like Stroud here as well. But we're going to find out here in just a few seconds.
So hard with 2 picks.
It really is when you have 2 and 12. And if
Yeah,
you're
they're
not
both high.
sold on Stroud, I definitely would wait. And maybe you can get Levis, maybe you can get Anthony Richardson. Do you want to draft Hendon Hooker and give him a redshirt year? Do you want to give him, because you got Case Keenum, he can play.
Yeah, Case Keenum.
Davis, I like the talent of Davis Mills, but he was put in a bad situation.
Yeah,
but we're gonna find out here, and the pick is being announced right now. And it's CJ Stroud. So we got quarterbacks going 1 and 2 here. Yeah. Now the draft gets fun. Arizona's up at
Much
3.
less predictable.
Are we going? Is this going to be a trade here? Gooch, do we have a trade coming?
No. This is Will Anderson's stop, in my opinion.
So CJ, man.
And this, by the way, I think Stroud. He's good. Here's another situation. He's going to start day one. He's going to be the day one starter in the Houston Texans. Now, it's also going to be fun because at pick number 12, do you get him some help or do you go defense? Because you need both.
Yeah, I know. And you got to think DeMeco, though, he wants his defense. But personally, you and me, we're build your lines first. If I invested in a quarterback, I want the beefiest offensive line I can have.
Well, it says in the common draft and the Namath going number 1. That was a big deal back then, but he's not part of common draft. So that's just dumb on all accounts. They never, I didn't understand it either, to be honest with you. Lou Amarino, the defensive coordinator for the Bengals, I think would have been a much better hire. Eric Bieniemy, I think would have been a much better hire. I didn't Gannon. Granted, it's against the Chiefs, but 4 touchdowns in the second half of the Super Bowl.
That was the other thing. Your defense collapsed, and just got chewed up by a guy on one ankle, which I have a high ankle sprain right now. I understand everything Mahomes said about him. They suck. And you still let him beat you.
Me and Keys are agreeing on everything. Me and Keys are on we're in sync today.
Isn't that one of the signs of the apocalypse?
It is. It actually
I
is.
was just getting ready to say that.
We're smart men, Gooch.
Kick his ass
even.
Kick his ass.
And the CJ Stroud pick was way too easy simply because Houston was so busy trying to tell everybody that they weren't looking at a quarterback and weren't sure. And I'm like, you gotta be.
Yeah, that's a good point. Doing the Brer Rabbit thing, yeah.
And it was smart of the Houston Texans to throw people off.
You gotta try. That's why you always wonder about Schefter and who's the other one. They're always getting information from teams. They're floating out smoke screens all the time.
By the way, Keys is correct. We do agree a lot, but when we disagree, we're not even close. There's no middle ground.
Right.
It's
we complete opposites.
It's not. And the thing is, we're kind of similar in that we're just we're kind of stubborn. And Mike's laughing. It's hard to believe I'm stubborn about something.
Yeah, I haven't known you very long.
So Denver Gators shouts out both Bufa and Gooch the talent, but I don't get any love from Denver Gator today, man.
We know you too well.
I guess so. But Keys is right. So Mike, here at number 3, Arizona. This is where the draft gets really interesting. Is there going to be a trade here?
If they were smart, I'd say yes. But these are the people that gave Kyler Murray all that money. So they're not the brightest front office. They hired Gannon after he just blew the Super Bowl. I don't have a lot of faith they'll do the smart thing. But who would want to trade? Now, the other thing, though, is everybody's got the draft capital pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Who'd be willing to trade up that high and give up that much?
I've been looking through here. I don't see a trade partner to get up to 3.
That's where I'm stuck.
I don't see a trade partner. Would the Raiders do it? Would the Raiders want to do it?
No,
the
Raiders
trade up
they
and
need to
draft
be
the kicker.
smart. They need to be smart and take Will Anderson.
That's what I would do.
That would be
if I was the Cardinals, I entertained some phone calls. Will Anderson to me is plug and play for a double-digit sack guy. Will Anderson would have won number one last year. This is not a debate. Will
Yeah.
Anderson would have won
Yeah.
number one last year. And
With
you
his
get him at
talent?
3 this year. He's a double-digit sack guy. He'll have over 10 sacks for Arizona. Arizona wins about 2 games. But no, I'm joking, but not
Right.
not by much. I think
No.
Arizona's going to be a really, 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 really bad team.
Yeah. They got Murray.
Yeah.
I love what they did with the station, though. It looks
That
great.
is really awesome. Union Station really did.
I was going to look up my college report on Union Station so I could have little tidbits to throw in, but I forgot.
It's kind of interesting. They're showing the Cardinals, and everybody's like kind of looking around. There's only about 85 seconds left. And by the way, if you're not familiar, but if the clock strikes 0, the team that picks at 4 can leapfrog you. That's only happened once in the draft.
That was the Chiefs.
That was the Chiefs.
Leapfrogged Atlanta because they were slow. And that's
it was Minnesota, I believe.
Was Minnesota?
I believe
Is that how we got Dontari Poe?
No, that's how we got Ryan Sims.
And
what a great pick that was.
Yeah, they didn't do us any favors.
No, that was so bad. I'll never. It's actually I won't share my Ryan Sims story, but I used to be a blackjack dealer, and he would come in and he had like his. Oh, we have a trade, folks. We have a trade. The Houston Texans are now picking 3rd. The Houston Texans are now picking 3rd.
The Texans?
Oh my God!
Wow!
Who
did not see that?
It's going to be. Are we in agreement? It's going to be Will Anderson right here.
Yeah, it's Will Anderson. He's off the board. What did the Texans give up to get to 3?
We are going to find out. We are going to find out right now. We're going to get some details here.
They're hyped. So that's Will Anderson. That's the kind of high five and celebration when you get a top-notch defensive player. That's what
I see here. Funk says Anderson's going to be Curry 2.0. I remember that because I loved Curry. Curry's a Wake Forest linebacker, inside linebacker. I thought he was going to be a stud. He was out of that league in 4 years. I remember that. I can't remember his first name, but yeah, I remember. I thought that guy was going to be a stud. I don't think the same thing's true about Will Anderson. The thing is with Curry, he was an inside linebacker, and I have no idea why things didn't work out for him. I think Anderson's going to be a double-digit sack guy. It'll be interesting because he's a little undersized for that wide 9 defense that Houston's going to run. But he's going to be a defensive end. He's going to be a day 1 starter. I think he's going to be a double-digit sack guy. What's going on, Mike?
I can't find it yet. I should have brought my headphones. I could have been listening.
Oh, no, you know what? I tried it once, and it caused – and yours, yeah. But this is Slasher. Texans are making power moves. We're going to get some details on the trades as soon as they're available. We're going to share them with you. The Houston Texans have just traded up to 3, and Arizona is back down to 12. It's going to be very interesting to see what Arizona does at 12. And hey, let's get to Houston. Hey, Houston's being aggressive. I love it. Amazement. What is up, brother? Yeah. Oh yeah. Texans power move. I agree completely. Amazement. I think Anderson
is Will Anderson
in the draft. And
I love my Bama players.
Oh, I know you love the Bama players. You're like 10 seconds ahead of us. So now we see it. Will Anderson is the 3rd pick in the draft. In case you're just tuning in now, Will Anderson is the 3rd pick in the draft for the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans went from 12 to 3. We're trying to get details on the trade. As soon as we have them available, we're going to make them known to you. But Will Anderson is the 3rd pick in the draft for the Houston Texans. Funk says, I joked that the Texans would move up and pick 2nd and 3rd. Can't believe it happened. Amazement says, over Carter. Okay. I'm intrigued to see where my boy Richardson goes. Can't wait. Well, I actually thought that Richardson could go as high as 3, and I thought that there could be a team that trades up. Obviously, the Houston Texans aren't trading up from they're not taking a quarterback at 2 and at 3. So you have 4. Anthony Richardson can easily go 4. I think the very latest he goes is 19 to Tampa. I think that's the latest. I would be shocked if Anthony Richardson, if Tampa Bay's at 19 and they don't have their quarterback, I don't see them passing Richardson. Name one game from 2022 and Anderson was dominant. I'll wait. I think he's the best defensive player. Well, you know what? I think he's the best edge rusher in the draft. So Funk does not like Will Anderson here. So Funk,
Really?
you do not like this pick. We're going to find out. Hey, we're going to find out as soon as we get that information. We're going to share it to you, Amazement.
Well, Anderson's got good hips. Got that good hip flip.
This is the guy that would have went number one last year, and I'll be honest with you. I could see the Houston Texans maybe if Carter was, Tyree Wilson was 100%. Maybe you go that route. I thought he was better suited to be a 3-4 outside linebacker, but the combine he weighed at 265. That was bigger than I thought he could be. He's going to play defensive end, not outside linebacker with the Houston Texans. I think he's going to be a double-digit sack guy.
They got to work on his stand. He kind of peters out.
Scott only joins when you're here.
Really?
Scott only joins when you're here. Scott, it's good to see you, brother. Are you down in Union Station? Are you down there? Are you having fun? Man, it's good to see you, brother. Doug P has a ring. Doug Trevor, best head coach combo in that division.
Well, I was off by one pick.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I as soon as we get to trade compensation, I'm going to tell you how much I like it. I'm going to tell you how much I like it. Denver Gator says Anthony Richardson will be the next pick. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Gooch, Colts are up at 4. Who's going to be the pick?
No, that's Anthony Richardson right there. I love him.
Hey.
I love him in Indianapolis. And Ballard, like that kid, he's raw, but his ceiling is so high with his talent. I think you get him in there, and I think he starts day one.
Who's that? Anthony Richardson?
I do.
See, I think with Gardner Minshew there, if you draft Richardson, I think you give him a red shirt year.
Here's the thing. Like Gardner Minshew, he was good in Florida with the Jags. He was decent in Philly, but, you got that talent versus the journeyman who, he's good enough to win you 2 or 3 games. Minshew's a backup. You know what I'm saying? He's not a starter. He's not long-term. I really think Richardson with the talent beats him out, and Irsay gives them 2 or 3 years to get it turned around.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we got the details here. The Texans will get the 3rd pick in the draft and a 4th-round pick. And
I'm pulling it up.
We're gonna give you the rest of the details here in just a second. Will Anderson doesn't have to be strict. Well, here's the deal: what they're going to do in Houston is they're going to run that same wide 9 defense slasher. It's a 4-man defensive line. It's very similar to the Tampa 2 type of defense. So it's going to be very similar to the Tampa 2 type of defense that what they were running, where he's just going to be a pass rusher. He's not going to be asked to go back in coverage. Not in this defense. So I'm not. I know you're not. I know you, Funk. I know you don't like any of these guys. I know you don't like. No, my. Oh God, no, my boss. Oh, your boss went. Yeah. All right. So here's the trade details we're going to have here. So here's the deal: the Houston Texans get the 3rd pick in the draft and a 4th-round pick, number 105. The Arizona Cardinals get the 12th overall pick, a 2nd-round pick number 33. That's a real good selection. A 1st and a 3rd in 2024. Wow. Oh, wow. Mike, your reaction to this here?
I just accused Arizona of not being smart. Mea culpa. That was
wow.
They got a haul.
Oh man, wow. You still get the 12th pick and a 1st and a 3rd next year and 33. Wow. Funk. I know. Gooch, what's your opinion of this trade here?
I think it's a win-win.
Okay.
I think Arizona got picks, which they're going to need, and I think Houston probably got the best defensive player in this draft that can anchor that defense for
the next lot. That
5 to 10 years.
That is a lot.
Hang on.
Wow. Will Anderson. And by the way, the Colts are up here. We got Roger Goodell on the podium here. Is this where we see Anthony Richardson? Is this where we're going to see Anthony Richardson? And Anthony Richardson is a Colt. Oh man, and so Gooch, you think this is going to be the day one starter here for the Indianapolis Colts?
No, I don't think anybody is going to be able to have the patience to keep that kid's talent on the sideline. Everybody wants to Mahomes their quarterback, but no one has that kind of patience to just. I mean, if it's there in practice, a lot of people don't. Their jobs are on the line.
Yeah, totally.
So if it's there in practice, they're going to have a hard time telling them you're going to have to sit for this year. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh no, continue, man. I mean, this is the whole point here is that I want to hear what you have to say about this because I love this guy. I love Anthony Richardson. I had so much fun watching him at Florida last year, and I think that you have some really good points because how do you take a guy this talented and set him?
I don't think you can. I honestly don't think you can. And I think the only thing I don't like about the trade is the first round next year.
It's a first and a third.
Yeah.
Right. I would have done the third unless they're really thinking that they're going to compete this year. I think the first next year is a little much.
I mean, are they? I mean, if you're the Houston Texans, I mean, if this ends up being a top 10 pick for the Cardinals next year, I think this is a steal. With Anthony Richardson, I think Gardner Minshew, I think he's going to be the starter. I think we're going to see some packages, but if I'm the Colts, I don't rush Anthony Richardson at all. Mahomes sat for one season, and
15 games.
Yeah. I think you do the same thing. I don't think you start him right away, but I think you have a point. The talent.
Here's the thing with that, though. Not every owner is Clark Hunt. Not every GM is Veach. Not every coach is Reed. And Irsay is known for being involved and pushing his coaches
he is.
to do what he wants.
I'm not an Irsay fan. And
I don't think
from me being – I don't know if you guys know this. I was born in Baltimore, and I lived there when the Colts were moved out of Baltimore in the middle of the night.
Bitter, are we?
I still am. I still am. I still am bitter. So no love for Irsay. You're right. Irsay is a guy, and it wouldn't surprise me if Irsay says, "Look, we're selling out of these." I'm also curious: is he going to be number 15 in the NFL, or if they're going to change his number because of the AR-15 thing? So
all that, and you know what? That's why I don't like this kid. This BS. I don't want to be associated with AR-15. It had nothing to do with that at all. His marketing people and his agent go, well, listen, that's a generic term anymore for any firearm of this class. We can't market that. Yeah. We can't trademark it and make your line of products. So you need to change that and step away from it because it's not marketable because it's in the public domain and anybody can use it. That was simply about money. So you know what? I don't like the hypocrisy.
So Bufa's not picking Anthony Richardson as rookie of the year.
He can.
Amazement says, I'm not sure about any quarterback in this draft. They're all nice, but not can't miss guys. I may be wrong though. Can any of these guys? I think Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud are going to be day one starters. I think Richardson sits. And what it is with the quarterback position is that there's so many external factors. I don't think Patrick Mahomes is an MVP if he doesn't have Alex Smith. I don't think he's an MVP if he doesn't have Andy Reid. Yeah. And maybe we can make an argument. Is Travis Kelce the greatest tight end who ever lived?
Well,
we can make that argument.
Don't forget Nagy was his quarterback coach too.
Nagy's a quarterback coach. I mean,
it was the perfect situation.
It really was. Take now it's a different situation, but take Drew Lock. He goes to Denver. Joe Flacco's the quarterback there. Flacco famously says it's not my job to mentor him.
Yeah.
I think he's shitting his Wheaties more than once. I mean, terrible, quarterbacks or terrible coaching situation. When he does play his rookie year, he goes 4-1, looks awesome. So they bring in Bridgewater, obviously.
Right.
Everybody gets fired, and now he's backing up Geno Smith in Seattle. I do like Drew Lock. We went to the same high school.
Well, you know what? God bless them. Look at Chase Daniel. He's had a wonderful career as a Beckham.
Yeah.
Made a lot of money,
wrong.
not taking very many hits.
So the answer is it depends on the external factors, but I do believe Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud are going to be day one starters. I think Anthony Richardson sits, but Gooch has a good point. You have a guy with that much talent, and you have an owner who's a little questionable.
A little flaky.
Do you just throw him into the fire and say, hey, look, we'll make it work?
Yeah, I mean, you could see him totally interfering in that and going, no. And, but keeping with the Colts, if you do that, who's the starter next year? Because if they keep their pattern, they only have a starter for 1 year. So does he get injured or something? They have to start somebody next year? I don't know. I would prefer the guy sit, especially him. He needs to work on his game.
I would love to see
that would
him
be just
sit
perfect.
for a year.
Sit, get some good coaching. You got Ballard there. Ballard was here when Mahomes was drafted, saw how they did that, so he could give good insight to the coaching staff. Like, this is what we did in Kansas City. This is how they developed Mahomes. We need to take the pressure off the kid. Do they listen, or is Irsay be Irsay and go, I don't want him starting, man?
Well, Amazement, let me ask you this here. With Richardson off the board at 4, what do you think about Hendon Hooker or Will Levis going to Seattle at 5? I actually think Hooker may be a sleeper. I wouldn't mind. I am really high on Hendon Hooker. I am very, very high on Hendon Hooker. So is my boy Funk. I really, really like Hendon Hooker a lot. It'll be very interesting to see where he goes in this draft. Seattle's got to pick in at 5. Is Hendon Hooker here? Does Hendon Hooker? What about Detroit at 6? Do you want to take Hendon Hooker? You pick again at 18?
Oh no, that's
Funk. I agree completely, man. I
crazy.
cannot believe Arizona got as much as they did.
No, I looked at the Jimmy Johnson draft value chart, and Houston way overpaid.
It looks like it to me.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. It's just crazy. The athletic kid, it has. I mean, I get that, but I just don't think he starts. That's my thing. Let's go, Anthony Richardson, starting by week 7. Needs experience, not dumb, just needs more playing time. Hey, we got different schools of thought here. Gooch says throw him into the fire, just let him play. And you know what, Gooch, that was some really good points. I think you let him sit for a year.
Yeah, it's preferable. I mean, let those guys develop. I mean, Mahomes was a great case. Don't throw these kids to the fire yet. Let them develop. Let them get their feet wet. Take the pressure off. But you got the GM keep their job. The scouts trying to keep their job. The coach.
This is where Tyree Wilson comes off the board.
Is that who you're seeing, Tyree Wilson?
Yeah.
All right. Tyree Wilson is Gooch's pick at number 5. And that would be very interesting because Jalen Carter could go to Detroit at 6. That would be a lot of fun.
Ooh.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun.
That would be.
And Funk, you're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. I think Arizona has the number 1 pick. They could have a top 5 pick. Arizona next year, I mean, I think we could almost put the clock up. Is Caleb Williams going to be the pick, or is Arizona trade? It's very interesting to see what happens here. Amazement says, hey, happy for my game, Anthony. Hopefully, I think they should let him sit, but Gooch brings up a good point. Jobs are on the line. You have all that talent, and what do you got in Gardner Minshew? That's going to be a very interesting situation. Mahomes sitting as an outlier already had some exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's preferable, but it's rare.
AR-15 Colt, no can't.
What do you say?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Oh my God, Devin Witherspoon's the pick. I did not see Witherspoon.
No way.
Gooch.
Wow, that's a surprise.
Gooch, you said what is your thoughts here, Gooch? I'm shocked.
I actually thought this would be Detroit's pick for their secondary.
Right.
I did not see Seattle going second.
I really thought Tyree for that defensive line because Seattle struggled getting to the quarterback at times. I really thought Tyree Wilson would be that guy here. Is this a Pete Carroll pick? Who picked this guy?
Pete Carroll beat defensive line. That's his.
Pete Carroll basically, and now it's Pete Carroll, John Schneider. Here's the thing: they've been together for I think it's 13 or 14 years. They've never had a top 5 pick. This is the first time they've had a top 5 pick, and they go corner. I did not see this at all. You hit a home run last year. 5th round pick out of UTSA. And I can't believe I can't think of the guy's name right now. You also drafted Kobe Bryant in the 4th round. You did need somebody. I'll be honest, I'm just floored right now. Keys asked Steichen, Richardson, or Ryan's Young, and how would you write the 4 head coach quarterback combos in that division? Well, I mean, obviously Jacksonville would be number 1. I mean, you got Peterson and Lawrence. Lawrence is my early favorite to be MVP. I'm very, very high on Vrabel. So, Vrabel and Tannehill would be number 2. And then with, these 2 guys, I would say Ryan's Young I would go, it's Ryan's Stroud, but I got it. I would, because I think Stroud's better today. That's why. But
I'm still stunned. I mean, Witherspoon's a dog, but maybe this is their.
Is 5 too high, Gooch? Is 5 too high?
I mean, I guess not. I had him going 6. You know what I'm saying? But maybe this is their Sherman replacement, because he's a dog, but he's also a willing tackler. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
I had Gonzalez as my number 1 corner. I liked Gonzalez. If I'm to be honest with you, if I'm Seattle and I wanted to go corner, why not go Gonzalez? The guy Tyreek Woolen is the guy I was trying to think of. I'd be honest. I don't like this pick. If I'm Seattle, you could have maybe got this is a deep corner draft. You could have got a corner at 20. You had an opportunity to get a I'm not a fan of this, but if you watch Witherspoon ends up being a Hall of Famer. So,
right. If we don't like it, it's probably a Hall of Famer.
Funky, you're talking to a guy who knows his stuff right here. Fun fact, most AR-15s are actually lightweight, Pyro 22 or 556. I got the 556 just right over there, about 5 feet away.
I know nothing about that. Away. I don't know about owning any of my own.
Right.
But it's a generic term. He couldn't market that. And that's why he stepped away. He just, it was just window dressing. Oh, I don't want to be associated with that. Yeah, because you can't market it on your own line of stuff like TB12 and all that.
Do you know anything about Texans' new offense coordinator, Bobby Slowick? Been in San Francisco the last 5 or 6 years, never called plays before. I don't know too much about him, but I mean, I do like that when you come over from an organization, bring in some of your own guys with you, especially if you have like a winning culture. You went to an NFC championship game. You took a guy who was the Mr. Irrelevant. And I mean, what was that last 10 games of the year that Brock Purdy played in? He played really well. So I do like that. But I look at this. Arizona's trading back up in the draft.
Wow.
The Lions are traded back. We're going to try to get some details here. The Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock at pick number 6. I don't believe it.
I
don't believe it. And by the way, is this Jalen Carter? Is this where Carter goes? So you pass up Carter at 3, and now you get him at 6. Wow,
that makes sense. Since he didn't get taken, now we'll jump back up. We got more capital to play with, and then still get our.
Oh my God, Gooch, are you on board? Is Jalen Carter the pick here?
Who's their coach?
Jonathan Gannon, the Philly defensive coordinator.
No, I think this is Tyree.
All right.
Yeah, well.
Hopkins gets out tonight. I don't think so. I think there's less of a market for him than a lot of people think. You still have to pay him a lot of money. He missed 6 games for the suspension. It was the PED suspension. He's been banged up the last couple of
He's been
years.
injured.
I mean,
He's north of 30.
exactly. A lot of people think that they want Hopkins in Kansas City. I do not want that at all. I don't want that at all.
If Veach wanted him, it's just like Odell Beckham. If they really wanted him, he'd be here.
Hopkins trade the Bills for a 3rd round, my prediction. Seriously, if you can make the contract work, I think Hopkins in Buffalo kind of makes sense. I think, with Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets, we didn't even get a chance to talk about that yet. The Bills might need to make a big move. They might make a big move. This actually makes a lot of sense, but you have $90 million going to Von Miller, Diggs, and Josh Allen. I mean, how do you make Hopkins work?
I don't know.
I don't know how either.
I was just thinking about this. They got the defensive player. Why don't they move up and get? And it just blows my draft up. But Paris Johnson Jr.
You know what? We were seeing this, and we didn't have a chance to go over draft crushes, but Paris Johnson Jr. is a guy that I know Gooch likes. He's a guy that I like. Skornonski's my number 1 offensive lineman, but there was a lot of talk that he might be the 3rd overall pick.
Well, and there was a rumor that came out like yesterday or the day before that Kyler Murray's been lobbying to draft high offensive linemen high, and they keep not doing it. Is this a way to make him a little more comfortable and maybe get more out of him by actually listening a little and getting him some protection, make him feel more comfortable?
Yeah, amazement. I'm with you. I'm floored at. You know what? I was kind of making fun of Arizona because they all off season. Everybody wants to leave. I think they made a whiff in their coaching hire.
Oh, amen.
And so far, they're just doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I have to give them credit. They ate their Wheaties this morning. We got Paris Johnson. There we go.
Paris Johnson Jr. is the pick. So there was talk
pick
about them going from 3rd. So they get their franchise left tackle. They get some extra draft capital for next year. Look, you're going to have 2 high picks next year.
Yeah.
So you got your left tackle. You're going to get Kyler Murray back.
They had their Wheaties. I don't know what they did.
I like it. I really, you know what?
It was
I like
good.
it.
On paper, this is really smart move.
You know what? I got Skornonski rated higher, but not by much. Not by much. This is a solid pick. This is a very
They're pretty close.
Very, very solid pick. Very solid pick.
It's
man.
definitely not reaching real far.
Gooch, Jalen Carter, and Tyree Wilson are now available for the Raiders at 7. Is this scaring you?
As a Chiefs fan, it is a little bit right now. Because, I mean, if you want my personal opinion, they're both plug and play. They're both really good. It just depends on where you want to sit them. Man, but with the way that this draft is shaking out,
nobody saw all this coming.
No, because I've been mocking Christian Gonzalez going to the Raiders at 7 because Carter's going to be gone. Anderson's going to be gone. Now you're sitting here. Jalen Carter, I thought would go number 5. I had a hard time thinking that Pete Carroll was going to pass up a guy like Jalen Carter. I had a really, really, really hard time. So
I had Gonzalez mocked to the Falcons at 8. But now with the Raiders, I assumed Carter was going to fall a little lower, but I know the Raiders. That's probably the pick.
Well, you know, I've been mocking Gonzalez to the Raiders because I just didn't see them having any of these elite guys on the defensive line available. Now you got all of them. Is there a possibility that we could be looking at a Raiders trade at 7? Is there a team that wants to jump up for Jalen Carter? By the way, Jalen Hyatt's a guy I would not mind if the Chiefs took him at 31. I like Jalen Hyatt quite a bit. Sorry to bring this up, but 5 touchdowns against Alabama. So sorry, Gooch, but I mean, I like Jalen Hyatt here. Please, Raiders, take Will. Close to the trade rumor instead of D-Hop. We got 12. I'll take it. We're going to try to get the trade details from 6 to 12. Booth is actively working on it right now. He has to close his 4 screens of Pornhub, but we're going to get that up. I shouldn't be joking about that. Terry already hates me enough, so
we all do.
Yeah, I see that. I get that. It's going to be very interesting because
what if the Raiders throw everybody? And this is Bijan to back up.
Oh man, wow. Seriously, with all the players that are now, we have kind of a slide. Bijan Robinson would be very interesting. Why not? You could use Bijan Robinson very creatively. You got a guy like Josh McDaniels. He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Why not take a weapon like Bijan Robinson here?
Josh Jacobs hasn't signed yet, has he?
He did sign.
Oh, he did sign?
He did sign, but, I mean, you like to run the ball. You have a bad offensive line. You have a quarterback who can't throw the ball more than 10 yards. No, I shouldn't joke around about Jimmy G, but
and I think in this division, if you re-sign Jacobs, I think Bijan's a luxury. I think in this defense, if you want me to be honest, in the AFC West, I think it's either Jalen Carter or Christian Gonzalez.
I mean, I really didn't think that you could get I really didn't believe that Jalen Carter would go this far. I thought if he got past Seattle, I thought Detroit, but with Detroit trading down, where Mike's working on trying to get the trade details for you Lions fans. This is going to be very, very interesting here. Levis to the Raiders, please can't openly wait to hate. You know what? Seriously, we're now under 3 minutes. I think it's a possibility we could be looking at a trade here. I think we could be looking at a trade because if they were high on either Jalen Carter or Tyree Wilson, I think the pick would already be in.
Well, and the longer it goes, they're working those phones trying to pull something off.
So Key says, don't forget Dan's OnlyFans, Bertha, Daddy for life. And with that, the Raiders pick is in. It's going to be very interesting to see what the Raiders did here.
They did with a couple minutes left.
Wait. Yeah, we got a couple minutes left.
So probably not a trade.
Watch Bijan go to Dallas, and they're showing Will Levis here. Is Will Levis going to be a Raider? Is that what we're doing here?
It's possible to keep up with the arms race in the AFC West.
I don't know. This is going to be a very interesting pick. I mean, you could go Tyree Wilson. You can go Jalen Carter. You could still go Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Will Levis is a possibility. It's going to be very interesting to see what the Raiders are doing. This has been a fun draft.
Tight end. This is awesome. Tight end makes a lot of sense.
Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
Dalton Kincaid. I mean, this is a guy that some people thought could go top 10.
Yeah.
I think 7 might be too high, but
Levis makes sense too. You got Jimmy G, who's a good teammate, will work with him. Isn't a Flacco or anybody like that. Man, it could be anything. It's got to be offense though. McDaniels loves offense.
I'm thinking it's got. I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking you have to fix that defense. That defense is just terrible.
True. But it's the Raiders. These are people that draft a kicker.
According to Key, says 6 overall for 12 and 34. That's not bad.
It's not.
That's not bad. The 34 pick could be really, really good.
It'd be really interesting.
It could be very interesting. So the Lions have 3 second-round picks now. Dude, I think they move up. So we're going to have some fun watching what Detroit's going to do. The pick, according to Key, says 6 overall pick for 12 and 34. So
yeah. I mean, that would be.
The Lions have 3. The Lions, I don't think, make 3 picks in the second round. I think they trade back into the first round. We talked about Baltimore trading down from 22. They only have 5 picks in the draft. Yeah. Minnesota only has 5 picks in the draft. They don't have a second round pick. If they don't take a quarterback, which I, and look, we got 3 off the board. We're not even at 7. We could have picked the 4th quarterback off the board here at 7. We're going to find out. We're going to find out here any second now. Apparently the card's in, but they're stalling on. We've had pick is in for the Raiders for about 2 minutes now. So it's been a while. So
he was probably inside getting a coffee at Parisi's.
He might have been. You know what? Legal in Missouri now. So
maybe
he's enjoying that.
Yeah. Those players.
It's Tyree Wilson. So Tyree Wilson, they did go defense. Gooch, I'm going to ask you here. Jalen Carter is free falling. All right, he's free falling. If you're a team right now, do you want to trade up and try to draft Jalen Carter? Is he next off the board? Atlanta's coming up.
Atlanta's coming up. Nope. Because the Raiders, I actually think Gonzalez will go to the Falcons secondary, and I think the Bears will get Jalen Carter. I don't think he falls out of the top 10.
Okay. But you don't have him at the pick at 8.
Nope. I have Christian Gonzalez at 8.
Okay, Christian Gonzalez at 8. All right. Even though they just traded for Okuda.
No, you can't. Look, the one thing that the NFL has become is obviously a pass-happy league. You can't go wrong with enough corners and safeties and depth pieces back there. And if you had him rated as the number 1, I mean, he's going to eventually be a star, so he'll have one side of the field to himself. Why not start him out as a depth piece and then move him kind of like we did with Snead? Started him out a little bit, working him in, and then all of a sudden, boom, here you go, kid. Have that. It's your show now.
Well, that's interesting.
And you have him locked down for 5 years.
I love this comment. I'm glad Carter didn't go to Vegas for the sake of his own personal life in this career. I think it's it's 2 left. It's next year, and then they'll have the 5th year option if I'm doing my math right. So 1, maybe 2. And I think he's going to be a starter opposite AJ Terrell. I think he'll be the number 2 corner there. I've been mocking Bijan Robinson to Atlanta, but I also thought Jalen Carter would be off the board. So if Jalen Carter stays right there in Atlanta and goes to a team that really needs some, they really need some help on defense. So why not the best defensive player in the draft? Why not Jalen Carter right here?
Yeah. Possibly.
On a fashion note, I really like Tyree Wilson's suit.
The suit's tight. We can't show it, but it kind of fits for the Raiders here.
It's a lot better than, what was it, Richardson's, where it looks like somebody spilled stuff on it? What kind of designer put that out? And you agreed to wear. How much did he get paid for wearing that?
So the next 4 picks are going to be the Falcons, Bears, Eagles, and Titans. I really have a hard time believing Jalen Carter's not going to be coming up soon. But John Robinson is what if the Bears get him at 9? You trade from 1 to 9, because there was talk about Jalen Carter, but before all this, before the offseason hit, he was going to go number 1 to the Bears. What if the Bears get him at 9?
Yeah, I mean he's considered by almost everybody top 5, and he's still sitting there.
Luke G said Okuda should move to safety, didn't he? No. Atlanta's going to give him a shot at corner opposite AJ Terrell. I think it's a good move for the Falcons. I absolutely, of all the teams this offseason, I think the Falcons did the best. I love Bates, especially taking him away from Cincinnati.
Right.
I mean, they got a couple defensive linemen. They re-signed the outside linebacker from Georgia. He was with the Giants. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of his name.
Player I really loved out of Georgia. I can't forget. But no, he's going to play corner. I think he's going to end up the starter. But that's why this pick is very interesting, which is coming up, because you could go Christian Gonzalez, you could go Jalen Carter, you could go John Robinson. I still think John Robinson could legitimately be the pick here at 8. So, oh God, no, Dan, I don't want to deal with him twice a year in Atlanta. If Okuda starts outside in Atlanta, it would be the worst pass defense in the league. I don't know what y'all seeing him to think that he can cover. Well, I will say this: AJ Terrell is really good. Like AJ Terrell, I think top 5 corner. He was banged up last year, but AJ Terrell has all the tools to be an elite corner. I think Okuda gets the first shot to go opposite as starter, but we don't know. I mean, we could have Christian Gonzalez here. We have no idea.
Yeah,
we're going to find out in a few minutes, though.
Yeah, and then you convert Okuda to safety, and then you're starting to look decent.
That's also a possibility. You know, get a couple safeties, maybe add some speed and athleticism.
Yeah. You draft Gonzalez, put him at the corner, switch Okuda to safety, and then actually got something going on there.
Luke G hates Okuda. Luke G has been saying Okuda should move to safety for a while. Funk has the same thing. And there's a lot of Lions fans that have been saying this, when I've watched them play, I liked them. I had kind of a man crush on them at Ohio State, but when Detroit took them 3rd overall, I was like, what? I didn't like the pick at all. I didn't think it made a lot of sense because at the time, Patricia was trying to run that Patriots defense where they want their corners to play super tight man coverage. And there was a Lions fan who tried to argue with me. He says that they run the same defense at Ohio State. And I said, trust me, there's nothing at Ohio State's defense that's in Bill Belichick's arsenal. They're completely different night and day defenses. I don't think this is going to work. And next year, he was fired. So I mean, yeah. There's been a lot of people that have been saying Okuda should make the move to safety. And if it does happen, it just adds some speed to that secondary, but adding Jesse Bates this offseason, I think was a great move by the Falcons. Falcons are in win now mode. Their coach Arthur Smith, double-digit losses. They spent a lot of money this offseason. You got to win now. So I think whoever the Falcons take here at 8 has to be a day one starter. And has to be somebody who can be an impact type player. That's why I like Bijan Robinson here. Christian Gonzalez makes sense. You have to have faith in Jalen Carter if you want that to be the pick. I think it's one of those 3 guys here. Gooch, are you on board one of those 3? Is that correct? Or
Yep.
No.
I'm with you guys.
All right. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly. And Dan, I called for the pick for Atlanta. Thought there would be a trade. I just don't want the NFL to have Carter with Davis. That would be really interesting. That would be really, really interesting. I wanted AJ Terrell and argued he would be the best cornerback. Yeah. I love AJ Terrell, and I know you do too, Funk. Oh yeah. You're right. You're right. Chase Young, that story we haven't even talked about yet. Chase Young did not sign the 5th-year option. He's going to be a possible free agent next year if Washington can't make a trade with him. I loved Chase Young coming out of Ohio State. So we're going to see what the Falcons do here at 8. We got a very interesting draft. Is this where Jalen Carter finally comes off the board here? Denver Gator says a trade with Chicago. Well,
holy smokes.
All right. Well, we don't have it here yet, so hold on here.
Your earbuds over there. Listen.
On that?
Yeah.
Here.
Give me the first one. I don't want your dirty one.
Okay, so the pick is in. It's Bijan Robinson. So Bijan Robinson does go to Atlanta. I've been picking that for a while, so I'm gonna call that here.
No,
I've been calling that for a while now.
Okay, no party foul. You have been suggesting that quite a bit.
Well, here's the deal: Atlanta has to win now.
Right.
There is no excuse. If Atlanta doesn't make the playoffs, multiple jobs are going to be fired, or multiple jobs are going to be multiple jobs are going to be lost. It took me 3 times to get that sentence out, but I finally got it.
You feeling okay?
Yeah, maybe.
You haven't been drinking that much.
I just pounded my energy drink. So my energy drink is gone. And I got my giant thing of water. I might have to double dip on energy drinks, but I really don't need it. The Falcons are going to be a lot of fun. You got Desmond Ridder, Tyler Aguilar. You got the wide receiver from USC last year. I hated that pick in the first round last year. Oh, God. I wish I could remember. What was his name? Drake London. I hated that pick last year.
Don't forget the tight end, my favorite tight end.
Who's your favorite tight end? Are we 3 minutes delayed? I didn't realize we were this far delayed, Denver Gator.
Yeah, YouTube TV is a little bit behind.
Okay, I apologize, everybody. We're using YouTube TV, so I didn't realize we were that far behind. Remember, Damon Arnett was supposed. Yeah. You're right. Falcons have no problem taking low value positions in the first round. Tight end, running back, they're usually given the middle. They are. I mean, yeah. I forgot Kyle Pitts last year, but I love Bijan Robinson when he was a true freshman at Texas. I thought he was going to win the Heisman Trophy. I remember watching Ricky Williams when he was a true freshman. Oh yeah. Here's him when he had 4 touchdowns against Kansas. Just phenomenal player. This guy, by the way, if you're into fantasy football, if you are a fantasy football fan, take John Robinson early.
Especially if it's a rookie keeper league, this is a good pick.
Absolutely.
I love his balance. He's quick. Yeah, I like
Atlanta should go wide receiver next, get a speed slot guy to go with the rest of the weapons. Oh, I agree completely. And they could do that in round 2, possibly, maybe in round 3. But yeah, Bijan Robinson.
Dude, Bijan on wheel routes? Oh my gosh. Yeah. That would be his killer.
Oh, you're talking? Yeah. Well, I'm not really sure. When this came up, we were still watching the Falcons, and then he says that we're about 3 minutes behind. So I apologize. I didn't know we were that far back, but we're just announcing it as we see it here live here. But listen, if you want to, put in a comment. We'll catch up. Not your fault. I won't post it till you pick the trade. That's okay, Denver Gator. If you want to jump out, you're more than welcome to, man. We'll just catch up, but we're just bringing in everything here. And no, Jesus, no. I switched over to the ABC broadcast so I could stream over air instead of streaming. I gained multiple minutes. Let me see here because I actually have both the NFL Network and the ESPN one. So the ESPN one. Okay, so the ESPN one's a few minutes ahead. So we'll switch over to the ESPN one where the Eagles actually did switch with the Bears. So we got that trade on board here. Mike, is there any way you could bring up the trade details with the Eagles Bears pick?
Working on it.
And so he's going to be on board there. So yeah, hey,
this was stupid of the Bears because this is where Jalen Carter comes off the board.
I think so too, and I don't get why I know you want to go offensive line, but Jalen Carter's available. Why not take him? So that's kind of my thought process. Booth is working on the trade details, but the Eagles have jumped ahead. They flip-flopped with the Bears, so the Eagles are picking 9th, and Chicago's picking 10th. I don't know anything. Yeah,
Unless they take Christian Gonzalez because they lost some corners of free agency.
That's a possibility.
And the Bears know the Carter's going to be there. I gotta
think you only make this move if I gotta think you only make this move for Jalen Carter. I gotta think you only do this for Jalen Carter. Yeah. So I didn't realize. So I have both ESPN and NFL Network. My preference for NFL Network, but ESPN's a couple minutes ahead. So we're going to go over to the ESPN Network, and the Eagles pick looks like it's in, and it's going to be the 10th overall pick and the 4th round pick for 2024. So it's a 2024 4th round pick. Not much. The Bears, they really need some draft capital. A 2024 pick isn't much. The Eagles, I think it's got to be Jalen Carter here. So the pick's going to be in here.
The Bears know that, unless the Bears know that the Eagles aren't going to pick Carter and they got some draft capital and still able to pick him. I don't see how Jalen falls out of the top 10.
I don't either. I've been mocking him to Seattle at 5. That's just been kind of my thing. I think he's going to Seattle at 5. That was my pick. I'm still shocked. Witherspoon going 5 to Seattle. I didn't see it coming. So. But okay, yeah. So the pick is in. So we're going to have an announcement here shortly. The Philadelphia Eagles, in case you missed it, traded a 2024 4th round pick with the Chicago Bears to go from 10 to 9. I think it's got to be for Jalen
It
Carter.
did. It was Carter.
Jalen Carter is the 9th pick in the draft. So Jalen Carter goes to the Eagles. The Eagles, a team that went to the Super Bowl, gets maybe the best defensive player in the draft.
And they're already pretty
Wow. Wow. And I'm with you, Keys. I don't know why you don't take Carter here and, try to shore up your offensive line. You give up who might be the best player in the draft. I don't get it. I don't get it. And so Chicago here at 10. I've been mocking offensive line to the Bears at 9. I've been mocking Peter Skoronski. That's kind of what I see going. I see what's going on. Lions got pick 168, but also gave up 81 in that trade. We never got the full details on that. Keys just fired it off, and I just ran with it. So we weren't able to get the details on that trade.
No, it wasn't popping up on here.
Monday, I'm going to give you my draft grades, and I'm going to include all the trades in it. So when I get all the trades factored in, when I'm going to be live Monday, and it's a special Monday show, I'll be 6 p.m., not my normal 7 p.m. time, but so yeah, I'll go over. I probably won't go in specific details with every single trade because that show would be about 9-hour show, but I'll factor in some of the trades. And this one, I really think the Eagles win here. I don't get that. I really don't get that at all.
No.
The ABC screen, okay. I'm not mad at you. We weren't able to bring the details up. So what Bufa has 2 different iPads next to him. He's doing like all the research while I'm doing all the talking, and he wasn't able to find it. So no, we're not mad about it.
I've been sticking to sports sites, but I didn't think the ABC or anybody like that.
Yeah, if the Eagles wanted to trade up with the Lions of Carter, I get the Eagles trading up. I get the Eagles trading up.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I don't get the Bears going down for almost nothing, passing up a talent like Jalen Carter when their defense was so god-awful last year.
Oh, yeah.
I don't get
it
that. Jalen Carter would have been a difference maker in Chicago. I know that they have some holes on the offensive line. I get that. I think Skoronski is going to be the pick here at 10, but I have a hard time really justifying the Bears making this move here. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Funk. So with the Bears on the clock here, are you on board with me, Gooch? Is pick number 10 going to be Skoronski? All right. He's muted right now.
No, I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Actually, for the Bears, I mean, if you want me to be honest, I had him mocked to the Titans, but it wouldn't be surprising if I'm pulling a Dan now. Is it Fields?
I'm bad with names.
Is it Fields?
Yeah, the quarterback
in Chicago.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if they try to get him some offensive line help.
Well, I've been mocking Skoronski, who's my number 1 tackle, but I think Skoronski, Broderick Jones, and Paris Johnson Jr., I got them all pretty much clumped together. Skoronski, I think, just has the lowest floor out of all those guys. So I think Skoronski's kind of a plug and play where I'm not really sure what you do somewhere else. So. The Bears are going. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I have. I mean, he played at Northwestern, so that makes sense. So, here.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right here.
Jalen, yeah, I was surprised he fell that far. But you know what, man, that guy's good.
He's really good. He's really, really good.
He's got that step and swim and just boom.
I mean, here's the deal. If you just went by everything off of what you saw last year, if you go off everything you saw last year before the offseason, Jalen Carter probably goes number one. For him to go to the Eagles, a team that's loaded where he doesn't have to play right away.
He can rotate in and out.
I mean, it's just such a fit here. I mean, it just makes sense here. Denver Gators reporting Bears go offensive line, not Skornonski. Wow.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
That would be interesting. I'm assuming it's Broderick Jones here.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's going to be Broderick Jones here if it's not Skornonski. Skornonski was my number one offensive lineman. So that's kind of what I have. So with Skornonski, that he was my number one. But keep in mind, Skornonski, Paris Johnson Jr., Broderick Jones, really, really close together.
Yeah.
You have Darnell Wright out of Tennessee. Now, I think he's going to be an absolute stud on the right side. But I don't think you take him this early because I think he's a right tackle unless you want to get very, very creative and put him on the left side. So
Darnell Wright.
Oh, my God, and that's going to be the pick. Darnell Wright goes number 10 to the Bears. Now, here's my question. With Darnell Wright going number 10 to the Bears, do you move him over to the left side or you just plug and play him on the right side? Gooch, what are you doing if you're the Bears here? You're drafting a guy who's projected to be right tackle. Is that what the Bears are doing, or?
I think Darnell Wright is a reach at 10 when you have Broderick Jones and Skornonski still on the board.
I couldn't agree more. This is a terrible pick.
Unless you're trying to shore up the right side already, I don't know why you make this pick, in my opinion. I mean, you go O-line, but like you said, I'm with you. Paris Johnson, Peter Skornonski, and Broderick Jones were kind of 1, 2, 3, no matter how you had them. You know, I think, I don't like it at all because you're going to have to teach him left tackle if that's where you're trying to put him.
I don't.
Or you're just going to stick him in at right.
So I mean, that's the whole thing, Keys. Are you going to play him at left tackle? I don't think you play him at left tackle. I think you draft him and then you play him at right tackle, and 10 doesn't make any sense.
Does he redshirt basically playing right tackle, then eventually moves? Are they doing one of those kind of deals?
It could be. Now, keep in mind, another name freeze here. Tyron Smith was chosen 10th overall to the Cowboys back. I think it was like 10 years ago. He was a right tackle at USC, but but everybody thought that he was going to, because he was talented enough, you can move him to the left side. There wasn't any of that conversation with Darnell Wright. We just assumed that Darnell Wright's going to be a right tackle. I don't like this pick at all. You had a chance for Jalen Carter. You give it up for almost nothing, and you get a guy that I think is the right tackle. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Damn Seahawks.
I mean, if you're putting him, I mean, you're drafting a right tackle at 10 based off what? That he slowed down Will Anderson for one game? It's not worth it.
I did several mock drafts where Wright wasn't even in the first round. I didn't think he was a top 10 talent. I don't see how I really don't see how you can take Wright when Skornonski is available, a local kid. I don't see how you can do it because with Skornonski and Jones, you have inside-outside possibilities. Darnell Wright, this doesn't make any sense. If there's any Bears fans in the chat, I'd love to hear what you have to say. But I mean, this is just a big whiff. I would say if you had to give me a team that lost the draft so far, I'm going to say it's the Bears.
The team that drafted Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah,
I'll say.
Yeah, because you still got Jones and Skornonski on there.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this here. Titans are up at 11. I think the Titans could go in a variety of different directions. Do you want to go with Skornonski here because they do need help on the offensive line?
I think it'd be smart.
This is where I have Skornonski going. I think if you're not trading Derek, and you're going to try to ride him till the wheels fall off, you go offensive line.
That's
I think
what I would do.
Skoronski fits right here. I don't try to be cute. Just, pull it and play. You know what I'm saying? Because he's a guy that you can stick right on your line from the beginning.
That's what I see.
Yeah, I mean, I like where your head's at more so than I like what the Bears' heads are at.
I'll be honest. I could see that. The only here's the other option. If you're not going to go offensive lineman, if you're Tennessee, I've seen a lot of mock drafts going wide receiver. I get that logic, but I think if you don't go offensive line, I think you got to go edge rusher. They gave a lot of money to Bud Dupree. That was just a disaster. Atlanta got him on a 1-year deal. Smart move by Atlanta. But you have Harold Landry coming off of an injury. You gave a lot of money to Jeffrey Simmons. I think we could see Nolan Smith. Miles Murphy's a guy that I think would be a lot of fun in a Tennessee offense. He's a guy that, at 275, at his pro day ran like a 4.51 or something. He would be a nice fit. I think you can go Miles Murphy. I think you can go Nolan Smith. You could also go Christian Gonzalez here. I mean, is he still? I didn't have him going out of the top 10, but that's kind of.
Well, and this is why it's a head scratcher for me with the Darnell Wright pick, because nobody would have questioned you if you'd have taken any of the other two linemen, or even if you would have just been like, you know what, Christian Gonzalez, one of the best corners in the draft. So that shores up one side of our defense as far as the secondary goes. I mean, but you took a right tackle at 10 that may not be a solid right tackle for the kind of money that you're going to have to pay him. And, I mean, are you thinking that, well, if he sucks, Fields can still run? I mean,
I can't, you give up a chance for Carter for a 2024 fourth. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
So I'd like to add one counter thought on Wright before I try to jump in here. Fields likes the bootleg and or scramble to the right. I think that's a possibility. That is a possibility if they think that the right side is stronger than the left side here. And we're trying to get details here because it looks like something crazy is going on with the Tennessee Titans here, but it looks like the pick is in. I had Skoronski going to the Bears at 9 at almost every single mock draft. I don't know how you pass that guy up. Broderick Jones I had rated higher.
I don't get it.
I really don't get it. I like the counter, but I don't get why you pass up on. I mean, did Jalen Carter show up to your interview high or something? Is that what happened? I mean, because he had an interview. He said he was only interviewing with top 10 teams. So Chicago is one of those teams. He probably had a bad interview.
Well, here's the thing. Even the Eagles didn't think Carter would fall to 9.
No.
So you have to figure if
what a great job.
Hold on, this kid. Right, if you have to figure if he's at 8 and they don't pick him, and between him and Will Anderson, the top 2 defensive players in the draft, you don't get one, grab the other to anchor your defensive line for years. I can't wrap my head around it.
I can't wrap my head around it either. I'm still baffled by it here. And now we got Peter Skoronski going 11th to Tennessee. This is a great move by the Titans here. A great move by the Titans here. This is plug and play, and he could play he could win that tackle spot. He could be the starting left tackle. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Plug and play him at guard, and he's going to be a monster. I can see him going to be a Pro Bowler right away. Great job by the Titans. Nice value here. Don't overthink it if you're the Titans. Take who I have as my number 1 offensive lineman. Take him at 11. Great job by the Titans.
Yeah, he's got good hands, attacks with them.
And now you don't miss Lewan.
Let me ask you this here. If you're Detroit, you're at 12. I was thinking earlier that you may want to go because I mocked Witherspoon. Christian Gonzalez is available at 12. Is this the pick here?
Is it that, or is this where the Chiefs start moving up because they need that right tackle?
That's a possibility.
And Jones is following this far.
If you remember my previous mocks, I had Gonzalez going to Detroit at 6.
Yeah.
He's still there. I think I think Campbell goes and gets him at 12. And I think it's a salary cap move. He's cheaper. You still got for 5 years out of him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This would be the spot.
What you
Makes
also
a lot of
have,
sense.
you
Anyway.
could also go Miles Murphy. You could have Nolan Smith. Is there a possibility? Let me ask you this here: with Jameson Williams being suspended, is there any possibility that we see a wide receiver here at 12?
Ooh.
Could we see
Ooh, I
Jackson?
didn't even think about that.
Could we see Jackson Smith Najigba go here? I don't know, but I mean Detroit's got a lot of draft capital now. I mean at 12, you can go in a lot of different directions. I wouldn't have. By the way, Joey Porter Jr. going 12, I have no problem with that. No problem with that. I love Joey Porter Jr. I have Gonzalez rated higher, but I have no problem with either one. I have no
both
problem
be a
with
great
either one.
pick.
Yeah, both would be a great pick. I've been mocking Gonzalez consistently to the Raiders at 7, only because all those other I had all those defensive linemen gone. Miles Murphy, I think, would be a great fit on that defensive line. Nolan Smith would have a lot of speed and athleticism.
Yeah.
You could go wide receiver. Is there a possibility we could see Will Levis here?
Oh.
Is Will Levis a possibility here? Just saw the Lions pick. All right, so we're going to see it. I want to see a run on quarterbacks, tight end, other positions. Gonzalez, he's my number one corner because here's the thing about Gonzalez. The more and more I watch film on him, the more and more I kept on seeing him making football look easy. Oh, my God. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Wow. No way.
Folks, Jahmyr Gibbs, running back out of Alabama, just went 12th to the Detroit Lions. I don't know.
What?
I'm okay. I'm just
Jahmyr Gibbs with DeAndre Swift and Rob Montgomery. With Montgomery and Swift, you go Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, I love my Alabama running backs, but this is ranking up with Darnell Wright as a stupid.
I can't.
The announcers on ESPN are flabbergasted too.
I don't get it, man. A Slasher. By the way, Slasher, congratulations. What a great job you did giving up trash so you can move up in the draft for Jalen Carter. By the way, I like Jahmyr Gibbs. I really did. I don't think I mocked him once going in the first round.
I did, but it was super late.
I wouldn't. I think any time. I think after 25, that's kind of the value. This to me does not make any sense. And
not this high.
Here's the deal: you could pick him at 18, and he's there. He's available at 18. There's no way he's going. There's not any of these. There's not any of these teams in the draft that's going to take him.
He's probably,
maybe New England.
He's probably
I don't
there at the top of the second.
New England's not.
He's available in the second. This does not make any sense to me. Denver Gator, I'm glad Denver Gator, thank you for not saying who it was. I don't mind if you wanted to jump in. This does not make any sense to me whatsoever. I'm trying to justify
the TV broadcast. They don't get it either.
I don't get it either. I like it, but I don't get it. They exactly Slasher. I don't get this at all.
This is a Raiders style move.
That's it.
Right.
Al Davis has been raised from the dead. I don't get this at all.
And what was it always? The fastest wide receiver at the combine. And this is Al Davis.
This is really trying to be the smartest guys in the room, and you're not even. Like I don't understand. I just don't understand. Swift is a beast. You have Montgomery to do the stuff that Jahmyr Gibbs can do, and
you got a guy like that in Swift. You just paid. You just gave Montgomery a big contract. You had multiple holes on defense that you still have to fill. You could have taken Miles Murphy would have been a great
Trade back
there.
if you want to.
Nolan Smith, Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr. There's a lot of guys, and here's the deal. Jahmyr Gibbs is not going to start. Is he a second best running back on the board? The answer is yes. Is he starting for Detroit? Is he really starting? Because this means you're not going to start Swift. You just gave a lot of money to Montgomery for nothing.
Right.
This does not make sense.
I don't get
the
it.
Lions could turn around. The answer, yeah, James, by the way, they could. That is a possibility. It's happened before. It doesn't happen often, but is there a team that really wants Jahmyr Gibbs? You could have got him at 18.
Yeah,
he would have been available at 18.
Everywhere I saw him was high second, low first.
All right.
So you could have traded back and probably
Green Bay's not taking him. I'm telling you, the Patriots probably was there a possibility New England wanted him?
I don't think so. When did they ever invest in running backs?
The Jets aren't going to take him. The Washington Commanders weren't going to take him. The Steelers weren't going to take him. This doesn't make sense. I love my Lions fans, by the way. I love my Lions fans. I'm trying to put a positive. I can't put a positive spin on this. I'm trying to do this.
Nobody can.
This does not make
flabbergasted.
sense.
There's always that one stretch where we're all like, oh, every year. And this, well, we got a real good one right here.
A slasher, I agree completely. I mean, remember he was college teammates with Jordan Davis, right? College teammates with Jordan Davis. Fletcher Cox is there on a 1-year deal. Fletcher Cox is going in the Hall of Fame someday. Brandon Graham may not go into the Hall of Fame. He's going to go into the Eagles Ring of Honor someday. You get two guys that he can learn behind, plus his college teammate. This is probably if you were Jordan Davis and you would say, "Hey, I got to go in the top 10. What team? If I had to choose, what team would I want to go to?" He'd probably say Philly if all things are being equal. I mean, I appreciate that, Denver Gator. I'm floored.
Yeah. It's
okay. So the Packers are up, and I technically had Nolan Smith mocked to them.
I could see Nolan Smith.
But with the Love era, I'm thinking Jackson Smith-Njigba.
We could also go Dalton Kincaid here. Dalton Kincaid is a tight end in name only, but I think we can go Jackson Smith-Njigba. We can go Miles Murphy. He's a guy I'm just in love with. Nolan Smith's a possibility. Broderick Jones, he's also another possibility here. Jason Peterson 8 didn't think we would draft him that high, but I've always said that he's the best fit for us view the tape. Either we're trading Swift or we keep Swift and Gibbs as our kickoff guy. Then that by the way, Jason Peterson 8, that makes sense. Not at 12.
No.
I'm gonna tell you something. Let's say they draft him at 18, and I'm still not liking it. Lucas Van Ness is pick number 13 for the Green Bay Packers. I really like this pick. Because he's got a couple veterans he can learn behind. He doesn't have to play right away. You got a very creative defensive scheme there in Green Bay that you can use them up and down the defensive line. I really like this pick here. Gooch, what do you think here? Lucas Van Ness goes to Green Bay at 13.
I had him lower. I understand if you're stuck with your draft boards. But if Nolan Smith is still there, that's where I go. I think Nolan Smith is better than Lucas Van Ness. And I mean, that's just my personal opinion. You know,
he has a lot more speed. I mean, I will say that speed and athleticism. But I get. The thing is with Nolan Smith, the reason why I was liking Nolan Smith to Green Bay is they don't have a speed rusher like that. They got Preston Smith. I just mentioned the guy's name and I already forgot it. But they're both bigger, more physical guys, and Nolan Smith would have been a nice contrast. But I do like Lucas Van Ness here, and I think it's excellent value at 13.
Believe it or not, I had him mocked to the Lions at 18.
Remember Dan's beginning of last. I don't think that was really much of a debate. I think we were pretty much the John 1, Gibbs 2. But I mean, Gibbs was
that's
a guy
pretty
that
solid.
was. Don't get me wrong. I'm making it sound like I hate Gibbs, and I called it. The New England Patriots are trading this pick. It's going
There you
to
go.
Pittsburgh. I think I'm going to call the pick here. Gooch, who's going to be the guy? I know who it's going to be.
Joey Porter Jr.
Bingo.
Oh,
We're going to
yeah.
see Joey Porter Jr.
Oh, God,
I
yeah.
think we're going to see it. This is going to be fun, folks. This is going to be fun. Slasher projections mean very little to me, but yeah, I would. Yeah, and here's the deal, Funk. You take him at 18. I still think it's too high. 12 is ridiculous. 12 is just. I can't defend it. Maybe the 18th pick would be better. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. By the way, yeah, I mean, Jalen Carter probably went to the perfect place. Seattle changed the game for us. Makes perfect sense. Obviously, somebody was going to get him before pick 18. You know what? We all said Joey Porter Jr. Is there a possibility it's Christian Gonzalez instead?
It could be.
I'm going through the draft right now,
Yeah.
right? I'm going through the draft, and we're at 14, and Gonzalez is still on the board. I didn't think he would fall this far.
Gonzalez is still on.
I just don't think you pass up the legacy thing. It's too big of a story.
Oh,
it's a very Pittsburghy move.
And you know what? It's a perfect fit too. I mean, this a guy comes in whenever Patrick Peters. I personally think it's only a matter of time for Patrick Peterson needs to move to safety. Him and Minkah Fitzpatrick would be a great safety pair. You put Joey Porter Jr. there, plug and play, takes over for Cam Sutton. I mean, you know, I have a really, really, really hard time believing Pittsburgh. And by the way, you're right. Green Bay loves Hawkeye players. They really do. I love the pick. Oh, okay. Hey, Gooch, are you seeing this?
What am I saying?
Okay, it looks like I thought it was called.
Yeah,
it looked like they were calling it. We're gonna wait, but it looks like Pittsburgh. We thought Pittsburgh, and
I'm penciling it in.
By the way, that's we're gonna wait till it's official. But I don't hate this pick. And by the way, good job by the Patriots. Get a 4th round pick in this year's draft.
They swap number ones and get a 4th.
Don't be surprised if New England trades down again.
Would not surprise me.
Not surprise me at all. And we're going to wait till we get it's kind of weird because what we're looking at is it looks like it's official, but
we're not sure.
Seeing it in.
Yeah, don't say.
So we're going to wait. Funk says, all right, guys, I have to go. Hey, Funk, listen. Hey, thanks for joining in. If you can join me Monday, I'm going to go over my draft grades. You didn't like when I gave Detroit a C- last year. You might not like this year, man.
Good to have you here, Funk.
Yeah, man. Jace Peterson. Yeah, I agree 100%. Hey, but listen, they pick at 8, and they got 3 picks in the 2nd round. So let's see what else Detroit does in the draft. One of my favorite comps I've heard somebody regards to Van Ness to J.J. Watt. I'm a partial Buckeye fan, so I can't come out. I don't see J.J. Watt, but I mean, here's a dude who's 275, runs a 4.6, and here's the thing: he can play defensive tackle. He can play outside linebacker. He can play defensive end. I mean, so Keys, we now have a threesome, man. Welcome, brother. How are you doing, man?
Hey, that's a foursome. Gooch is in here.
Yeah, I got 3 windows up here, and so so here's the deal. We're having so Boofa's got a pair of iPads, iPads, and so we're seeing different things here. So what happened is the Steelers just traded up for Broderick Jones. By the way, I like this move. I was really hoping for Joey Porter Jr.
Oh yeah, that storyline writes itself.
Yeah. So Keys, let's thank you so much for joining in. Broderick Jones pick at 14 for the Steelers. They trade up, take Broderick Jones.
Well, there goes my pick for the Chiefs.
You know what? It could be a day 1 starter at left tackle. I actually really, really like this pick. But Keys, what's your take here on Broderick Jones traded up for by the Steelers?
Yeah, I mean, like you guys said, I thought it was going to be the sentimental pick, so I'm surprised, but I think it's a great pick for him. You know, I know everyone has their. I'm sorry, I don't like snakes, and just has snakes on the TV screen here. But I don't know what the ABC ESPN coverage is doing. But is that Broderick Jones holding that snake? Anyway, yeah. Listen, I'm not a huge Kenny Pickett fan, but you know, that's just me. So, but yeah, I mean, I think obviously they're going to strengthen the offense, which makes sense because that division is going to be a cat fight. You know, every division of the AFC is looking like a cat fight.
You know, it was funny. We had Luke G on. He said there's not that much of a difference between the AFC and the NFC. I think there's a sizable difference. I really do.
Yeah, I don't know what he's smoking.
I think there's a very sizable difference. The AFC is definitely the dominant conference. And let's actually, Keys, this is a great question here. What is your opinion on Jalen Carter going to the Eagles? I actually would love to hear this.
I thought I already put that in the chat. I hate, as a Chiefs fan, I hate it.
With you, brother.
Listen,
by the way, Denver Gator, you stole my line right there because I definitely think the Jets were going to take Jones. Great move by the Steelers.
Yeah, you had Orlando Brown going to the Jets in free agency like months ago. So yeah, you've identified offensive tackle there, and I've given up hope that we're going to get ours in the first round. So
I thought of all the offensive tackles that could fall. Even if Kansas City makes the move with Baltimore, and I would say once Baltimore hits the clock, that's when I think Kansas City could make a move to trade up. But I was thinking Wright might be available at 22, not 10.
right.
I love my favorite, maybe my favorite lineman in the draft would be Osiris Torrance. I don't know if Kansas City is going to take a guard in round one, but yeah, you're Denver Gator. You're right. If I'm the Jets, I'm kind of stuck here because your biggest hole, I think, was left tackle. So what do you do?
I don't think you're stuck. I don't think you are. I think you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback who can make
wide receiver
on your offensive line. No, I think this is Christian Gonzalez, and I think you stick him across from Sauce Gardner.
Ooh,
you've got a really
that's not a bad idea. Get yourself a great secondary. I mean, bottom line, here's the problem with the Jets is that they haven't made the playoffs in 10 years since Rex Ryan, and now that they got Rodgers, they're penciling the expectations are Super Bowl when you haven't made this. So that's a big jump. So
they've got Lazard, they've got those young receivers. You've got Breece Hall, my man crush from last year. You've got Aaron Rodgers. Your offense is pretty much set. He's going to make – Aaron gets the ball out fast when he's playing with focus. So he can make your offensive line look great. But if you turn around and let's face it, the Jets defense kept them in a lot of games last year. So you take the best corner off the board, what I thought is the second best corner off the board, you stick them on the other side of Sauce, and it's going to be difficult to pass against the Jets this next year if they grab it.
That makes a lot of sense. It really does. I mean, that defensive line is going to be really good. I mean, they'll probably get the situation ironed out with Quinton Williams. I'm sorry. So, I mean, I could see that. But I've been going offensive line. Osiris Torrance sort of makes sense, but you got to get a little creative and move one of their I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name they drafted in the first round either last year or 2 years ago. They moved him to tackle last year out of necessity. Maybe you keep him there. Kid out of USC. I'm drawing a blank.
Well,
Tucker.
There you go.
Yeah. Move him outside to tackle, maybe take Osiris Torrance. Is it too early for Torrance at 15?
Maybe not. But
I think so.
Point, they're expecting the Jets have high expectations. They're going to be facing the Chiefs. It could be facing the Chiefs, the Bengals, Buffalo at some point. Corner makes a perfect.
I mean, look, their whole division. You got the Dolphins and you have the Bills. So it's kind of mimicking the Dolphins' plan. The Dolphins are doing it the more expensive way by adding Jalen Ramsey with Xavier Howard. So.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, that's a really good theory.
So Jason Peterson, Nate says, you know what, Dan, it hit me. Jamar Gibbs is a Jameson Williams fill-in, and we got him for a time. I see it now. I get that, but why not take a wide receiver? I mean, you have your choice of receivers, Jackson Smith and Jigba. I have a man crush on Quentin Johnston. A lot of people like Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. I would have taken all those guys instead of Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. And here's the thing, Jahmyr Gibbs, and I can't emphasize this enough, Jahmyr Gibbs would be available at 18. There's no reason to pick him at 12. Big mistake by the Lions. I can't justify it.
The only other thing I can think of is there's something going on behind the scenes we don't know about that they drafted him they're preparing for.
Well, if you make a move and you want to trade Swift, the guy that I really wanted in Kansas City was DeAndre Swift. If you make a move for Swift, this makes a little more sense, but I can't justify taking the guy at 12 that would have been available at 18.
Well, I'm saying maybe there's a suspension coming, something they know about or are preparing for and are kind of trying to stock the shelves. I don't know.
So here's the weird thing with the broadcast. It shows the player and then it shows the clock. So I'm watching this on ABC, which is the ESPN pick. And so it's kind of confusing because they're showing the pick and then they go back to the clock. So they showed the player. So if you're not watching this on live TV, so here's the drill. It looks like the player is chosen, but they're still showing the clock ticking down, and it's not official yet. So it looks like we do know who the Jets are going to take. It's just not official. Once it's called out, we'll announce the pick. And we'll kind of talk about it because if it's who is shown, it's just a very interesting pick.
Yeah, very much so.
I'll be honest, I didn't see it coming, but I mean, it could be a lot. This could be a really, really fun pick.
It could be.
We'll wait till it's official, but it looks like we see it. Keys, are you seeing who the player is for the Jets? I'm curious what things are like on your end.
No, what I'm seeing is I think that's RG3 and some woman talking.
Okay.
I saw
The Jets were picking RG3.
I saw the gentleman in the.
Oh, now they're.
I saw the gentleman in the white suit.
That's what I saw. What I saw. I'm not mad. He was on my wish list, but again, yes, I think it was too high. I'm not mad because I trust Brad. I get that.
If that's the pick, I'm interested.
I'm interested too. Just curious. Let's just say you do their defense. I think Miles Murphy would be a much better fit. I think Miles Murphy would be a great fit for that defensive line. But we're going to find out here. It says picks in, but they kept on talking to somebody. So,
yeah, well, they're talking to somebody on your end. I got ESPN, so I'm watching Booger McFarland and his fingers.
That's what I'm watching. Yeah, that's what we switched to. We're on the NFL Network. But it looks like they're both about the same. So we got both the NFL Network and ESPN. We switched over to ESPN because it's a little earlier. Jason Peterson, Nate, I'm glad that you're not upset about the pick. On Monday, I'm going to go live, and I'm going to have my draft grades. By the way, Gooch and Keys, if you guys are available and you want to come on and critique my grades, I would love it. I would love it. I'm gonna spend the next couple of days getting my draft grades. You got 3 picks in the second round too, Jason. You have 3 picks in the second round, so you could move back into the first round. You at 18, you're not stuck there. You can move up or you can move down. The Lions are going to be a very, very interesting team still, but at pick number 12, I think it's a swing and a miss. I don't like it at all. Don't like it at all. I don't know which pick I don't like more, the Bears or the Lions. I mean, they're both terrible. The NFC North is just striking out. And I like Lucas Van Ness to Green Bay. I like that move.
And the NFC North is wide open now. Now's the time to make your move.
I think so. Vegas odds makers, we can talk about this. Vegas odd makers have the Lions as the favorites to win that division.
Yeah, they're the most solid.
Yeah. So this is kind of cool. They're having a Make-A-Wish kid come on here. Big bad Brad.
I say the Vikings, but they're too up and down.
Well, I mean,
you never know what team you're going to get.
And they also lost some players in free agency. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be very interesting. So,
which I'm still pissed at Thielen not signing here.
That was a good pickup for Carolina, though.
Yeah, you still got a little gas left in his
really good pickup for Carolina.
This gives me the best chance for a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just want to get paid, and God bless.
He got a lot of
You
money.
earned it.
He got a lot of money.
Yeah,
He got a lot of money here.
I mean, I don't begrudge him that. Just it's more about the money than the ring.
All right, so
Oh wow.
yeah, okay. So you saw it already. It looks like you saw the same thing that we saw. All right, so yeah.
I really like this pick though. I'll say this. I'm higher on him.
As soon as he says it, oh wow! I did. We okay. So
Nobody
just
saw that.
okay. So just so you know, me and Mike saw Nolan Smith, and that's who we thought the pick was going to be. Nolan Smith. All right, the pick is in. It's Will McDonald out of Iowa State. I did not see this one coming. We saw me and Boofa both saw Nolan Smith.
Yeah, that's what
And,
they kept
and I was
focusing on.
like, God, it's good value.
And a lot of times they do that, and that's the actual pick.
But this time they went to Nolan. So he's going to start with you, man. Will McDonald, 15 to the Jets.
Yeah, like I said, I'm higher on him than a lot of people are, which makes me sick. This is the second or third year in a row that I've liked an Iowa State player because I'm an Iowa person myself. But yeah, I think
One of the most underrated rivalries in college football is Iowa State. Great rivalry.
I think this is a kudos to the Jets staff here because Iowa State plays a 3-3-5,
Yeah.
and so you have to really look at him to get to see what he can become in the NFL because of the way he was used at Iowa State doesn't necessarily show off all of his abilities. So I actually liked him for someone, that maybe the Chiefs would pick up. So
I was thinking the Rams because the Rams pick I think 36. The Rams, believe it or not, have a lot of draft picks, but they don't pick in round one. I thought the Rams would trade up in the round one. Maybe a team like Dallas, Kansas City, Philly, maybe the Saints at 29. I thought would target because I thought Will McDonald for the Rams made a lot of sense. I think it's a little high. Slasher had him as a late second. I had him as a late first, early second. I think this is too high, but I really like the pick here. Gooch, Will McDonald going 15, man. What is your opinion?
I think it's a reach. I had him top of the second, and I'm with you on the team. I had the Rams taking him within the top of the second. That's just what I thought. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. And I know that if you're watching, it says the Commander's pick is in. But as far as I didn't see him going top. What is it?
15.
Top
15. I did not see this. This is a big reach. I
actually had him mocked, to the Rams at 36.
Well, I was thinking the Rams would be a perfect team because he's a guy I think that would be he would come in, he would replace Leonard Floyd as the starter. I thought this was plug and play. If you would have told me that Will McDonald was going to go before Christian Gonzalez, I would have told you were smoking crack.
That's right.
I would have told you were smoking crack. By the way, Christian Gonzalez here at 16 makes a lot of sense. I could also see Joey Porter Jr. being the pick here as well.
Let me give you a spoiler right here. You ready?
Yeah.
This is where Will Levis goes.
Wow. Whoa. Levis said, you know what? There are some questions because Sam Howell, 5th round pick, probably should have went in the 2nd round. He was a guy just dropped into the to the top of the 5th round last year. Washington came out and they said that he's going to be a starting quarterback. They bring over Eric Bieniemy from Kansas City. We all have different opinions. Here's the issue, though, is that there's new ownership taking over from Washington.
That's why I'm saying Levis.
Yeah, I mean, you got a head coach, Ron Rivera. Sorry, I had a brain freeze. Who's also the GM. That's very rare. I mean, and so far it hasn't worked. I would have told you Arthur Smith in Atlanta's number one on the hot seat, but with new ownership, you have a head coach and a general manager. I'm going to say Ron Rivera on the hot seat.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely on that.
He's been on the he was getting warm already the last couple of seasons.
So I'm thinking that quarterback makes a lot of sense because you have to say, hey, look, we got our quarterback, especially if it's a guy like Hendon Hooker who cannot play right away. Will Levis is a little different because Will Levis you may be able to start right away.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, we can get into the Bieniemy conversation on a whole nother show. I got a lot to say about that. But the one thing, Bieniemy's been around a super smart QB for the last 5 years. And the one thing that Levis is intelligent. And so he can break down defenses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think he fits right into what Bieniemy wants to do offensively. New ownerships, new guy. Sam Howell isn't our guy. We didn't draft him. Let's draft our guy, and let's see where this goes.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I could easily see that. I could easily see that. I definitely could see a quarterback here. I can't. If you would have told me that Christian Gonzalez was going to fall all the way to 16, I would have had a hard time seeing that. I would have had a really, really, really hard time seeing that.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
And Jason, you are correct, man. I mean, you should be excited. Pick number 18. New England at 17. That's going to be a very interesting pick here. So Washington at 16. Could we see a trade here? Is there any possible? Oh, no, it looks like they are going to make
Something's
a selection
in, but
here.
it could be just that it could just be an anything trade.
I just want to throw something out there before they say the pick. The next pick is the greatest defensive coach in the history of football, and the second best corner is still on the board.
Now, are you referring? Seriously, I've been mocking Brian Branch going to New England. One of my draft crushes, Emmanuel Forbes, corner out of Mississippi State. This is a guy I absolutely love. I did not think he was better than Christian Gonzalez. I don't see it. Bless you. Emmanuel Forbes is a guy I absolutely love. He weighed in at the combine at 166. He has a pair of 6'6". He's over 6 foot. I said 6 a lot. All right, a lot of 6s and
very satanic.
Yeah, it was funny. We were talking off the show like we're all, except for we were joking around because me and Mike here, we're both Catholic, and we are like, well, Keys is either Mormon or Catholic, so.
Well, I actually had Forbes later this round.
I did. Forbes is one of my draft crushes, but if you would have told me Forbes was going before Gonzalez, I would have told you that put down the fight. Let's sober up.
Gonzalez did in his interviews, or if he has an injury that he's not telling people.
I don't know. I'm floored because I really didn't think Gonzalez would get out of the top 10. I really didn't think he would get out of the top 10. And seriously, you got New England now at 17. I've been mocking New England to Brian Branch, and that makes a lot of sense. But if you're New England at 17 and Christian Gonzalez is available, why not?
Well, yeah, because now you've got to replace both the.
I think New England. I think this is. I think you go Christian Gonzalez here. I don't think you overthink that. By the way,
I think you got to go receiver.
That's a possibility.
That offense was dreadful last year.
Oh God, it was so hard to watch. Well, they signed Mike Gesicki. They signed Juju Smith-Schuster. And they have some draft capital too. I mean, the
right.
Patriots. I think the Patriots are going to be a fun team to watch tomorrow. I think they're going to trade up 2 and 3.
I think this is Gonzalez because that pick came way too fast.
It is.
But did they ever get an actual offensive coordinator?
They brought in Bill O'Brien.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
And Christian Gonzalez is the pick. And this is, I think this is a no-brainer. I mean, you just take a guy with this much talent. A One Pride 40. I can't defend this, man. I'm sorry, I can't defend Gibbs. You would have had him at 18. I don't get it. We're gonna find out what they do here at 18. By the way, Jason Peterson 8, Clark Phillips 3 out of Utah is one of my favorite players. This draft class is loaded with corners, but I mean, New England getting Christian Gonzalez at 17 probably is my favorite pick of the draft so far.
Probably the best value.
It definitely is. Yeah,
Hang on,
I,
boys,
I,
I'm not.
I agree, Denver Gator.
I'm not trying to take over the show.
Take over,
Yeah,
man.
Is this where Joey Porter Jr. comes off the screen?
Oh,
this is the time.
I'm curious. So let's go over some scenarios. Miles Murphy would be a good pick here. I would love Aiden Hutchinson and Miles Murphy. You could also go Nolan Smith. Joey Porter Jr. makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah.
Let me ask you this here. How would you feel about your boy? Brian Branch. How would you feel about your boy Brian Branch?
I like the idea. I just think he goes somewhere else. I think he fits better somewhere else.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I've been mocking him
Look at
as a
that.
pure free safety going to the Chargers at 21. I've been mocking 21 to the Chargers.
I've been having him mocked to the Jags at 24.
I can see that too. I can see that too. And the one thing about Branch is he a guy that you want to play at corner, or do you play him at free safety? Because the Chargers had Nasir Adderley, their starting free safety, retire last year. Yeah. So that's kind of why.
I think he's the safety. I think he's back there with Derwin James, and
that's what I see.
I think it's scary back there if you get him.
Yeah. All right. So here's. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I cut you off.
I was gonna say I just had him. I had Michael Meyer going to the Chargers. That's who I'm.
That would not be a bad pick. You know, here's another thing: is Dalton Kincaid. He's a guy I thought that might be off the board already. The Dallas Cowboys, I think, love this kid. It wouldn't surprise me if we could see Dallas in the mix to trade up here. I think this would be a great spot for Dallas to trade up, but I don't know if Detroit wants to trade up again. So.
No, I have no idea. This thing's been unpredictable. That's been the best part.
This has been a crazy draft, man. Here's the deal. By the way, Emmanuel Forbes is one of my favorite players in the draft. I have a big man crush on Emmanuel Forbes. But if you told me Christian Gonzalez was available and you took Forbes over Gonzalez, I would have told you were smoking crack. I don't get this at all. I don't get it. And by the way, for him to go over Joey Porter Jr. and Gonzalez doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense. And I love Forbes. Forbes is one of my favorite players in the draft. I don't think you pick him at 15, and I don't think you take him over. Oh, I'm sorry, 16. You don't take him over Gonzalez, and you don't take him over Joey Porter Jr. So, but so at 18, Joey Porter Jr. I think Miles Murphy makes a lot of sense here. Miles Murphy's a guy I think that would really fit well. To tell you the truth, he's almost a clone of Aiden Hutchinson, except I think he's actually a better athlete. I think he's actually a better pure athlete than Aiden Hutchinson. Is Miles Murphy, Joey Porter Jr. What do you think here, Mike? What do you think Detroit's going to do here at 18 after taking Jamar Gibbs at 12?
You got Jamar Gibbs at 12. I don't know. This is a really odd. The whole thing's broken out, not like how I thought it would. This would be a good spot to take Levis in, though.
Will Levis at 18 makes sense.
Let him sit behind Goff. Goff's a good team guy who's playing decent. So it's not like it's a very similar situation to what Dorsey saw in KC. Now, mind you, he's not the general manager. He's just the personnel guy. But I could see him saying, this is the time to do it. Let's do it. We got a guy in here to mentor, coach. He redshirts. It's a great situation. That or, gosh, I don't know who else. Maybe a wideout.
You know, you said Levis, but why not Hendon Hooker?
Hooker too, yeah.
Hendon Hooker has a redshirt year with some really nice offensive weapons. You use your 3 second-round picks all on defense. I could see that. I
know.
Could see that.
I'm gonna ruin your Hendon Hooker love. Right.
I like Hendon Hooker, man.
Dan loves the Hooker.
Dan loves
I'm actually going to throw you a swerve. Hendon Hooker's not going to go first round, but he's going to end up in the
you know what? With Will Levis falling this far, it'll be interesting. I have an old
friend.
Grandma Measy says hello. I'm sorry, some crazy stuff's going on, but it's great to see you, Grandma Measy.
Hey, Dan, did you hear the ending?
What's that?
he's going to end up in the AFC West.
Hendon Hooker?
Yeah.
I actually doesn't. That makes sense. I think the Raiders at 39. I don't think
That's exactly where I have him because
39.
Jimmy's on a 2-year deal because they can get out of there after 2 years. He gets the red shirt the freshman year, start working the knee back because everybody knows it takes a little more than a year to get your feeling back. And then by the time Jimmy's done, this kid's ready to take over. And then you have an AFC West of Mahomes, Hooker, Herbert, and Wilson.
I have to admit that would be a lot of fun.
That would be.
It'd be a lot of fun. It'd be entertaining. It'd be entertaining.
The one question mark there. Who would be the Raiders coach at that point? Because it won't be McDaniels.
Here's the thing, brother. I think it'd still be McDaniels because Mark Davis can't afford.
Yeah.
He's just stuck with them. That's awesome.
I don't know. He shouldn't be going to Paris getting those fancy hairstyles.
Yeah, they. By the way, you are right, Grandma Measy. Vegas is getting the A's. I don't know all the deal behind that.
Yeah,
but it's going to be very interesting. Brian Branch is a guy that would make a lot of sense to the Eagles. That would make a lot of sense. I think you have to trade up if you get him. I think Brian Branch to the Chargers makes a lot of sense. After getting, I always get the name wrong. Chancey Gardner-Johnson, after getting him, I don't see Branch going to the Lions, but after you took Jamar Gibbs at 12, who knows what the Lions are going to do here. And by the way, we're tuned in to ESPN. They're spending a lot of time watching Will Levis, and I'm assuming his girlfriend and his family.
His mom. Yeah.
And so the Lions are spending a lot of time, or ESPN spending a lot of time watching Will Levis as the pick here. Oh no! Lions about to lose their shit.
The way this draft is going, I'm gonna say tight end.
Is there a possibility of a kicker off the board here at 18?
No, it's not the Raiders. That's a Raiders.
Right. We're gonna find out here, but according to Denver Gator, Lions about to lose their shit.
That just reinforces my idea that it's tight end.
It could be tight end.
All right,
Dalton Kincaid. They spent a lot of time at Will Levis. I'm assuming, is that Will Levis's house, or
what do you mean?
That where they're
He's in the green room.
He's in the green. That's the green room. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so
the main
guys,
hall there.
All right, let's see it. All right, hold on. So Keys apparently is like 10 seconds ahead.
Why would they lose? Why would they hate this pick? I love it.
Let's see. Let's hear it. All right, let's see it. Let's see it here. Wow. Okay.
Keys.
Keys.
Get the keys.
They needed linebacker help, and they got one who athletically.
Well, who is it?
Jack Campbell.
I hate this pick.
All right, so 18th overall pick, Jack Campbell, inside linebacker out of Iowa. I know he's one of Key's guy, one of my favorite players in the draft. I thought he was going second round. Lions fans, Jack Campbell, one of Key's favorite players in the draft. A guy that I love. I had him as a second round pick. Man, two major reaches, man.
Yeah,
two major reaches. But this is a day one starter for Lions. There's no way that this guy doesn't start day one. Keys, being that you're a big Iowa fan, tell us about Jack Campbell.
So the athletic comp that I got from him is someone Chiefs fans would be familiar with, and this is going to sound sacrilegious here, blasphemous for me to say this, but Derek Johnson. Like athletically, his Ross scores matched up very closely to Derek Johnson. He was very exciting to watch at Iowa. That number one defense that Iowa had, he was a huge part of it. And so for me, I really like this pick for the Lions who needed linebacker help. So
definitely a day one starter. I thought maybe Drew Sanders was a better prospect, kind of a poor man's Micah Parsons. Trenton Simpson has a little more speed, but smaller. I mean, and by the way, if you didn't get a chance to watch Iowa's defense this year, if you like defensive football, it was a lot of fun to watch. Iowa's defense was a lot of fun to watch. I like the player a lot. 18 is just, I think it's too high. I mean, a couple reaches for Detroit, but the one thing I will say that's different than Gibbs, Jack Campbell's going to start immediately. Like I pencil in 125 tackles, 3 sacks, 3 picks, couple forced fumbles. Going to be a really, really, really good player. And the Buccaneers picks already in. Keys, who's the Bucs going to pick here?
Man, that is a great question. They're showing Levis on my screen.
I that's kind of what I'm thinking too. Gooch, the Bucs at 19. Who do you got?
Let me
Clearly, they ran up.
Let me start with again. I hate that pick. And I've actually got Miles Murphy going to the Bucs.
That would be a great pick.
Yeah.
Miles Murphy's a guy I thought that Detroit might take at 6. I'm a huge Miles Murphy fan. Nolan Smith's a guy I think that would be really good in this defense as well. Yeah, I mean, you could go either one of those guys. You could go Will Levis. They needed some help on the offensive line. I can't see Tampa Bay taking an offensive lineman here at 19. But yeah, Denver Gator. Iowa's defense was so much fun to watch. If their offense would score 17, they'd win 11 plus games every year. You're 100% correct.
Okay, here we go.
Well, we're gonna find a Slasher. You're ahead of us, so we're gonna find out who this pick is. And wow. All right, pick number 19, Kalijah Kancey, defensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. I'm going to be honest with you. I did not see this at all. I thought if you had Levis and Hooker available at 19, I thought you would go quarterback. You're going to go Kalijah Kancey here. I don't hate it, but I'm a little confused by it. Gooch, Kalijah Kancey going 19 to Tampa Bay.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. I'm stunned.
I am too. That's why I'm going to one of you guys because I'm stunned by it. I don't know what to think here.
I just think
it's weird.
I think you need to give Baker some. I think you could have done better. I think Miles Murphy is a far better player. I had Kancey later, like down around the Chiefs. I guess it's just what you think fits, but
yeah. I agree with you about Miles Murphy.
They're actually trying to compare Kancey to Aaron Donald.
I didn't see it. I watched a little bit of Aaron. I'll be honest, I didn't watch a ton of Pitt, but Aaron Donald and Kancey. I didn't see the same type of player. I get you got the same build, you have the same school. I didn't see the same player.
You're right. Yeah, that's Aaron Donald's one. Yeah, I don't see it either. I expected to give them a little chance, a little breathing room. O-line, tight end, give Baker some help. But
Miles Murphy would have made a lot of sense here. I had Miles Murphy and Nolan Smith. Yeah, both of those guys rated higher. By the way, Miles Murphy, we're picking Seattle at 20. Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith
are still available.
Is Will Levis the pick here?
Are we going to say that for every pick?
We are going to say that for every pick. Every pick is Will Levis going to be the guy.
Is this shades of Aaron Rodgers?
Let me ask you this though: could Seattle go quarterback? What after picking Witherspoon, what do you do here if you're? So here's what I mocked originally: Osiris Torrance, one of my draft crushes, guard out of Florida, plug and play guy right here.
I think that's much more likely.
I that's kind of what I see, but I'll be honest.
I think Schneider and Pete are. I think you can almost set your watch by him. And I think this pick is Deonte Banks.
Ooh, you double dip on corners.
Oh.
Now, you know what? I want to hate it, but they did that last year on tackle, and it worked awesome. And Banks is a different type of player than Witherspoon. That's not so far-fetched.
Gives you a lot of versatility back.
You're playing if you're going to play base nickel, A guy like Witherspoon can play inside, outside.
Yeah.
Deontay Banks did a lot of different stuff at Maryland.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, and by the way, Banks around 20, I don't hate that.
No, I don't either. That would be reasonable.
By the way, Slasher agrees with me. Levis going 20 here.
I don't know.
Levis doesn't belong in the first. And Denver Gator, I'll be honest with you. If I was Seattle and I was going to take a quarterback, I would rather take Hendon Hooker here and give him a red shirt year.
Because Geno played well. So, yeah, there's no pressure.
I would go Hendon Hooker, but Denver Gator, for those of you who don't know, Denver Gator does not like Levis. And has nothing to do with the fact that Kentucky beat Florida this year. Nothing to do with that at all. Keys here, before the pick comes in, number 20 to Seattle, who do you think the Seahawks are going to take? I got a tough one for you. That was a tough one.
I'm kind of leaning towards Branch though. I think they're good with cornerbacks, and Geno's contract without looking, it seems like it's fairly locked in for the next 2 years. So if you take a quarterback in the first and he doesn't play until year 3, you got 1 year of him. Then you're basically making his 5th year option decision. Most first contract quarterbacks are getting that extension after year 3. So, I mean, they might do it. To me, I wouldn't, because I don't think it makes a lot of sense. I think you wait till next year and you get your quarterback if you're basically locked into Geno for the next 2 years.
You know, I like Brian Branch. He can get a little creative. He can play free safety. He can play nickel corner. You get him and a guy like Jamal Adams, you can have a lot of fun there. The one thing about the NFC West, it's a run-heavy division, and you got a guy that can do a lot of different things. And Brian Branch is also a guy I don't want to see go to the Chargers at 21. So if Brian Branch isn't picked here at 20, I'm kind of locking in Brian Branch to go to the Chargers. But I've seen a lot of mock drafts where the Chargers are getting a wide receiver or a tight end, and I don't see that at all. But Levis told some friends Carolina they go first. There's a guy I know that put some money. He got fantastic odds. It was like 60-1 that Will Levis would go number 1 overall.
Huh.
Yeah, he put $1,000 down on it. He's a professional gambler. I'm trying to get on the show, but he has $11,000 bet on the draft. I'm gonna hit him up and see how he did. But
you got to find out.
By the way, so apparently ESPN is just locked in on Will Levis, and if you want to see a kid that looks like he's been through hell, watch Aaron Rodgers draft day.
Oh yeah.
I felt so bad for the dude. Yeah, Denver Gator.
Feel bad for. He's still in shoot.
I felt bad. He thought he was going number 1. And he gets chosen like 5 hours later, and he looked like he was going to be sick. It was torture. Yeah, Denver Gator, I agree with you. Hendon Hooker to Seattle, perfect fit.
Here's the thing you got to think about that. Aaron Rodgers slid. What if he did go number 1? Does he have Alex Smith's career? 7 offensive coordinators in 7 years.
He might have. He might have. And then Alex Smith might have had a great career sitting behind Favre.
Right.
And you never know. And that's the one thing about quarterback. You need to have everything around you work out. And I'm not saying Mahomes wouldn't be a great quarterback if he didn't land in Kansas City, but having Alex Smith, having Andy Reid, Matt Nagy, Eric Bieniemy, Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill for a long time. Yeah. All these things contributed to him being the best quarterback in the NFL, despite of some people saying it's Burrow.
And he had Kareem Hunt.
Yeah, Kareem Hunt helped out too for a little bit.
They were drafted together.
Yeah. So the pick is in. I'm kind of curious what Seattle's going to do here. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what Seahawks do. I'm predicting if the Seahawks don't take Brian Branch, that's going to be my pick for the Chargers. And then after the Chargers pick, it's going to be very interesting because I think we could see Kansas City trade up with Baltimore.
Baltimore needs the pick, so
they need the picks. They need the picks.
That's a perfect trade partner.
And by the way, if Kansas City trades up with Baltimore, we're pretty safe to say that it's not going to be for Will Levis.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure they're happy with the current guy.
Now, 22 is where I have a run on wide receivers. The start of a run on wide receivers.
You know what? I left that off there, but we could see Jackson Smith and Jigba, Quentin Johnson, Zay Flowers, all those guys could be it. I think the Chargers take Flowers. There's a lot of mock drafts where the Chargers take wide receiver, but with Nasir Adderley retiring, I that free safety is a hole. And look at the division you're in. You know, you got Mahomes, you got Russell Wilson, you know, Jimmy G. You're probably not too scared on, but I think you have a hole there in the secondary, and you get a playmaker like Brian Branch. That makes a lot of sense to me. But the Chargers don't do things that make sense a lot.
Well, yeah, like their medical staff. If you want to one, go to San Diego.
The Houston Texans. I don't think I agree with that. That what they gave up to move up to 3. I mean, he Will Anderson plays like the next Lawrence Taylor. Then that they gave up a lot.
Yeah, they overpaid.
That's a lot. I think Arizona, which was a team I was really questioning and kind of making fun of, I think what they did is pretty solid. They get a starting left tackle, a lot of draft capital.
Back up. Yeah, Arizona surprised me.
So Denver Gator. I'm kind of curious what this pick is, but I'm kind of excited too because after the Chargers pick, I think the Ravens definitely want to trade down, and I think Kansas City might be the pick. All right, so
first
20,
wide receiver
is this what it is? Okay, so it's Jackson Smith Njigba, wide receiver out of Ohio State. I actually really like this pick. Gooch, you called it.
Yeah. Hey, you got to give that kid some weapons. Geno Smith played well with Kevin Lockett and the shadow of a former receiver over there. Give this guy some and DK Metcalf. I mean, give him Smith and Njigba. I mean, he's not no dummy. That's a really good pick. I like it.
I've been wanting the Chiefs to draft Jackson Smith and Jigba. I've had such a man crush on them. Plays mostly in the slot. And that's going to be perfect for Seattle. Keys, Jackson Smith and Jigba goes to Seahawks at 20. What is your thoughts, brother?
Yeah, I was getting ready to say back with our Chargers pick that, the Chargers and the Broncos saw the building a great defense doesn't work against great offense, teams with great offenses. So, I think this is smart for Seattle because now you have 3 great wide receivers. They still have, even though, he hasn't been anything close to what we expected with the speed he has, they still have Noah Fant at tight end.
Yeah.
And, I think they're giving Geno that extra weapon he didn't have last year that's really going to help. So
absolutely. I mean, look, and you do have some youth, and they spent a lot of money in free agency to reshape that defensive line. So you already improved the defense. I mean, and hopefully Tariq Woolen, I forgot his name earlier, if he improves just a little bit, I mean, you got a stud at corner. Didn't Jamal Adams miss almost all of last year? You get him back. They gave him a lot of money. Really, he had a really good season his first year in Seattle. So, this makes sense. And by the way, this is pretty good value here. Jackson Smith and Jigba going at 20.
Yeah,
excellent value.
Yeah.
All right, so 20. So pick number 21. I think this is going to be Brian Branch. Now, what do you think here? Is there a chance that the Chargers want to go with another wide receiver here?
Maybe they've restructured some contracts because they're paying a lot for their wide receivers, and they don't see the field that often. But that's par for the course for San Diego. Why they keep the same training staff, I have no idea. But that's a conversation for another day. When they already almost killed a player at Arrowhead. Anyway, I don't know. Do they go for another weapon? Try to give Herbert another one? Is this where the tight end go?
This is where I think Meyer goes.
Okay.
Michael Meyer. I've said this a lot. In 2 to 3 years from now, Michael Meyer may be the best tight end in football.
I think one of the things that Herbert can't do not that he can't do, but has been unable to do really, is attack the center of the field because he doesn't have that Kelsey-like
You're
tight
right.
end.
Yeah, he
And
doesn't have that mid-range kind of threat.
right, and I think this is where the Chargers give him another weapon. And I just want to say on the Seahawks pick, kudos to freaking Pete Carroll, because a lot of people were harping on him about not letting Russ cook, and I think it's showing that Pete gives you what he thinks you need based on your skill set. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like he's loading up on weapons for Geno because
right.
Geno can play in the pocket and still chuck the ball down the field. He can play timing routes. He's all good with that. And Russell was better with backyard stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we forget that because he was great, he was really kind of playing outside of a system that Pete set in just to make plays. But if you really look at the Seahawks, they were a great defense and Marshawn Lynch. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And then some deep balls from running around in the pocket by Russell. He got a lot of credit for doing probably the least on those Seahawks teams. And
yeah, when they won Super Bowls, it was one of the greatest defenses of all time in a solid running game.
And so for me, I'm just like, kudos to Pete to show them that the game hasn't passed him by, and he knows how to load his teams up for what certain people need. I mean, that's just, I'm happy for him.
I am too. Pete Carroll, I think he's going to end up in Canton. I for the longest time, I kept on saying he should have stayed in college, and he proved me wrong. Because that USC dynasty is something that, I mean, granted, the NCAA took away the Heisman and one of those national but I mean, for a while that was like, that was like the dominant team in college football. Denver Gator, Walker 3, DK Lockett, yeah. I mean, kudos to Seattle. Seattle came in second behind Houston, according to Jason Peterson 8. I don't agree with your Houston statement, but I love what Seattle did. I love what Seattle did. And the Chargers pick is already in. Wow. Slasher, I don't agree. I think that there could be a team that trades up in the trades into the first round. Philly at 30 could trade down. I think Kansas City is going to trade up, but if Kansas City doesn't get a player that they like, could they trade out of round one? I think that's a possibility.
Very possible.
The Saints at 29 could definitely trade out. Cincinnati's a team that could also trade out. So not completely, but the Chargers picks in. It came in pretty fast.
Really fast.
Yeah, I think it's Brian Branch here, but we've mentioned several different names. Dalton Kincaid, Meyer, another wide receiver.
I really like the tight end idea.
Did I miss it? Is Joey Porter Jr. still available?
No, he's available.
I mean, I know they spent a lot of money last year in the free agent
Quentin
corner,
Johnson.
in the free agent corner out of from New England, but
here's the run.
So you're right, Gooch. And Quentin Johnson, my number one wide receiver, is off the board. Another big physical wide receiver goes to the Chargers. Keys, Quentin Johnson, my wide receiver number one, goes to the Chargers. What are your thoughts?
I mean, like I said, I figured they were going offense here. I just thought they might go tight end instead. But now I would expect that probably tomorrow with that new Kellen Moore offense in here. So, yeah, I mean, it's good for Herbert. This move so far is good for Herbert, bringing in Kellen Moore and getting rid of that stupid offense that they had the last couple of years has been good for Herbert. So, good for Herbert, good for Chargers fans, maybe a little anxiety provoking for the rest of the AFC West, just a little bit.
Well, the one thing I will say is that I would like it a lot more if the Chargers had a more competent offensive-minded coaching staff. I mean, Kellen Moore, I'm kind of anxious what he could do here, but I mean, you can't fault the Chargers for not giving him weapons. I mean, there's a lot of mock drafts of the wide receiver. I still thought Brian Branch made a lot of sense going to the defensive side of the ball, but like he said earlier, hey, look, you're in the AFC West. You're not going to hold Kansas City to 17 points. So just let's try to win shootouts. And he was my number one wide receiver. He reminds me a lot of Julio Jones, raw. This is a raw player. Like he's not going to run a full route tree, but in a couple of years from now, we could be looking at one of the best wide receivers in football.
Well, I want to know what the Vegas over-under will be. And actually, since he's going to San Diego, how many games does he actually play in the season?
I don't know, but the Chargers were going to the Super Bowl this next year for about the last 7 months.
Right. The last 15, 20 years.
Doesn't move
Right.
the needle there.
I know, yeah. Sports Illustrated, I picked them to win the division in February. That was the earliest I saw this year.
Is that for
Gooch.
2023 or
He'll play prime on
2024?
the injured list. That's all we do now.
Gooch, my number one wide receiver goes to the Chargers. What are your thoughts, brother?
I mean, it's a smart pick because those other two receivers can't seem to stay healthy for 16 games. I still would have went tight end.
Same here.
But, I mean, it's not a bad pick. I actually had him mocked to the Giants 2 picks later. But overall, good pick, smart pick, in my opinion. I personally would have went tight end, but that's just me. And maybe I'm spoiled because I'm watching all these tight ends that,
Hey, I had Dalton Kincaid going off the board by now. Dalton Kincaid, I'd be shocked if the Ravens picked a tight end, but I mean, here's the thing with the next two teams. We got Baltimore at 22, Minnesota 23. Both these teams only have 5 picks. Both these teams do not have a second round pick. So I think that one or two of these teams could trade down. And Slasher has a good point. I thought Joey Porter Jr. would be off the board by now. Joey Porter Jr. in Baltimore would be an excellent pick. Joey Porter Jr. to Baltimore, wouldn't that be kind of fun?
Oh, yeah, that would be
Wouldn't
great.
that be kind of fun? Yeah.
Aren't they only allowed to draft tight ends and edge rushers in Baltimore?
we still have Dalton Kincaid. Jack Campbell wasn't too bad. I want to be very clear, One Pride 40. I love Jack Campbell as a player. I think he's very solid. I just think he was a reach. Very
hated
solid.
that pick.
Yeah, it's not the players for the Lions, it's the value.
So I want to be very clear. I love Jack Campbell. Probably 125 tackles, 3 sacks, 3 interceptions, 3 forced fumbles. You're going to get a stat filler, really solid player. 18 was too high. But
it's interesting though.
I'm not liking the Lions draft so far.
It's interesting. Like, I hate that pick right there, but I had him mocked to the Lions in the second round.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Top of the second round, I would have been very happy if the Lions traded up somewhere in the 30s and got him 18. Come on, Campbell, drafted by Campbell. Let's go. He's a. I don't know why I didn't put that together. And by the way, Campbell is a thumper. He's really good. I don't like bashing on a guy that I like. I liked Campbell. I didn't like him going top 20.
You just don't think the value, he could have still been there later and got it at a better value and maybe addressed a different point of need with the higher pay.
I did have Campbell rated higher than Jahmyr Gibbs.
Ooh.
So, I mean, I think I'm done bashing on the Lions for at least a few minutes. I mean, I don't like their picks, but yeah. Yeah, he is a good player. Campbell will start day one. This is a fact. He's going to be a day one starter. He's going to enter training camp. He's going to be a day one starter. You're One Pride 40. You're going to like him. If you don't know enough about him, if you haven't watched any Iowa football, you're in Big Ten country, so you're going to like him. You are going to like him. Denver Gator. I would not be surprised if Dallas is trading with Baltimore right now for Dalton Kincaid. I think that they are in love with Kincaid. I could see them going Meyer. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if Branch goes to the Cowboys. The pick is in, and this does not look like a trade for the Ravens. I actually thought that the Ravens would trade this pick here. Thoughts here, guys? Gooch, who do you think the Ravens are taking at 22? Are they going up with a Bama player?
Honestly, I thought this would be where the Chiefs would trade up
I did
Yeah,
too.
that's what I thought.
because I have Zay Flowers going right now.
Oh,
Ooh. They pass on a Bama pick and take Zay Flowers.
3 straight wideouts.
You know, Keys. Who do you have here going 22 to the Ravens?
Man, I want to say edge here.
Not
I
Miles
was partially
Murphy would be a
joking about
great
it, but-
pick. Miles Murphy and Nolan Smith should be off the board by now. Nolan Smith should definitely be off the board by now.
Oh snap! It is the Ravens. It could be Nolan Smith right now.
I mean, you know, I fully expected after Lamar Jackson was signed that the Ravens would definitely trade down right here. They only have 5
it's
picks.
still possible. We don't know. I mean, like, could the Cowboys have tried to jump into the first round? Who knows?
Well, I thought I still do. I think that the Dallas Cowboys love Dalton Kincaid. I really think that 22 and 23 is a really good spot to trade up.
Yeah.
But it says the picks in, and the way the Ravens fans are reacting, it looks like a player was chosen. I'm looking at Keys' reaction. So Keys is about 30 seconds ahead of
Right.
us. So Keys does not like this pick. Brian Branch makes a lot
Zay
of
Flowers.
sense. So we're going to find out who the pick is here. How are you 10 seconds ahead of me? So,
Because I'm
all right. So Zay Flowers is the pick
pay
here.
attention.
So yeah, you see your iPod or your iPad
iPad.
is like 10 seconds ahead of the TV. So
I know, and I'm not even using. I'm hotspotting through my phone.
really,
You think it'd be more delay?
it should be more of a delay. And I have Google Fiber, which I love.
Me too. That's what I
yeah,
have.
yeah. All right, so Zay Flowers is the pick. I'm a little surprised by this. Keys, I'm going to go with you here, man. Gooch did call it.
Yeah, he
So
did.
so since Gooch called, you know what? Since Gooch called it,
He leads
Gooch,
off.
Gooch,
Yeah.
go.
This is yours,
Go.
baby.
This is all you.
Well, look, he's the reason why I thought the Chiefs would get him, not because everybody's like, oh, he's working out with Mahomes. He's what the Chiefs like at wide receiver. He's small, he's fast, he's a pretty decent route runner. You can do the gadget stuff with him. That's where I really thought, like, okay, we'll trade up and nail him and get Mahomes another weapon just in case somebody like Justin Ross isn't healthy or, you know, something like that. I just assumed that he fit that mold. I mean, he's a good receiver. He fights through the catch. He does everything right. I don't think he's a solid route runner yet, but I mean, if you want me to be honest, who better to learn from than OBJ, you know, and how to play the receiver position. So I like it, especially after giving Lamar $185 million. Now you better commit to him and get him some weapons over there. Otherwise, in 3 years, he's gonna be like, restructure or trade me.
I'll be honest. I'm kind of surprised about this myself here, Mike. Okay, so Zay Flowers goes to Baltimore at 22 here. I mean, what's your thoughts here?
It's a waste. I'd prefer him to go somewhere where he could actually get the ball. A quarterback could actually throw it to him. I disagree with Keys on this. Gooch. I didn't like him to the Chiefs, not because of his talent, not at all. Too much of the same player. And I think they need to mix and have more variety in their wide receiver core. So I was concerned with the Chiefs picking him up. But I just don't like him going to Baltimore because I think he's kind of, the talent's wasted. Now, it's good for him to learn maybe a socket contract. He's on a different team, and he can spend that time developing with Baltimore. But I just think he's wasted on the Baltimore Ravens.
I'll be honest. I'm kind of floored. I'm really, really floored that they did not trade this pick. But taking a wide receiver. I could have seen Kansas City trading up to 22 and drafting Flowers, even though I like Johnson and Jackson Smith and Jigba a little more. Ravens fans are going nuts. They like it. I personally, if there was somebody that you could have traded down with, I was stockpiled on draft picks because I think there are some holes. But This will be interesting.
It would have been good to trade with the Cowboys if the Cowboys were interested in moving up because, Jerry Jones ain't the best general manager. You probably could have fleeced him for a couple extra picks. So,
it'll be interesting here. So Minnesota has 4 minutes left. I've been saying this a lot. Is this where Will Levis goes? All right, I've been saying this a lot.
You skipped it for a few picks.
I skipped it for a few picks. Well, Jacksonville's definitely not taking a quarterback. Keys.
No, Jacksonville definitely.
23 Minnesota, under 4 minutes left on the clock here. Who's going to be the pick? Or is this where Kansas City trades up and gets somebody?
I don't think the Vikings trade down.
I'm really starting to wonder if Kansas City's going to trade at all.
Yeah, they're running out of time.
If they do, it might be the Giants. But, I think there's enough players in Veach's pocket of players that they want from various positions that at this point they might feel they're going to get someone that falls to 31 or much closer to them to where they only have to really worry about leapfrogging the Bengals, past there. I don't know. To me, that seemed like the best remaining spot for Levis, but as you said, somebody can trade up for it. But
yeah, is worth of the Vikings reach for Cody Mock or something?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think this would be a lot of sense. If you don't take a quarterback, I think you need to trade down, get some more picks. You got a lot of holes to fill in that defense.
They do.
You have Brian Flores coming over as a new defensive coordinator. But Gooch here. We're about at 2.5 minutes left for the Vikings to pick. Who do you think they take in round one?
I really think there's really only 3 choices for him here. It's either Levis at quarterback. Noah Smith hasn't been drafted yet, right?
No. Noah Smith and Miles Murphy would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
It would make a lot of sense.
Hear me out. Jordan Addison.
That also makes a lot of sense. Jordan Addison would be a great pick here.
Great pick.
I've been knocking Jordan Addison to Buffalo, but Jordan Addison would be a great pick here for the Vikings. Excellent pick.
I mean, Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Put them together. You lose Thielen, you get a guy in Addison, a little more explosive, a little more playmaking ability. I could see that.
That is an interesting idea.
Well, let me throw this out at you. I'm starting to lose it here a little bit. I'm looking through here. What about Joey Porter Jr.?
Yeah, he's still available.
What about Joey Porter Jr.?
You ready for this?
You go Joey Porter Jr. here.
Now listen, hear me out. You ready for this?
All right.
Yeah.
Kansas City.
I think that this would be a great move here. Kansas City could trade up here.
Now,
I was thinking for a wide receiver, could I wouldn't mind Jordan Addison in Kansas City.
This is what I'm thinking. Okay. Snead is going to end up playing himself out of Kansas City.
Oh.
So you get you a Joey
That's
Porter
a good
Jr.
point.
You get a Joey Porter Jr., Snead, and McDuffie for the couple years that you can have Snead. And then when Snead leaves, Joey and then McDuffie, and you draft somebody else to play that slot in the next couple of years, with Brian Cook and Reed back there,
what about Deontay Banks?
That would be a good one too.
Yeah. Oh, please let Levis drop to second. I will talk so much. You know what? Pittsburgh has the first pick in the second round, and I could see Pittsburgh just holding an auction block up, and I think there'd be a handful of teams that would be interested. It says the pick is in. As soon as it comes up, we will find out. Is there a chance that Minnesota wants to take Kincaid here?
Oh, that would be good. Get him another weapon.
Have 2 tight ends, like 2 big tight ends there.
I mean, here's the thing about Kincaid is that he's a tight end in name only. I mean, I hate to say this, but he reminds me a lot of Kelsey. I think like you draft a guy like Kincaid, you split him out wide. He's just basically a big wide receiver.
But you run 12 personnel with that and go, yeah, that would be interesting.
Well,
I like Gooch's theory too, because you have Chiefs 3 corners will be coming off their first contract at the same time.
We didn't talk about this at all yet, but we were going to talk about the players that Kansas City could take. It wouldn't surprise me if Kansas City takes a corner.
It wouldn't.
Jalen Watson or Joshua Williams, you may just try them out at safety because they've asked their free safeties to play a lot of slot corner. Why not take a former corner, play them at safety?
And a lot of time they do that. They start them out that way and then move them back to safety so they can learn coverage skills.
I mean, the one thing the Chiefs do have a hole in is free safety.
Right tackle,
have a hole
too.
at free safety. We also have a hole at right tackle.
That's the most glaring one.
So we're going to take a look here, and the pick is in. And this time I'm going to watch the iPad. So I can
this is all making sense to me. I completely understand what's going on in this first round.
Jordan Addison.
Okay, so the pick is Jordan Addison, wide receiver out of USC. I think this is a great pick for the Vikings. I absolutely love this. Maybe an upgrade. Now, keep in mind, I'm not talking upgrade from peak Thielen.
But current Thielen, yes.
Yeah. Is this an upgrade over Adam Thielen for 2022? The answer is yes. I think so. I really like this. Here's the deal. Hawkinson and Dalton Kincaid are completely different players. Completely different players. And I'm just spitballing because I thought Dalton Kincaid could go top 10. And he's still available. We're at 24. I mean, Nolan Smith is a guy I thought would be gone by now. Miles Murphy's a guy I thought that could go to 6. I mean, and Hawkinson's a tight end. Dalton Kincaid's a tight end, so that's kind of the difference. But Jordan Addison, I think this is a great pick here. I mean, this to me is just, wait a minute. We have a possible trade here. The Jaguars
to the Giants.
So the Jaguars and the Giants are going to flip-flop picks. Who does New York want bad enough to give up an extra pick?
This is Dalton.
It's got to be an offensive weapon.
I'm thinking. Well, here's the deal, though. You just traded for Darren Waller.
Darren Waller, yeah.
So why would you go Kincaid here?
But he hasn't been healthy. So
because Darren Waller hasn't played a full season since he's been in the NFL.
That's a possible. So that could be. By the way, if you're the Giants, you also do this to try to give it to Dallas. So
yeah.
That's where I had Kincaid going.
To the Giants.
No, to the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys love Dalton Kincaid. So
hopefully somebody else takes him.
Yeah, hey Jason, we're not the grammar Nazis here, man. We nobody looked at this and said we don't know what you're talking about. So it doesn't. I don't care. I'm pretty sure Mike doesn't care. We get you. We got you. We do not worry about this.
Right.
We'll get some details.
Jason, these guys work with me. They're not worried about that. That's the last thing they're looking at, brother.
We're going to try as soon as they're available. We'll give you the details for the Jaguars Giants flip. I'm thinking probably a 4th or a 5th.
It can't be much.
It's not going to be much. You gave up, I think it was a 3rd round pick for Waller. It's going to be interesting here because I could see Kincaid, but it's a little interesting, man. I mean, you trade Waller. Let me ask you this here, because Waller's more of a wide receiver. What about Michael Mayer?
Ooh.
There was a lot of talk that the Cowboys like Michael Mayer. Gooch, so you're thinking it's Kincaid here?
If they're going to try and stick it to the Cowboys, I think so. If they're trying to get another weapon for Daniel Jones, and you have to remember Saquon hasn't signed his tender yet. I mean, obviously he will.
We forgot about that.
There's another possibility too.
But hear me out. Now I'm thinking they're reaching. So somebody, let's say wide receiver John Hyatt or
Ooh.
Hyatt would be a lot of fun.
or Zach Charbonnet at running back.
Oh,
Chardonnay, it would be a little early for Chardonnay, but he's a guy I really, really like. Denver Gator, is it a flip of the 5th and 7th, or is it a 5th and 7th?
It's both. It's 160 and 240.
That's I'll be honest with you, that's a lot, and it's not a lot as far as like if you add them up together, but you're giving away 2 draft picks to Jacksonville. That's quite a lot. I gotta think it's for somebody. I gotta think Dalton Kincaid here, because I think the Cowboys really love Kincaid. You could try to go Mike Meyer as well. Kudos to Jacksonville for moving down 1 spot and getting 2 extra draft picks.
Yeah, that was
great
smart.
job.
So obviously the Jacks, they think whoever they're going for, the Cowboys want it. They had to move.
That's exactly what. Yeah, and then Jacksonville. I've been mocking the Jacksonville corner. I've been mocking Kelly Ringo.
Well, they draft after them. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've been mocking a corner. I've been mocking a corner for Jacksonville. I think this is a great move by Jacksonville. You get 2 late round picks.
That's a smart move.
Great move. You have your choice of corners here. You could go Joey Porter. By the way, Joey Porter Jr. to Jacksonville at 25. What a great pick that would
move,
be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Deontay Banks is another guy that could go really high. A player that I'm personally really high on. But Joey Porter Jr. For Jacksonville would be a great pick. I don't think the Jaguars draft Porter. There's a few things that Jacksonville can do, but they have a hole at corner. Yeah. I could go Kelly Ringo. I can go Deontay Banks. Joey Porter Jr. is for me, maybe, well, we'll find out what the Giants could do, but he might be the best player available. Jacksonville could also trade down again. Maybe
Brian Dayball's on the phone with him. I think it's an offensive player or Brian Branch.
Who knows?
Ooh, Brian Branch would be a great fit.
That's
Brian Branch would be a great fit. Brian Branch is a guy I really thought would be gone by now. I mean, how did he get past both the Chargers and Baltimore? Let me ask you this here, because we've been talking. We mentioned hole at free safety. When if Brian Branch is available at 31?
Grab him.
I don't see how you just don't make that move immediately.
How many years does Reed have on his contract? Like 2?
Brian Branch, day 1 starter at free safety. It would. That's a plug and play move, and that I wouldn't have thought he was available, to be honest with you. I wouldn't have thought he was available. That would be great.
Then you can move on from Reed at the end of his contract and have a replacement already in house.
And best part is a guy like Branch, he can play corner and safety. So he starts at safety, and if Snead wants a lot of money, you say, hey, good luck.
Yeah,
enjoy it.
If you look at Veach's how Veach is managing things, he's not going to overpay unless it's Mahomes. After that,
hey, he'll play hardball. This is interesting. I'll be honest. I don't care who the Giants pick. I really like what Jacksonville did, getting 2 extra draft picks. That's a great pick. Great job by Jacksonville. And we're going to see
Deontay Banks.
So here's the deal. Wink Martindale, former Ravens defensive coordinator, he's going to have a lot of fun with this kid. The best part about Banks, he played in a lot of different defenses. They used him in a lot of different ways. How you pass up Joey Porter Jr.
Is there something we all don't know?
That's a possibility. So if Jacksonville takes a corner here, I would be a little concerned. I'm not really sure about was Dallas really itching to take a corner after trading for Stephon Gilmore?
I don't know. I don't understand.
This trade doesn't make okay. I don't have a problem with the Giants going 25-24, but I don't get it. I really, really don't get it. And Jacksonville is going to trade this with Buffalo. So Jacksonville, we're going to try to get some details. Ed Keys, do you have the information by any chance with what the Bills gave up to move?
I'll look for it here in a second.
All right.
See if I can
All
find
right. So Jacksonville trades from 24 to 25 and now from 25 to 27. Great job by Jacksonville. I don't understand. Slasher's preaching to the choir here. I just don't understand how you draft Banks over Porter. He's good, but the competition Porter faced and Banks faced last year is a landslide of a difference. Well, they played in the same conference, so I don't really agree with that. But I think Porter was a significantly better player. Porter was a first-round corner all day. Banks really had a second, third-round grade and then aced the combine. Now, keep in mind, Wink Martindale loves athletic, big, physical corners, but isn't that what you got in Joey Porter Jr.?
Yeah, he seemed to fit the mold.
I don't get it. And so let's say I think Jacksonville just did a fantastic job. You get 2 extra picks. Obviously they weren't going to take Deonte Banks.
No.
And now they have a trade with Buffalo. Why is Buffalo leapfrogging Dallas? Is Buffalo going to take? Are they going to take Kincaid here?
I'd almost think cornerback, because it seems like there's been a run on cornerback. I don't know why you jump up this high. Like,
I don't know why you try to leapfrog Dallas for a corner. That doesn't make any sense.
Unless they were trying to leapfrog us and stop us from leapfrogging them again.
For us to take a corner?
Could it be they were trying to leapfrog Cincinnati from moving up?
That maybe. I'll admit here, this is a lot of fun. I love it, but I'm not seeing the logic. Exactly.
I think you do it for Nolan Smith, because the way they like to rotate.
Nolan. What about Miles Murphy here? Miles Murphy or Nolan? Nolan Smith, I think, would really be a lot of fun. I mean, bottom line, if you're the Bills, you want to beat Kansas City.
No, you want to beat Cincinnati. So you get Nolan Smith because he's going to get 15 sacks on Concrete Feet Jr.
Hey, your goal is to beat Cincinnati so you can lose to Kansas City. I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
You at least got to get to the AFC Championship game, and they showed that. I mean, they just embarrassed the Bills last year.
Right.
So, and hey, listen, everybody should be honest. The first game that they got thrown out, they were looking to get their teeth stomped in. The way that game was looking.
Oh, yeah.
For 5 quarters, 4.5 quarters, it looked like the Bills were utterly going to get dominated by the Bengals. So I think that seriously has to be the threat number. Well, not just threat number 1, because now you have to worry about the rest of your division. So,
yeah, no, that's interesting.
I do have the details for you on the Bills and Jags.
Let's hear it.
Yeah.
So Jags got 27, so they swapped, and they got 130.
Okay, so 4th round pick.
So they picked up 3 picks here.
What a great job by Jacksonville so far. Let's see what they do. Denver Gator. Detroit has 3 second-round picks.
Oh, to be Will Levis right now.
Yeah, Levis. She's not terrible. Let's just say she's not terrible.
I think having
So we're going to find out what Buffalo did.
You have fully entered the man portion of the show, ladies.
All right, so Nolan Smith's a possibility. I think Miles Murphy's a possibility. Any chance they want to go Dalton Kincaid?
Oh, that would be a good pick.
I mean, you gotta give Josh Allen some weapons. So
I
and as you said, he's just a tight end in name only. So I think it makes some sense there.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Is there any possibility Joey Porter Jr.'s to pick? You went corner last year. Kasira Elam. What? I don't care what anybody in Buffalo says. They wanted Trent McDuffie bad, and they wanted Trent McDuffie bad. So,
Well, I mean,
Or this could be your Brian Branch pick.
I would hate that. I would absolutely hate that. We didn't talk about it, but they lost their starting linebacker in free agency. You could go Drew Sanders out of Arkansas, the big linebacker, kind of a poor man, Micah Parsons, where he was used at Alabama as a part-time defensive end. You can get creative with a piece like that. It's not exactly what Buffalo likes to do. Trenton Simpson's another pick, the speedy linebacker out of Clemson. That could also work out. And by the way, we missed Big Chief Sean here. I invited Big Chief Sean to come in.
Called it.
All right, so
Sorry.
that's all right, man. Called it who? No, announce it. Announce it for everybody.
Kincaid.
Dalton Kincaid.
All right, so Dalton Kincaid, tight end out of Utah. This is. I think you make this pick. I've been saying this for a while. I think Dallas has a man crush on Kincaid. This is a really, really, really good football player. Buffalo. I think Buffalo did a good job trading up and getting a weapon like Kincaid. Kudos to Buffalo.
Getting past the Cowboys.
And this is also a really great job by Jacksonville. I don't think Jacksonville has an interest with Kincaid. Keep in mind they already got Stephen. It's Calvin Ridley. I always get the two names mixed up. But anyway, you get Calvin Ridley as an additional weapon. You do have a hole at tackle. We didn't talk about this yet, but Jacksonville, Cam Robinson's going to be suspended. We don't know the length of the suspension. But it's a key piece at left tackle. There's probably not a left tackle that you want to take in round one right now if you're Jacksonville.
And Jawan Taylor went to Kansas City, so that's left tackle and right tackle.
Yeah, last year they drafted Walker Little in the second round. He took over in the playoffs at left tackle. He didn't play bad. I mean, second round rookie didn't play bad, but he's probably going to be slated to start on the right side. He'll be taking over as the left side. Cody Mock's a possibility for Jacksonville.
Yeah, Cody.
Dallas here, I'm gonna throw out a name that they have a hole at guard. My guy Osiris Torrance would be a plug and play guy for Dallas.
Oh yeah,
that would be a great fit for the Dallas Cowboys. But I do think Dallas would have taken Dalton Kincaid, or at least considered him. Great pick by the Bills, though. Great job by Buffalo. Yeah, I hate to give Buffalo any credit. So does this move make them competitive with Cincinnati now?
I think you have to. Again, like I've said earlier, I think the theme is for a lot of these playoff contenders, the legit ones, is you have to add offense. If you look at the Super Bowl last year, you had the Eagles had the number one offense and defense, and they still lost the Super Bowl.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Before you go, they held Kansas City to 10 points in the first half, though.
Okay. That's nice. And Joe Burrow is, what, 2-0 in the regular season against the Chiefs? 1-1 in the playoffs. Josh Allen is, what, 3-0 in the regular season against the Chiefs and 0-2 against the Chiefs in the playoffs. So why the halves and regular season matters. All that matters is what happened at the end of the game. Again, we saw great defenses. The Chargers had, Brandon Staley is an idiot out there as a defensive coordinator.
So
as a defensive coordinator, he's not an idiot as a defensive coordinator. Vic Fangio wasn't
a great defensive coordinator, just not a good head coach, and we've seen lots of coordinators. So it occurred to me. So it wasn't you. It was, how about them Chiefs on Twitter that somebody posted on there that the Eagles dominated the first half of the Super Bowl. I thought it was somebody tweeting that the Keys. That's why I made that comment. I got my Twitter Chiefs fans mixed up, so I apologize.
I gotta say, okay. I love the Cowboys draft room. It looks like the conference room on the Death Star in Star Wars. Maybe they'll show it again. It is hilarious.
We can't show that because so there was rumors that Michael Meyer was a player that the Cowboys loved. But if I'm the Cowboys, you have a hole there at guard. Osiris Torrance makes a lot of sense. I easily the best guard in the draft. I have a big man crush on Osiris Torrance. And one thing that Mike was talking about earlier is that, look, next year we're probably going to lose one of our guards in free agency. I would hate to use a first round pick on a guard, but Osiris Torrance, I love this guy. And so right now we're watching ESPN and they're showing highlights of Michael Mayer, and it wouldn't surprise me if Dallas goes in this direction. But Osiris Torrance is plug and play at a position you really need at offensive line. So
Dallas is using all their time up.
They are. I'm wondering if there's a trade.
They're acting like a team that had their player taken from them.
We've mentioned this a few times. Is there a chance Kansas City wants to trade up? But I can't see Kansas City needing to trade up over Jacksonville for a player.
But Cincinnati.
That's a possibility.
Right.
That's also a possibility. This is going to be interesting because we're at 1 minute and we don't have any. So it's kind of funny. Dallas,
that's the Death Star.
That is kind of cool.
I know.
But here's the thing: so now the Dallas front office, everybody's clapping, and so they're happy they got somebody. It's just a question of who. Bills, great job by the Bills. Great job by the Bills. Eric and Andy and Bieniemy also penned Jonathan.
Andy and Bieniemy also. Exactly.
Yeah.
That was already a done deal.
Well, let me ask you this here. I mean, it's not really a need, but what about Nolan Smith here?
What about Levis and they jettison Elliott? I mean, not Elliott, Dak Prescott.
That would
be a far fetched.
I don't see.
No,
that.
I don't see it either.
I don't
know
either.
what they're doing. The Cowboys, Jerry Jones, he needs to hire a real general manager.
Well, I mean, you Drew Sanders, an Arkansas kid.
I
would be kind of floored if they did that. But I mean, when you look at the Cowboys, what do they like? Great athletes, Arkansas players. I mean, Jerry Jones went to Arkansas.
Yeah, and you get a lot of Cowboys fans over the border and stuff.
Yeah, so I mean that could make sense. Michael Mayer. I mean, it's been a fun draft. We have some questions, and you know what the thing is that there's a lot of players we thought that would be gone that are available. If you're a Chiefs fan and you wanted the Chiefs to draft the defensive end, Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy in the Chiefs defense should be a double-digit sack guy day one. Ooh. If you liked Karlaftis, you should fall in love with Miles Murphy. Okay. I mean, just Miles Murphy to Kansas City this late in the draft would be a steal.
Could they possibly trade with Jacksonville?
I was going to ask that.
Grab their guy.
You have that Doug relationship there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Seriously, if Jacksonville traded down twice, because by the way, Cincinnati could definitely take a defensive end.
Yeah,
they absolutely could take a defensive end. So it'll be interesting. Yeah. By the way, Cincinnati could also take Brian Branch, which would really suck. So we're going to find out what the Cowboys are doing here.
Smith.
All right. So what they did is they took Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle out of Michigan. Keys, your thoughts on this?
I think it's a good move for him. I thought they might have went offense, but yeah, I think it can make some sense for him. You got that Eagles rushing attack and all those fourth down quarterback sneaks. So I think it makes sense to add to that defense there inside.
All right, Gooch, Mozzie Smith goes 26 to Dallas, the big defensive tackle out of Michigan. What are your thoughts, brother?
I think it's a reach, but not by much. I had him early second round, like super early second round.
No.
So I mean, it's I guess you're not getting max value for the pick, but it's a good pick overall.
Okay.
He's right in that vicinity of where he should be drafted. And, usually you can count on Jerry for making boneheaded moves during the draft. This is actually a reasonable pick. Although, with Nolan Smith still out there and Miles Murphy still out there, I'd probably be quicker on the trigger with them, but decent pick. I mean, if I had to grade it, it's a B.
Could you imagine Nolan and Micah Parsons both coming off?
That's kind of what I was thinking. Mike, Mozzie Smith, I noticed that you were kind of going through there. What are your thoughts here? Mozzie Smith going to Dallas.
I think it's fine. It's not, like a home run, but everything I saw and looked at, high second round. So not a real huge stretch at this point. He's big. He's athletic. He's got some good moves. I think it's a decent defensive pick. You're going to have to play the Eagles. You're going to have to get past them if you want to go anywhere. I like it. It's not – they didn't do anything crazy. Reached a little, but not – it wasn't Jerry Jones-like. It wasn't abnormal, really wild, head-scratcher. It's a pretty good pick.
Well, I'm going to say this. He's probably not going to be available in the second round when he picks, but a slasher, a Dallas, I think they reached big time. Look, you got Miles Murphy, you have Nolan Smith, you have Michael Meyer, you have Steve Avila, you have Osiris Torrance. All these guys would be better fits. Brian Branch.
True.
I really don't like it. I really don't like it.
Well,
I get it.
you're
You're in a run heavy division. I get that, but this is not a guy that should have gone in the first round when there was about 6 or 7 players I just rattled off like bam, 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 bam. That would be better picks and higher value.
Yeah.
So
you do have a good point.
It does not. No, it doesn't seem like a typical Jerry Jones move. I will say this: he's probably going to be. So here's the deal. This is Mozzie Smith's not a guy. He's a 3-down player. This is a guy that's going to come off the field on 3rd down. So picking him at 26 is kind of high. Yeah.
I think we're all agreed on that part.
No, hang on. It wasn't a major reach, but two, if you're really looking at it, a lot of these defenses, most of their guys don't play 3 downs anymore. They're rotating out after 2 downs or 1 down or whatever. So you don't need Chris Jones, Aaron Donald. These guys are a dying breed that play 95% of the defensive line snaps or more. You know what I'm saying?
I'm reading what Slasher says. Miles Murphy would be a 3-down player in Dallas.
I still think it's good. If you and people can call me crazy, but to me, now it is a 2-team race in the NFC. The Eagles and the 49ers are clearly much better than everyone else. And to me, I'm fine with the move because they are great running teams. And so, as they always say, you got to work for the right to rush the pass rusher. So, who cares if he's only 2? And I get the value argument. I get it. But at the end of the day, who cares that he can only play 1st and 2nd down if he gets you the right to rush the passer on 3rd down against the Eagles and against the 49ers.
That is a good point. But they have a hole at guard, and you have Osiris Torrance, the best guard available in the draft. I mean, this is plug and play, and you still have a hole in the offensive line. You may be able to fill that hole in round 2. Instead, you go with a round 2 player. I don't like this pick at all. But I will say this is that there are some players that are sliding really far in this draft. Nolan Smith, I would have thought was impossible for Kansas City to get. Miles Murphy is another pick. Brian Branch is somebody else.
Well, this is Brian Branch off the board right now, and you keep saying his name, so I'm just gonna throw it out there.
You know what? Jacksonville was fast with this. They got some extra draft picks, and if they take Brian Branch, and by the way, if Jacksonville took Brian Branch at 24, I would have been okay. This is a good pick. But the fact that they trade down twice and get a guy like Brian Branch, I might say that Jacksonville probably wins this draft if they do well with these other picks.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
I have Osiris Torrance going to the Bengals.
Ooh, God, that would suck. God, I would hate that.
I guess I got to think if the Chiefs move up, this is the pick.
Concrete feet need somebody beside him.
You know what? They drafted a corner a couple of years ago. He was playing the nickel, and I'm drawing a complete blank on the guy's name out of Michigan, too. A player I really like, too.
Hey, Dan, hang on.
Oh,
Will Levis had two different chicks sitting next to him.
I think one is his sister. Because I remember him talking about his family and everything. But I'll have to admit, I really thought that we would see
he did play in Kentucky.
Hooker gone by now. And the fact that both are available this late in the draft is kind of interesting. This is interesting. So, the pick is Anton Harrison, tackle out of Oklahoma. He replaces Jawan Taylor as starter on the right side. We talked about the Cam Robinson suspension. I don't hate this pick. Gooch, Anton Harrison goes to Jacksonville at 27. What are your thoughts?
Solid pick. I actually had it mocked to the Chiefs at 31 to play the right side. So I can't be mad at it because I actually liked the player. And for Jacksonville, it's a smart move. You lose Juwan, and you replace him with somebody equally as athletic from a school that does nothing but produce offensive linemen. So overall, good pick. I mean, and it's not a reach. I had him at 31. So I like it.
All right. All right. Keys, man. Anton Harrison, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma, going to Jacksonville at 27, man. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, like Gooch said, I mean, I think this makes a lot of sense replacing Juwan Taylor, and you're doing so at a huge fraction of the price. Like, there's no guarantee that the Jags would have had to pay him the $20 million a year KC did, but it would have still been a lot and way more than they should have been willing to pay a right tackle. So, they let him walk, they get a new one. Yeah, I think this is a great pick. Now, my thing is, the Eagles are 3 picks away, and you have Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith, and Joey Porter Jr. still on the clock. Is the NFL really going to let them get one of those 3 players?
Well, you know what? The Bengals made their pick fast.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the Bengals did not waste any time. I'm kind of interested. Oh, look who comes in here.
They could use Michael Meyer themselves. I'm sure they go defense, but they could use them because
they could. Here, look who comes in.
Hey, we need a happy birthday.
Yeah, it was Chad's birthday yesterday. So the only thing we don't know is like how much blow did he do for his birthday?
I don't know. I saw him today, and he kept rubbing his nose, so I think he got a little crazy with it.
Happy birthday late, Chad. Happy birthday late, man.
I'm sure it was energy drinks.
By the way, the Steelers have the very first pick in the second round, and if the Steelers are able to get Joey Porter Jr., oh god,
that's a no-brainer.
Oh god, that would be awesome. And by the way, Slasher, the Eagles getting Nolan Smith at 30, that's just not fair.
No,
it's not fair at all. I'm kind of curious who the Bengals took here because they were fast.
They lost their finesse tight end, so
we keep talking about offensive linemen, but everything I really think that they're going to give Niang the opportunity to play that right side. And if not him, Trey Smith is coming to his own. We still got the kid from Kentucky who played right tackle in the SEC. I mean,
he played left tackle at Kentucky, and he was a stud left tackle. I thought he was better suited for guard. This is a great pick by the Bengals, by the way. Miles Murphy, defensive end out of Clemson. What a great job by Cincinnati. This is a very, very good pick by the Cincinnati Bengals. Dan, can Osiris Torrance play outside to attack? I don't think so. I think he's a guard. I don't think he's a tackle at all. If it's kind of funny because if you're Philly, do you want to draft Torrance and have him sit for a year, wait till Kelsey retires, move Juergens inside, plug Torrance in there, and you still have one of the best offensive lines in football after losing
The
Jason
Eagles are going
Kelsey?
to get
That would be scary.
The Eagles are going to get Nolan Smith, aren't they?
I think they are, and Miles Murphy going to Cincinnati at 28 is just a steal, and he's built for this Bengals defense. This is a guy. Here's the thing: they have two really good defensive ends, so this is a guy who just can come in on third downs to start. If I'm correct, I'm drawing a blank. Not Trey Hendrickson, the other guy out of Ohio State. Sam Hubbard. I think he's a free agent next year. You don't have to pay him now. You get a guy who should have been gone probably 10 to 15 picks earlier. I had a draft where I actually mocked him 6 to Detroit.
Wow.
This, by the way, his pro day at 275 ran a 4.51. This guy, this is a very, very good pick. If you're a Cincinnati Bengals fan, you should be doing cartwheels right now. This is a fantastic pick.
Yeah.
So Jason Peterson, 8. Yeah, Cincinnati, fantastic pick for the type of defense that they run. This is a perfect player to get. And the thing is, Hubbard's, I believe, a free agent after this year. You can also play hardball with Trey Hendrickson, who you gave a lot of money in free agency to. He set a franchise record in sacks. Instead of paying him, you can say, "Hey, I got your replacement," and we can use that money because some of these contracts coming up.
They got a lot of contracts coming up at once.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this for Dan, so he doesn't have to. This is Will Levis right here.
Oh, Will Levis! I've only said it about 15 times.
Like Carr groom him.
I don't know. I don't know if you do a quarterback here because you got Carr. You signed to that 4-year deal. I don't know if you really want to go quarterback. Is there a chance that the Saints trade out of round 1? And let me see here. Is there a team that wants a quarterback in round 1? Is there?
Keep in mind that the Carr deal is essentially a 2-year deal.
You know what? Let me ask you this here because we've been saying Levis. Why not Hendon Hooker, who has to sit anyway?
Yeah.
Is there a possibility? I'm looking at the second round here. Is there a possibility that somebody like Tennessee wants to jump up right here? Tennessee. Vegas at 38.
I have Hooker going to Vegas at 38. I don't see anybody willing to take on Tannehill's contract, and they'd have to get rid of Tannehill. That's just or unless you're gonna draft Levis, play it out next year, and hope you get a playoff berth, and then send Tannehill kind of like the Alex Smith treatment. Hey, you did great by us. Let's send you to somebody else where you can get another contract. Or if, let's say, Levis outplays him, now you've got a $30-something million quarterback sitting on your bench as the backup. You'd almost have to trade Tannehill first.
This is the last year of his contract.
Whose contract?
Tannehill.
Yeah,
it is the last year.
When I did my mock drafts, the way my mock drafts have gone, I just don't see a player that the Saints really need to pick, but I could see them needing to trade down and get extra draft picks. We've mentioned there's a lot. Look, your Slasher keeps saying Nolan Smith, and Slasher, by the way, I agree with you that he should stick with a red uniform and not go to that green. I agree with you. He'd look a lot better in Chiefs red than Eagles green. So I'm just saying that. After signing, no, I don't think so. But the Saints, well, it looks like the pick's in. I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints move down, but it looks like they're going to get somebody. Tennessee would be stupid to draft a quarterback out there. There's been a lot of talk about them taking a quarterback. That's why I threw it out there. And you do this if you drafted Willis last year, because I remember he came to Kansas City and he looked completely lost. And
rumor has it that
he looked like
he did Tennessee.
Willis last year when he came to Kansas City, and rookie quarterbacks, it's tough, but he looked really confused. Like he looked like he didn't know what to do on an NFL field. And it could be that you drafted a guy and you just instantly say, hey, look, he's not our guy. It's a 3rd round pick. So, but I'm kind of curious what the Saints do here, because if the Saints don't take Nolan Smith, it would make a lot of sense for Philly to take him. It would make a lot of sense. But Slasher, I agree with you. He'd look a lot better in Chiefs red than Eagles green.
Well, the Eagles could go for Hyatt there and add a.
They actually, you know what? It doesn't. I think it makes a lot of sense for the Eagles to look at a wide receiver. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Now, Jason, word is that they're unhappy with Willis in Tennessee. Like his development isn't what they expected it to be.
No, I that's kind of what I'm hearing. And I remember when he played in Kansas City, like he looked lost. He looked really, really confused.
Wow.
Wow. So let's see what the Saints do here.
It's not about the pick. It's more about who's going to be available for Kansas City to have their choice from.
Well, you know what? Brian Brees makes a lot of sense for Brees. Makes a lot of sense for the Saints because this is a Dennis Allen type of player. He's big, he's physical, fits the defense perfectly. And this is a guy, by the way, if you're not aware, this was like one of the top recruits coming out of high school. By the way, every year there's like 4 or 5 top players coming out. Just depends on which service that you're using or who you listen to. But this was a guy that was a lot of people thought was the best player. By the way, Slasher, I 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. If I was the Cowboys, I would have been okay with Brees. I'm not okay with Smith. This is a much better player. This is a much better pick. You're getting a much better value. And here's the thing: if he lives up to his potential, like he's a top 10 pick. Now he had some injuries. He had, I think, like his sister died last year, if I remember correctly. He went through some like really difficult times. But this is a dude who's 6'5", 300 pounds, and there's a clip of him where Clemson put him at defensive end, and he just blew by an offensive tackle. Brian Brees is an excellent player. This is a guy I've actually mocked to the Saints, so I really like this pick. But Nolan Smith going to the Eagles at 30 is just stupid. Okay, if you would have told me that the Eagles are going to get Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, I would have told you that you're doing the stuff that Keys always accuses me of doing. There's no way the Eagles should be getting Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter. It's not. There's no way that this can happen. And I think that's what we're going to see. How did the Eagles get – I'm just double checking. So the Eagles are going to – and it looks like the Eagles are going to get Jalen Carter. They're going to get Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. Brian Branch would be a perfect player too, by the way, Slasher. Brian Branch would be a perfect player. I was talking about Nolan Smith, which I have Nolan Smith rated higher than Brian Branch. I have Nolan Smith rated higher than Brian Branch. Both these players would be good fits. So we talked about the Chiefs trading up. It doesn't look like they're going to trade up. However, is it possible that somebody wants to trade with Kansas City at 31?
Possibly. There's some good names still out there that have surprisingly dropped. Maybe somebody wants to get back in the first round. I don't know.
I mean, if I'm Pittsburgh, would I want to trade up to 31 just so I can get Joey Porter Jr.?
You can keep pushing that one.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I'm going to be honest with you. I would love it if we drafted Joey Porter Jr. He was for a long time my number one corner. Then I kept on watching more and more of Gonzalez, and I'm like, okay, Gonzalez probably a better cover guy. But here's the thing: what Porter does better than Gonzalez is he plays press man coverage better, and that's something that Spags loves to do.
Yeah.
So I would. By the way, Joey Porter Jr. at 31 to Kansas City, I would take no problems at all. I would love that pick. I know exactly. So that's kind of why Brian Branch makes sense. I have Nolan Smith rated higher. That's why I would go Nolan Smith because I get it. You use him as a free safety slot corner hybrid type of player. Edge rusher would be a higher priority. Also, you just load up on Georgia Bulldog players. I mean, you drafted 2 last year. You're drafted 1 already. I wouldn't mind Nolan Smith. Brian Branch would be an excellent pick. If you walked into this draft and you told me the Eagles are going to get Jalen Carter and Brian Branch, I would say how. I would think that they would have to trade up twice to get these guys. So this makes a lot of sense. If you go Nolan Smith, you get phenomenal value. You got a guy who should be top 15. You get him at 30. Are the Eagles taking their time here because they see that there's a lot of teams interested? We got a pair of quarterbacks I thought would go in the first round. We got multiple players who should be available. I mean, they very easily could be fielding offers right now. A lot of different players available, and the Eagles are taking their time. It looks like we're at 3 minutes here. But I think Brian Branch or Nolan Smith has to be the pick if you don't trade. Keys, man, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, the more I've thought about it, the more I think Branch should be the pick. The Eagles had the number 1 pass rush in the NFL, and it didn't matter in the Super Bowl. And what actually cost them in the game was their secondary play. Well, it was actually beep boop that cost them, but that's now Arizona's problem. But at the end of the day, it was the secondary, that was the issue. And the other thing is, I already talked about Nolan Smith only going to play 2 downs. Whose spot is he taking? He's not taking Reddick's spot. He's not taking Graham's spot. He's not taking Josh Sweat's spot. So whose spot is he actually taking? Maybe you take him and you move someone else. But to me, just going back to the Super Bowl anyway, and Chauncey Gardner Johnson, whatever it is, being gone. The more I think about it, if you're going to take a defensive player, it really seems a smart way to go. But if you're glued to best player valuable, maybe you don't. I don't know. But, again, offense would still be fun if you threw another weapon in there as well. So
Absolutely. Gooch, what are your thoughts, brother?
I'm waiting on the pick to decide whether I'm going to be angry or not.
All right. Well, here's the thing I thought of is that you go ahead and you sign Jalen Hurts to that contract. You need to shave money somewhere. And Theo Reddick's on the second year of a 3-year deal. So I think Nolan Smith, you go ahead and you draft him and you just prepare for the future. You have this dominant defensive line for years to come. And pass rushers like Theo Reddick are always going to be in high demand. You could always trade that player. There's always going to be a team that wants it. So that's kind of why Nolan Smith, but Brian Branch makes a lot of sense here. If you're the Eagles, I think it's got to be one of these two. I was thinking possibly a trade here, but it looks like the pick's in. We're all waiting for it. I think if they are picking, Brian Branch or Nolan Smith has to be the pick. I don't think it's anybody else except for these 2 players. So and that's kind of what we're looking at. That's what we're waiting on. And then the Kansas City Chiefs will be on the clock, and we're all going to chime in on who we want the Chiefs to take. We can all agree with me that it should be a receiver.
This is how you're out here. Get her out of here.
Hey, let me just throw this out here. As far as Reddick, his contract's up after 2024, but if they were to cut him after this season, it's a $19 million dead cap hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. I mean, theoretic local kid what was a walk on at Temple, gained like 60 pounds. He was a walk on corner, ballooned up and became 10th overall pick. Arizona tried him at inside linebacker for some stupid reason, and then he ends up in Philly. But look, the NFL's a tough league. It's a business, so it's tough. So I mean, I think Philly fans would love that theoretic there for the long haul, but you may not be able to. I mean, so it's going to be tough, but we'll find out. They're having this little presentation here, which is
these guys supposedly YouTube personalities, two fruits.
It looks beyond stupid. So you trust me, you're better off watching us than what these guys are doing right now. Trust us on this right now. I just hope KC doesn't take Hyatt. I've been mocking wide receiver, the 31, but at the time I didn't think that we would have the litany of defensive players that are going to be available. Players I have ranked a lot higher than Hyatt.
Nolan Smith.
How the hell does Philly get Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith? How?
They love their Georgia guys. That's
God, yeah. They got Nakobe Dean, Jordan. Was it Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean last year, and they get two more. Unfreaking believable! Wow, what a great job by the Eagles! All right, listen, Chiefs are 31. Talent, Gooch. Chiefs are coming up soon. Who is going to be the pick? Jalen Hyatt.
God, I hope not. Joey Porter Jr.
Okay, Keys.
I gotta look to see who's still left.
Huh?
I gotta look to see who's still left. I didn't print out a.
Okay, all right.
I'm prepared tonight.
Mike.
What?
Who are the Chiefs taking?
Who are the Chiefs?
Finally here. Who are they taking?
Jones is still available.
Broderick Jones?
No, DeJuan Jones, offensive tackle.
The massive. DeJuan Jones, the massive offense. It's a little high for 31, but it's a day one starter.
It's a hole, that huge hole they have. I got to think that's what they do.
Slasher, how the fuck did you get Nolan Smith and Jalen? I don't know.
Don't give us that grief.
I seriously,
get out, kick him out of the chat.
Joey Porter Jr. makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he does. But I got to think they have nothing at right tackle.
DeJuan Jones is an interesting pick. I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name. Jalen, I think it's Jalen Davis, tackle out of Maryland.
Oh, yeah.
Is an interesting pick if you want to go offensive line. But I think we all agree that it's probably going to be Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver. I think we all agree that it's going to be what I've been saying all along, wide receiver. But I'm going to tell you something. Joey Porter Jr.
You say that. Joey
Porter Jr. would be great, but I absolutely love Brian Branch. I mean, we lost Juan Thornhill in free agency.
Yeah, we did.
He didn't pan out the way we thought he was when we chose him one pick before DK Metcalf. Stop. I'm always going to be mad about that.
Take the knife in the womb. Just
I'm always going to. That's always going to bother me. So Brian Branch is a significant trade.
The injury moved Thornhill off because he was playing at an elite level before that ACL.
I don't think he was playing elite level.
He did, but he was definitely better. And then it took a long time to come back. And then they were starting Sorensen over him.
Brian Branch could come in and be a difference maker in the secondary immediately. I think he'd be the starter at free safety. Plus, he could play some nickel corner. You can have a lot of fun. Brian Branch, I would love Joey Porter Jr. Jalen Hyatt, speedy wide receiver out of Tennessee. Did you know he scored 5 touchdowns against Alabama?
You know what? You're going to keep bringing that up.
If the Chiefs don't pick him, how Pittsburgh doesn't take Joey Porter Jr. immediately, I actually might put action on Joey Porter Jr. being the first player chosen tomorrow. I might put action down on that if he's not the pick here in Kansas City. Brian Branch, I would love. Makes a lot of sense. I think day one starter. Joey Porter Jr., I would love. Jalen Hyatt, don't overlook that.
No, it could be.
They've already got 7 receivers on the roster.
Hyatt's special. I want Hyatt in the D. Are you talking D as in Dallas or D in Detroit? By the way, I'm going to bring this up
you
here.
You always think they're taking a wide receiver.
I do. I've been saying it for a while. So let's see here. Detroit. Okay, so I don't have the up-to-the-date picks on Detroit. I know they have 48-55. I don't know who they have as their other pick.
Are they attempting to trade? Because they're down to 1:30.
So, so we're down at 90 seconds left. And by the way, there's 2 quarterbacks that have first-round grades. And it would not surprise me if Kansas City wants to trade down and then get very aggressive tomorrow and the next day and trade a lot of players. So just like I said about Kentucky beating a team once every 30 years is not special. Tennessee drinking. Well, Goose loves the Bama players, but I have to admit, Brian Branch makes a lot of sense. Joey Porter Jr. The thing is with Jalen Hyatt is that you could get him in the second round. So I love him. Dan, pay attention to my handle. Who have I been representing? Are you talking about Jalen Hyatt? Are you talking about Jalen Hyatt? Because I've mocked Jalen Hyatt to Kansas City before, but I have to be honest with you. I didn't think Brian Branch would be available. I didn't think Joey Porter Jr. would be available. My guy Osiris Torrance, I'd be really shocked if the Chiefs win. Guard here. Michael Myers not out of the question. I mean, Travis Kelce's going to be 34 in October. I would be floored if Kansas City took a tight end right here.
I don't think so.
I mean,
it's O-line.
This has been a weird draft. It's only one Detroit.
I think it's Stooney's replacement or it's right tackle.
I don't know if you guys know, but I moved into Roll Tide territory. But by the way, Denver Gator is in Tide territory. So
really,
yeah, he moved from Denver.
He missed those Gators.
Yeah,
welcome home, Denver Gator. Welcome home.
So what it is, a Denver Gator. Don't get mad, but you're on the. So Denver Gator's on the Florida-Alabama border.
Ooh,
oh yeah.
So not a lot of teeth down there.
As we like to call it, Alabama East.
Alabama, basically Alabama East. It's. By the way, I'm going to move. I'm going to outside. Okay, so I'm going to visit Denver Gator. Denver Gator said I can come and visit him, and I'm going to.
God help Denver.
Denver Gator said I can crash on his couch.
Nice.
I want to go
fun.
visit. Yeah. I got the place cleaned up because I thought you would have to crash on the couch for a while.
I got kicked out of the house.
Yeah, I thought that.
That's Tuesday night, actually. I'm staying at Jerry's.
So, by the way, guys, don't forget to tune in Monday. We're going to have my draft grades come out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to break down all 32 draft grades. I'm going to be live. Gooch, you and Keys, if you can, please come on and tell me what grades I got wrong.
This is bugging me.
What's
that? We're still waiting on the last pick, right?
The smoke?
They put the Super Bowl trophies out. They're off center. They're not evened up. It looks stupid. Yeah. And I guess whoever's calling the pick is carrying out the most recent Super Bowl trophy, and they're dragging it out.
Okay, so yeah, they are dragging out this last pick. It is the last pick of the night,
right?
And I want to let you know,
on anybody else.
I really firmly believe that Kansas City was going to trade up.
I did too, because Veach Denver sits still. He always wheels and deals.
I'm going to tell you this.
Why two rounds?
Could stock up on second rounders tomorrow and make it.
Yeah. So hey guys, you guys are ahead of us. So if you can't have poker faces on when Jalen Hyatt's the pick.
I don't think
the thing is that Clark Hunt has to sign off on their first round picks, and If it wasn't worth it, especially in Kansas City.
But I'm going to tell you what. If you're going to watch tomorrow, don't be surprised if Kansas City trades up multiple times tomorrow and Saturday, because I think it's 10 picks, 10,
something.
12, something.
We got a ridiculous
They
number.
really don't need that many picks.
And
They really don't need that many picks.
I usually don't give the NFL much credit, but I have to give them credit for the stage setup.
Oh, it is phenomenal.
It's really good. It reflects Union Station. It's really. Oh, you see Clark's bringing up.
So Denver Gators Chiefs pick is in big surprise.
It is in. Let's see.
Dan stopped with the Hyatt. I like Hyatt
Every year.
Andy Reid likes speedy receivers. It makes a lot of sense.
He says
Is in big surprise. I'm trying to figure out who you're because big surprise. I'm thinking Arizona, but I obviously got it.
Watch Clark come out and now be traded out of the pick or something.
I can see that.
I almost expected this.
That would be
All right.
hilarious.
So let's see here. The selection is.
Oh,
So Felix Nzuke Umaza, if you are not aware, he went to high school in Lee Summit, Missouri, which is a suburb of Kansas City. So this is a local kid. The Kansas City Chiefs drafted a local kid, defensive end out of K-State. Really good player. Really good player. I had a second round grade on him, but you're picking 31. Really, really good player. So when I went to Lee Summit High School, there was only one. There's now 4. So Lee Summit, my dad still lives in Lee Summit. So kid went to high school. Yeah, this kid went to high school in Lee Summit, local kid. Played at K-State. Wasn't a big time recruit, 3-star recruit. I had a second round grade on him. Little undersized, great effort and a lot of production. Keys, I'm going to say FAU because I'm butchering his name. So FAU, what are your thoughts, brother?
I'm not surprised because generally I'm not a fan of Veach's picks. So I almost figured that they were going to go with someone who was local, but yeah.
I mean,
I'm not mad, but I'm not happy. I'll just put it that way.
I
think you could have traded up and gotten a lot better talent by moving up 10 spots. I'll say that.
Yeah. Okay. The talent, Gooch. Kenzie takes a local kid here. What are your thoughts?
I think it was typical Chiefs. It's either all out or disappointment, kind of like the Jayhawks. And it's just, I had him middle of the second. I don't like it. There was Brian Branch still out there. Joey Porter Jr. was still out there. Who else was out there? There was a bunch of people. I didn't hear did Cam Smith get drafted?
No. Cam Smith. No, Cam Smith, Kelly Ringo, Joey Porter Jr.
Right. I had all those guys rated way higher than the guy that we selected. I mean, I just don't. And he would have been there, based on my mock, he would have been there in the second round when we had 2 picks or whatever to grab him if you really wanted to do that.
I agree with you completely. I mean, this is a guy would have been available in the middle of the second round. The Kansas City Chiefs could have traded up somewhere in round 2, got him. The Chiefs, Miles Murphy. Are you telling me that the Chiefs couldn't trade with Dallas or
Jacksonville?
Or Jackson? I mean, why couldn't we call Doug Peterson and say, look, let's
help us out.
Help us out here. Now there's a possibility that Jacksonville wouldn't want to trade with Kansas City because offensive line situation. So I kind of makes sense. But when Miles Murphy goes 28 and the Chiefs go defensive end at 31, I don't like it. Not happy. Mike, man, what are your thoughts, brother?
Well, you know me, I wanted a tackle or a guard, so I'm a little disappointed. But are we a victim of our own success that teams aren't as willing to deal with us, or they're trying to extort us for much more value than what it should take to move up because they're sick of the Chiefs owning the AFC, so they don't want to help us at all.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There could be some of that in play. Like, you know what? We're not going to make it easier for you. So you cough up extra picks way more than you should pay to move up, and the Chiefs aren't willing to do it. I don't know. It's a good feel-good move since the draft's in KC, and maybe that was it. The Chiefs go, let's just do something feel-good, and then let Veach work his magic in day two.
It feels good winning Super Bowls.
Yes.
That feels a lot better than drafting a kid from my high school. Keep in mind, I don't know if you went to mine because there's now like 4 high schools.
No, I didn't go to. I moved to Lee Summit after high school.
I didn't know you lived in Lee Summit.
Yeah, Tudor and 291, right over there.
No, you're kidding.
No.
Yeah. Top, skip, and jump away from where I grew up.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it might have been kind of fan servicey move. He's not a bad player, and they do some fan service. I don't know. I wanted Jones. I wanted to tackle.
By the way, DeJuan Jones is going to be available when the Chiefs pick in round 2. I think he's going to fall. Even if he doesn't fall, the Chiefs have the ability to go ahead and trade up in this draft. Yeah, they absolutely do. He may be able to fall at 63, but you can't get him at 63. I don't think he's going to be there.
I think he'd have to move up into the 30s.
Maybe
40s.
I'm thinking he could last longer than that, but Brian Branch is plug and play. Branch plug and play. I didn't think he would go past the Chargers at 21. I don't like this pick at all. This guy would have been available 15, 20 picks later.
If this is how the Chiefs draft is going to go, it's going to be underwhelming.
I'm not happy at all. I'm not going to look. I want to try to get on board with an edge rusher who is productive. Productive edge rusher, but I didn't think he was the prospect Karlaftis was. I don't think he's a day one starter. I think he's a guy who could contribute, but I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm a Chiefs fan. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not happy.
I'm not what we were looking for.
Not what I was looking for. Keys, man, help me out, man. Tell me I'm wrong.
Hey, listen, I told you, I'm not surprised by it. I don't like it, but I think this is what you get when Spags is your defensive coordinator. But I'll say this. If you're wanting me to talk you off the ledge, I'll say 2 things. One, I think one of the things they're going for, and one of the reasons I typically don't like it, is I'm a high ceiling guy. They like higher floors. And so I think that's, part of what their reasoning is. But I think the bigger thing is, for me, if this is someone that Joe Cullen signs off in, I don't believe in Spags. I believe in Joe Cullen, though.
Okay.
At least for now, I believe in Joe Cullen. So I think if this is someone that Joe Cullen signs off on, and I don't know that he has, how much of an input he got, but if this is someone that Joe Cullen's excited about, I'm going to be more inclined to be happier about it. Because the reality is, last year, I wasn't that excited about George Karlaftis. So,
I had a second round grade on Karlaftis, but I thought McDuffie was a fantastic pick.
Yeah. So that would be what I would say.
All right.
I'm still not entirely sold on Karlaftis, personally.
He's not a guy that
he had a decent year.
He had a decent year, but he's not like So let me ask you this. I'm gonna put you guys on the spot here as we're wrapping up here. Chiefs, give me a Chiefs letter grade. I'm gonna do my draft grade Monday. Off the pick tonight. I'm gonna start. I'll start with Keys here. Give me a letter grade. Chiefs draft?
I'm gonna say C+/B-.
All right, fair enough. Gooch, the talent. If you're available,
I'm available.
all right, man. Well, give me a letter grade for the Chiefs.
D+.
Ooh.
Mike.
I'm with Keys. That's right where I was thinking. C+/B-. Guy's got upside. He's got a lot of work to do to kind of bulk up, get stronger. Yeah, C+/B- seems right in line.
Here, before you answer, Dan, I just want to throw this out there. Why I gave the D? How many upside, lot of work to do draft picks have we had in the last few years on that defensive end? Kane Doe and the guy that went to the Saints that was 6'9" with a 7-foot wingspan. It seems like we always get one. Oh, he just needs work and he needs to get stronger, and then it's just like a wasted pick.
Tonyo Passadio.
Yeah.
Passadio. I mean, that's what I say.
Remember, what's the guy out of Old Miss?
Braylon Speaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
so I'm gonna tell you, Gooch. You stole my thunder because I D+. Brian Branch was available. Joey Porter Jr. was available. Brian Branch was available. Miles Murphy, I had mocked at one draft going 6, and he was available at 28. Miles Murphy would be a dream come true, and we couldn't trade up 5 spots to get him.
But that could be like I said, it could be a victim of her own success on that one.
It could be, but with Brian Branch would be a day one starter. I think Joey Porter Jr. would force Joshua Williams, a player that I love, maybe to play safety. Jalen Watson would probably sit on the bench or be your dime guy.
Or allow us to move Snead and not have to pay him.
Yeah. I mean, actually, tell you the truth, you could move Snead, you could trade Snead, you could tell Snead to play safety and then be that slot corner.
Yeah.
Get very creative.
Legs.
I don't like this at all. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with this pick at all because this is a guy if I did a big board, I probably wouldn't put this guy in my top 50. I wouldn't put this guy in my top. Branch, Joey Porter Jr., Kelly Ringo. That I didn't even mention Kelly Ringo. I would have loved Kelly Ringo.
Yeah, he's still available. Like I said, DeJuan Jones will fill the right tackle spot because I'm not sold on Niang. They gave him the chance to win that job, and Wiley took it from him.
Yeah,
so I'm not sold on him.
Play. To be honest with you, Cam Smith, Sidney Brown. There's a lot of guys I had. I'm going to throw this out there. This is going to sound terrible. I would have rather Michael Meyer, tight end on Notre Dame. I would rather that than the pick. I really would.
Because you could see a plan there for the future. Yeah.
This is a guy. I don't think he's a day one starter.
He wasn't in my top 50.
Not happy with this at all. I'm D+. D+.
I just feel like if we were going to reach for a player, I would have rather you reached for an offensive lineman. I could get my head around it. You know what I'm saying? Like I could wrap because you have Karlaftis. You're probably going to sign another veteran edge anyway because you like them on one of your cheap deals. You could have probably talked Frank back for all I care for a cheap deal.
Yeah, seriously, don't rule out Frank Clark coming back to Kansas City. I had nightmares that he would go to the Raiders and just mess us up. But
all of a sudden,
I just feel like for a guy that I had mocked in the second round, and the first thing Mike said was, "Hey, he's a little undersized." I mean, it just.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I obviously those guys get paid a lot more money than I do.
I'm trying to think of the guy's name that an offensive tackle out of Maryland. I think it's Jalen Duncan. I might have been more on board with Jalen Duncan, even though
And they get paid more money than I do, and they watch way more film than I do, and I get that. But if I'm watching and I'm not even into the like Keys has more knowledge on certain things with that than I do. Like I'm just a former football player, but if I'm looking at it and that guy doesn't just jump out at me like, wow, we should get him. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what are we doing? You guys are getting paid millions. I'm just a former athlete. But I'm looking at this and like, there's 5 other players that are drafted ahead of you. But like I said, if you'd have said, oh, we're going to reach on this offensive tackle for right tackle, I'm like, you know what? Okay. Because we lost Wiley, Niang has injury issues. I get that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm willing to accept that. Mahomes usually makes offensive lines look better.
Yeah,
I'm just going to call him FAU. I'm not even going to try Denver Gator. I'm just going to call him FAU. I'm not even going to try.
Well, that's kind of fitting.
Who knows? Maybe this was, and maybe Mike's right. Maybe this was, maybe they didn't trade because they had the whole trophy lineup thing set up, and it was the first time the draft was in Kansas City, so we kept the last pick. We picked a local kid for, cheers and screams and all that to put our best foot forward at the end of the night. I feel like there was way too many opportunities where you still could have rolled out the 3 trophies and you could have picked somebody that, would make an impact in the beginning. I mean,
oh yeah,
I wasn't thinking receiver, but let's face it, like Chris Jones is getting older. He's almost 30. You know what I'm saying? What Nolan Smith would have done something in that defensive line, could have spelled Chris Jones. Karlaftis had a decent season, but how many guys with great motors are we going to get? I need somebody that can win at the point of attack early.
That's what Mark Murphy would have been.
To be fair, Gooch, I mean, Karlaftis has been working out with Tamba Hali and his jiu-jitsu master on his hand fighting. So there's that.
Yeah, I wanted that. I wondered why he wasn't doing that. When I saw that, I was so excited. Like, oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Well, he wasn't doing it because Frank Clark decided he was going to show him the spin move. The one Frank Clark move he got. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he couldn't show him the guns after what happened in California.
So. No, Slasher, I forgot about Isaiah Folkesley. I actually had Folkesley rated higher. So you're kind of rubbing it in a little bit. I would have liked Folkesley more, to be honest with you. You're right. This is a deep edge rusher draft, and I get taking the local kid, but I agree with all you guys. It should have been Jalen Hyatt. You guys are all right. It should have been Jalen Hyatt. We get him in the second round. We're getting him in the second round.
Wide receiver.
Now, he says you guys are right. This is the one place where taking a receiver, to me, would not have made any sense.
No,
but
Jalen Hyatt is great, but the one thing that Mahomes is learning is to take what the defense gives him, and he's got a lot of guys who can play different spots of that zone or that the field, where besides Kelsey, where he can pick them apart. And if you give him somebody that can take the top off again, Patrick Mahomes is like, he falls in love with it. If he sees he can get it, then all of a sudden he's regressing.
I want to say this, though.
He's already got one.
Even though we didn't trade up in round 1, don't be surprised if we get very creative in these next couple of rounds and we see multiple trades up. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
I think that's
I have no doubt. The Chiefs aren't walking out with 12 picks.
No.
That's not going to happen.
You got too much draft capital, and you got Hilaire.
I really think that they figure we've got 8 receivers on the team right now. We've got 6 tight ends on the team right now. You know what I'm saying? They're just they pick the local kid. Maybe they get a tackle in the second round because they actually have somebody there that they like. But then I think they go back to the secondary. I mean, Or
I can see
try
that.
to find a
There's
defensive lineman.
some really good secondary players that are going to be chosen tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I
And
think
it's
I
very
like the fact. Don't get me wrong. I like the fact that we won a Super Bowl with all them rookies, but I mean, there's two of them that we could probably do. I mean, like, you know, unless they're special teams, like Najee Johnson and the other one, not Cook, not Jalen Watson, the other one.
Joshua Williams.
Yeah, I mean,
But I like that Joshua Williams was a good special teams guy, but he's a guy that has to take the next step up now. When you're a small
I think-
school guy, you got to make the next step up.
now
And
don't get me
doesn't really
wrong.
do that.
To be Joshua Williams' size, 6'3" or whatever it is, and be able to run stride for stride with T. Higgins, and you don't find that in every corner.
No, I love that pick. That was maybe one of my my favorite pick. I can't think. I don't know why I can't think of his name. The 5th round guy the Chiefs tried to move the right tackle from
Darian
Kentucky.
Kennard.
Darian Kennard. That was my
Yeah.
favorite pick because I think that that's a guy that is going to make a living on the inside. And unfortunately, we're going to have to move probably from Trey Smith. Trey Smith deserves a big raise. 6th round contract, making good money for maybe me and you, but for an NFL player, he's making peanuts. When his time comes,
maybe not Trey Smith, maybe Joe Tooney.
Tooney's another guy. Yeah. So I definitely think that you go ahead. I already forgot his name.
Trace Kennard.
Darian Kennard.
Darian Kennard. All right. So I think Darian Kennard will become the starter maybe 2024 at guard. And I think he's going to be a great guard. The Chiefs tried him at right tackle. Now keep in mind, this is a dude who's like 340. Maybe he lost, 20 pounds, added some quickness. That's a possibility. When preseason comes around, I'm going to pay a lot of attention to him. That was my favorite pick. Joshua Williams was a great pick. Trent Duffy.
Fantastic pick.
Leo Chenell in the 3rd round. I saw a lot of mock drafts where he's going in round 1.
Yeah.
And then we also picked up Drew Tranquil, so our linebacking core is very solid.
Oh, yeah, true, yeah.
So
for those of you that are stunned by Dan forgetting who the guy's name is, this happens every episode. He forgets somebody's name.
I am bad with names. I'm bad with names, but this is a tip. Always call the girl baby. That way you don't forget her name. Do not call your girl by the wrong name. Just as a little tip. So,
and if you never use their name, you never have to worry about it.
Bingo. That's why you say baby.
Tip for you younger guys.
Yeah. Well, Jason, Detroit was a very entertaining team come draft time. They're going to pick three times in round 2. They're probably going to get creative. And Clark Phillips III is a really good player. We didn't even bring him up. You brought him up, but he's a guy that may slide into round 3. And seriously, you could pick before this draft got crazy. If you had told me Clark Phillips III goes pick number 29, 30, or 31, I would have said yes. But with Joey Porter Jr. not going in round 1, a guy like Clark Phillips III, that's a guy that can go early round 3. And he's a guy that I can see, like I'm looking at the top of the 3rd round, a team like Denver could draft him, and he may end up starting being a really, really good player. The Rams at 69 is another team. Seriously, a guy like that could go 69. That's like 69. Could go 69 to the Rams, day 1 starter. Carfield starts really, really, really good corner, but Joey Porter Jr., Cam Smith, Kelly Ringo, and the guy I'm going to call FAU goes first. It's bringing shades of Juan Thornhill going before DK Metcalf. That's how I feel. That's how I feel, because I remember when pick number 63 came, DK Metcalf was on the board. I was convinced it was going to be DK Metcalf, and it ended up being Juan Thornhill. So,
still bitter, are we?
I'm going to be mad at that for a long time.
You like me with Sorensen and Neiman.
Yeah. A lot of receivers. Yeah.
Keep in mind,
we didn't talk about at all.
keep in mind, DK Metcalf could not run the route tree
No.
coming out of college, and he was a straight line runner.
No.
And we already had that in Tyreek Hill, somebody that could get deep down the field.
Well, remember Tyreek Hill
That's the reason
at the time. Tyreek Hill was involved in that weird situation where we thought he was going to be suspended, so we traded up in the second round so we could draft McCole Hardman. And at first, when we traded up in the second round, I was thinking we were going to draft DK Metcalf. Instead, we drafted McCole Hardman, and I'm like, no, maybe. I tried to convince myself it was almost like drafting Tyreek Hill, but luckily Tyreek Hill, I don't want to go into detail of that situation, but Tyreek Hill.
I was in law enforcement. I can tell you he was innocent.
All right, there you go. He was innocent. At the time, though, during the draft, it looked like a suspension was coming.
Oh yeah, and he still got suspended for a few games over it.
I don't think he did.
I could have swore he missed like 2 games that year.
So, but the point is that instead of missing the whole season or being suspended indefinitely, he was innocent, and that was total deal. So we passed up DK Metcalf for Juan Thornhill.
Yeah, the
who's going to be great in Cleveland, by the way.
Police report was interesting. Yeah, but he was innocent.
Hey, Dan, you want to get livid?
No.
Andy Reid did his presser and said that FAU was the best player available.
Oh, bullshit.
I don't buy that at all.
No.
But I mean, Slasher, I'm drawing a blank on it.
What are they going to say?
You also left out, I think it's Keyshawn Boyette, the guy at LSU. Jonathan Mingo, big, strong, fast, 6'2", like 220, ran like, I think it was a 4.46 or something ridiculous. Marvin Mims, Tyler Scott, is that the tight end out of South Dakota State that you're talking about? Or A.T. Perry out of Wake Forest is another guy. There's some talent at wide receiver. It wouldn't surprise me if Kinsey gets one in round 2.
Is Mingo related to Parkevius Mingo?
No. I don't think so, but they both played in SEC country. It may be, but that's a guy that.
As soon as I saw his name, I was like, oh.
Yeah, he's a real good player. I mean, great size speed combo.
Right.
I didn't think he'd be available in round 1, but somewhere in the 50s. He's a guy, kind of a boomer bust type of prospect. I think it's Keyshawn Boyette is the LSU wide receiver. I may be getting the first name wrong. He's another guy could go in round 2. Round 2 is going to be a lot of fun, and I would bet money Pittsburgh's taking Joey Porter Jr. at 32. Seriously, I really think that there's going to be multiple trades. I mean, if you're Houston and you got your quarterback, you could easily make a move back. Arizona at 34 can make a move back. Indianapolis at 35. When if the Rams take him at 36?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and by the way, Seattle at 37. Why not? Raiders at 38. Carolina's probably not going quarterback. And then the Saints in Tennessee at 40 and 41 are also possibilities.
I like that Rams idea. I mean, Matthew Stafford is held together with baling wire and duct tape now.
I mean, seriously. I mean, and I'll be honest. I thought Hendon Hooker would go in round 1. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm more surprised Hendon Hooker wasn't drafted than I was Levis, but I thought both those guys would go in round 1. Really surprised. Perry says this draft be a bummer. You know what? I think the Chiefs did better than the Lions, but I'm not happy with either team. I think that there's going to be a team to trade up in the first 5 picks in round 2.
Yeah, I'd say definitely second half of round 2 or top half of round 2.
Yeah, I'm thinking the very latest would be 38 to the Raiders. I'm thinking 38 to the Raiders. And by the way, Gooch, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you have Levis going? Didn't you have Levis going to the Raiders at 39? Is that correct?
No, I had Hooker going to the Raiders at 39.
Oh, you're right. You're
Yeah,
right. You
there
had
it is.
Hooker. Okay, yeah. You had Levis in round one. Yeah,
There it
you had
is.
I have
middle
Levis
round
going to
one.
the Commanders in round one.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, the Raider 39's the absolute latest. Perry, I'd be shocked. Or I'm sorry, 38. So if he gets past the Raiders at 38, there may be some sort of a red flag. There may be a medical issue, something along those lines. As far as off field and interviews, I'm told everything off the field's been perfect. He's a 4.0 student. I heard NFL teams were head over heels in love with Hendon Hooker after interviewing him, but didn't get chosen in round one. A surprise to me, a big surprise to me.
But that may play out better for him. He may go to a better situation.
Oh, absolutely. You know where I think it'd be a perfect situation for him is New England at 46. If he can fall that far, you give Mac Jones a legitimate chance, and if he doesn't come through, then you get a guy with much more upside. That
And Mac Jones is solid, so he doesn't have to start right away.
No,
let him work on his game. Yeah, no, that's not a bad idea.
No, I mean New England 46. Brian Branch not being drafted in round one really floors me. And same thing with Joey Porter Jr. Perry, you could be correct about that. I heard that a lot. I still think he should have gone in round one. Still should have gone to round one. 38, I think, is the absolute latest he'll go. And I think that you could see Houston, Arizona, and Indianapolis all trade down tomorrow. It wouldn't surprise me if Pittsburgh takes Joey Porter Jr. Then we see 3 trades in the top of round 2. Osiris Torrance, best guard in the draft. I think he's going to be an absolute monster.
Oh, he's still available. Yeah.
He's probably going to go very early as well. Let's hope he doesn't go to the Raiders.
Yeah.
That would really suck. But
if the Raiders pick him, then we know he wasn't very good, and we don't have to worry about it.
All right. Hey, listen, before we wrap up here, guys, final thoughts. I'm going to start with my guy, Mike, who was nice enough to risk his marriage and join me. I can't thank you enough, man.
I always love hanging out with you, brother.
It's my brother here, man. I love this guy.
Hey.
Man, final thoughts here, man.
Wild first round. Arizona acted smarter than I've ever think they've acted before. Total shock to me.
Mm-hmm.
I still think the Chiefs was a feel-good pick. Thanking the fans, thanking the city, just for a good showing. Yeah, I never believe Reed's hype. Andy Reid never talks anybody down publicly, except for Shady McCoy. It was an exciting first round. It was great.
Oh, God, yes.
Loved hanging out with Gooch and Keys. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I want some offensive linemen.
We got lots of draft picks, so I'll Keys, man. Any final thoughts? By the way, thank you so much for coming in, joining. It's always great to have 2/3 of the Back Talk brothers. We didn't see Aaron on the TV, so. Maybe he wasn't really there. Maybe he was just hiding out.
I don't know how we'd have trouble spotting him.
No,
he said
he was wearing red. So he said he was wearing red. So I don't know how he missed them. So, hey, Keys, man, final thoughts, brother.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. It was definitely some curveballs in there and a couple fastballs too. I'm still kind of frustrated that. The NFL let the Eagles walk away with that haul.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I know I won't be half as frustrated tomorrow when I watch some more film, read some other people's perspective of FAU. But yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is like not letting the disappointment overshadow, positive feelings of what he can become. Because like I said, like there were that group of players that were valuable all the way up to the Chiefs spot. Like, would have loved to have basically any of them. And so, it's hard to imagine you can't even trade up a couple spots. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I don't know. I still, I think there was some terrible value for teams, but I still like some of the players they got, which might not make sense to people. But, I think at the end of the day, the biggest thing for me is players fall, and they fall for a reason. When there's consensus for that falling amongst, 31 teams, because the Dolphins didn't have their pick. But, since there's a consensus there, it kind of has to check my opinion on things at least a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, I still don't care what Spags thinks. I don't care about his type for his defensive line. I don't care about his type for anything on the defense. But it still has to give me, a pause. Like we're talking about Joey Porter Jr. Well, every team in the NFL said he wasn't a first-round pick.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's
same thing with Brian Branch.
There's something there with all of these guys, that we don't know. We don't know what it is, but we do know that there's got to be something, because where we expected players to go was way, way, way different. So.
I mean, every NFL team interviews a lot of these players. I don't know if you guys remember, Mike Ditka interviewed Adrian James, and he said he didn't want to draft him because he had a limp handshake. And he took Ricky Williams instead.
And I asked you, how good was Ricky Williams' handshake?
Yeah, maybe Ricky, maybe he practiced the handshake. What was it?
One hell of a handshake.
Somebody told me the story that when Patrick Mahomes came in, Matt Nagy, I thought it was one of you guys, that Matt Nagy gave Patrick Mahomes the questions that Andy Reid was going to ask him ahead of time. So, like, when Andy Reid interviewed him, he was like, "Oh my God, this guy knew everything," and it was because he had the answers.
Nagy said that in an interview.
Yeah.
Said, I actually gave him the answers, and then Mahomes said he stayed up all night reading it. So he went in there and he was just blowing him away. Yeah. And that Reid played it off like, yeah, I knew what was going on.
So, I mean, yeah, you never know. I mean, a lot of these questions. I was one time I was reading something. The Giants had this long questionnaire. And one of the questions are, would you want to be a dressmaker? And the player's like, why the hell are they asking me this? But for the record, I put down no, but like, it's kind of a stupid question. I mean, you never know. The Giants, one executive said that a player that they were interviewing talked about all the girls he had sex with. And like, they didn't even ask him this question. He's like, comes in, just starts bragging, and they're like, "Yeah, we're not going to draft you." So I mean, a lot of weird things happen.
Everything's a test, though. Like Andy could have known, and that was part of the test. Like you have all the answers the night before. Now we're going to learn about you. Are you going to study and take advantage of that or not?
Exactly. Yeah. Are you willing to put in the work?
You never know. But yeah, what happens in these meeting rooms is not anything that we're going to know. So I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a reason why Brian Branch and Joey Porter Jr. are still available, and Will Levis, Hendon Hooker as well. And we really, there's no way I would have thought all four of these guys would be available.
I kind of look at it as the Ryan Leaf rule. Pay attention in that meeting when he says, "No, I'm not ready to start. I need a couple years to develop." Like, okay, this guy's not like a leader. Maybe we need to be a little more cautious on drafting him.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Gooch, before we get out of here, man, any final thoughts, brother?
Well. It was definitely fun being with you guys.
Man, I can't thank you enough, man.
Man.
It was a lot of fun, man. I can't thank you enough for joining me.
Like I said, we did one for RGR last year. This is the first time we actually ever got to be involved. The draft was crazy. There was some, as you guys said, there were some people that got drafted. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, there's several picks. I'm going over the first round, and there's several picks that I'm like, what the hell?
And I thought, I know I threw out during the show, like, I hate that pick. I really didn't. I understand why they did it. It's just like, I feel like that guy, based on my mock, like, again, I'm not a professional, but based on what I thought, those guys would have been available to those teams later. And you could have gotten, a more high impact player. Like, again, I'm with you. I don't know how the number one ranked player in the draft goes to 9, and then a top 15 player goes to 30. You know what I'm saying? And the same team gets them both. Like nobody was like, hey, we can't let the Eagles do this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right, yeah.
NFL script writers.
Right.
I mean, I
have a story about that.
But other than that, I mean, it was a really good draft. It was fun.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, it was a crazy one. That was.
I mean, it was funny because I really thought it would go nuts at 6, and there was a trade, but I think 5 at Devin Witherspoon. As soon as Witherspoon went to Seattle, I'm just like, what the hell's going on? And then basically the whole first round. I mean, there was a few picks that made a lot of sense, a few predictions, but I mean, I'm going through here and a lot of like, what the hell's going on? And, and by the way, I'm coming back Monday. I'm going to have my draft grades. We're going to talk about this a lot. And then Perry's got some great comments here. Kansas City took a swing for a home run with their pick. I don't agree with that at all. I think I don't. This is not a boom or bust. This is kind of a safe pick. It's a guy with a. I mean, at worst, he's going to be a solid, decent defensive end. I don't think he's going to be a Pro Bowler. I don't think he's going to be a difference maker, but he'll be okay. I mean, he's the type of guy I think he's going to be a guy who's going to have like 8 to 9 sacks. I think that's a ceiling. To me, this is not a home run pick. This is a safe, single, not a home run. I hate the NFL. What do you guys think the Chiefs do tomorrow? Because most of the second round receivers will probably be gone before 63. Well, everybody here thinks the Chiefs are going to take Jalen Hyatt. So anyway, actually, it's a great. I hate the NFL. Great question, Mike. What are the Chiefs going to do tomorrow?
Tomorrow they're going to trade up. They're going to take their tackle, and I think safety or edge.
All right.
Because they need to have some rotation in there, and they're not deep. They also need a defensive lineman, so they may go defensive line.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually some decent defensive tackles. Not a deep, but there's the Becton kid. I can't think of his first name. Out of Wisconsin comes to mind. He might be available at 63.
They got the draft capital.
Yeah, so they do.
I think, and Veach stayed put. We have never. When have we ever seen Veach?
It's not. He's not going to tomorrow.
No,
like you're going to see. I think maybe multiple trades tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I think he's climbing the walls.
Yeah. I think tomorrow we could have a lot of fun here.
It's like a gambling.
Gooch here. I think the NFL has a fantastic question here. What do the Chiefs do tomorrow?
I don't think receiver.
I am not with the consensus. I'm thinking Hyatt. I think they trade up. I'm with Mike. I think offensive tackle or defensive secondary. And I mean they're still. And you figure they've still got 11 picks, so there's going to be a lot of packaging. I think the latest. I would be surprised if we pick past the 5th round. I think they're going to try and get up and get as many as they can in the top 100 and try to shore off D-line, edge, and secondary. Yeah. I personally think that they think that they're good with the cheap receivers that they have. And cheap doesn't mean terrible, but they've got Kadarius Toney on a rookie deal for a few more years. They've got Sky on a rookie deal. They've got Richie James on a rookie deal. They've got, Justin Ross on a rookie deal. They've got plenty of guys that I think that they feel like Mahomes can spread the ball to, especially if John Ross returns back to any kind of form that he had in Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying? I think they feel like they've got the guns.
No, I can see that. Yeah, I agree here. I think the Chiefs definitely will trade up. I think that what they did is they played it really safe at the bottom of round one. I think that they trade up for somebody who's got some upside.
Yeah.
I think that what you want to do is that if you want it sometimes when you're a team like Kansas City, great coaching staff, you can take a chance on a guy with athletic gifts that didn't produce. What they did is just the opposite in round one. You could look. I said Hyatt, but a Mingo out of Ole Miss, size speed combo.
Yeah.
That's a guy. Could have somebody. One of the tight ends from a smaller school. The tight end
Notre
from
Dame
tight end. The tight end out of South Dakota State. I'm forgetting his name. It wouldn't surprise me. Trade up.
Him.
Your guy Cody Mock would be a nice.
Cody?
Yeah, that's a guy. Maybe you trade up in the 40s for him.
It'd be a good interior line.
Oh, he'd be great. But I definitely think the Chiefs trade up. I'm just not sure where. And I think the Chiefs may trade up multiple times, not just at 63. I think it wouldn't surprise me if Chiefs tried to get in 2 picks in tomorrow. When I say tomorrow, second round, I mean there's 2 and 3s tomorrow, but you could see multiple trade ups, and I think that you're doing it with really talented players.
They got 9 picks left, so they got some wheeling and dealing.
JP, no, he's not, but he works really well in press man, excellent in zone. I mean, Kansas City Chiefs love playing press man. That's why I wouldn't mind at all. Is he a cover? No, he's not. He has some limitations, but is he a first round corner? Yeah. Teams fall in love with players. Sometimes teams pick the drives. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the NFL, and that's what's fun about doing a mock draft is you're just guessing what somebody thinks, but there's no logic behind a mock draft. There's just guesswork. So I mean that's kind of what you have here, man. So yeah, and teams fall in love. Every team will fall in love with a different player. If Carter, yeah, right now. So the way I do my draft grades, I have one team with an A+, I have one team with a D, and then I'll put all the teams in the middle. I try to divvy it up so that it's an equal amount of teams in each spot, like 3 for A, but it flips around. If you had to say who won this draft, it's Philly. There's to me there's no other team that won. So that's just my opinion. Dan, please stop saying the Chiefs.
Oh yeah.
You're
sick of it.
How
do you think we feel?
Yeah, I mean he wants them in Detroit. And by the way, I don't have the picks. I don't have the picks here, but Detroit traded up and again in round 2, and I don't know who they get in round 2. And you know what, man? I can't believe it. We got a special treat here. I got Luke G from the Luke G Fielder. Oh my God, Luke, what's up, brother?
What's going on, fellas, man? Look, I was trying to get on sooner. I had like 3 shows I had made obligations to, and I was trying to get out of one of them, but I saw that it was in a little distress, so I hung a little bit tight for him,
Man, I am so glad you're here. So I was kind of upset with what the Chiefs did, but then the Lions come in and say, hey, Dan, you want to see pissed off here?
Hold my beer.
Yeah. I want to hear straight from your mouth, Luke. Please tell me your opinion of what the Lions did.
I feel like what the Lions did is exactly what our general manager said. He didn't care about positional value. He went with who he thought was going to have impact. And it's upsetting to me because if you did this in the beginning, we were in the playoffs and could have been doing a lot of things different. But I walked away just like, okay, this is about what I thought would happen.
Really?
I didn't remember. I was screaming that they could take Will Levis. That's a guy that fits what they like to do. Yeah. I said, but if it was me, I would take Bijan Robinson and I would have the most dominating, disrespectful run game that there was. And I said, but my first goal is to trade down. But if I can't trade down and I'm stuck there, I'm more than happy with taking Bijan Robinson or taking Jalen Carter. Well, lo and behold, everybody I wanted was absolutely there at 6. The trade down came in, and I went, great. I'm ecstatic. We got 3/5 because of that trade. We now have 3 seconds because of that trade. No thirds, no fourth. Cool, no biggie. And I'm thinking at 12, here we go. We're going to take a cornerback. But I would have took Cansey, and then I would have took a cornerback at 18, and we take a running back. And then I go, oh. So they were hyped about this. And I go, okay. And 18 comes up, and I'm like, all right, well, this got to be Cansey. Nope, take a linebacker. Now you care about linebacker lives. Got it. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm sitting there looking. There's a lot of good names left on the board, but there's one problem. There's no really big name D tackles that I'm in love with anymore. My interior D tackles that I was in love with are all gone. So for me, this is what he does. He get high power offensive players, and he mortgaged the rest of the defense on cheap free agent 1-year deals and math players, and then he tried to find diamonds in the rough in the second round, and this is where we fell at. But in this particular case, I'm hoping that every pick we make is great. I know there's a lot of talk that, this means that DeAndre Swift's future with the Lions is over. He's leaving after this year, whatever. That would be a mistake. It was a mistake to trade Okudah. It was a mistake not to take a cornerback, and it's a mistake to not treat your next 3 picks like they are do or die. So in my opinion, I would take the quarterback at 34, let him sit and be ready for the next year. Then I would take the corner with the next pick, and then at that last second round pick, I would take me a D tackle because we don't pick again until the 5th. So overall, for me, every draft that we have, I'm going to give it a C. I don't care who we take. It's going to always and forever be a C because I've learned that giving out these high grades, they will adjust over time. But my initial response to it was, this is about what I expected to happen. He does these things where he's going to bolster the offense first and foremost. But my only problem is if you're going to take a running back, then just stay at 6, take Bijan, then you got 18, and at 18 you can take this. But they only took him, this is my opinion, they only took Gibbs because they think Gibbs is like Alvin Kamara 2.0 with more speed. That's what they think.
Well, I mean, that's the logic behind it. I'm going to tell you this, man. When they took Gibbs at 12, I hated the pick.
We were all stunned,
and I was floored. I was just absolutely shocked because I agree with you. If you really wanted the running back, stay at 6, take Robinson, and I would have loved that. If you wanted a running back, take the guy. Don't take a guy that you could have got at 18. The Campbell pick, I think it's going to be a really good player.
No, I disagree.
You could have got, okay, so you traded down and you have the second pick, 34? Is that right?
Yeah, so the way I looked at it is like this. I don't believe that there was a single linebacker that was worth a first-round pick this year. Not one. If you look at the draft as it finished, we're the only one who took a linebacker.
Yeah. Yeah. He's by the way, this I don't know how much you know about Jack Campbell. This is a really good football.
I did a film study on him. I broke down the good, the bad, and the ugly. I took his best and his worst game. And his best game was against Ohio State. I found so many flaws. Yep, he had an interception in that game. It was a great job. I think he's better in coverage than he is in run defense. But if you look at the Lions' problem, it wasn't coverage linebacker. It was run defense. And you can go and look at the Panthers game, 247 yards in the first half. And I can go on with other games where we couldn't stop the run.
I remember that Carolina game.
So when you look at the Lions right now, teams are still going to be able to run the ball on us. And guess what? You play the Falcons. So what's your game plan coming out to stop this? And then this the other question I have. Did we do enough to really win a division? Because that's what the talk is. The talk is that the Lions are going to win the division. That's what Vegas said. Yeah. That's what everybody wants to believe.
We brought that up.
So my thing is, if that's what the vision is, did you do enough to achieve that? Because as far as I'm concerned, you just got another problem with the Vikings adding another damn receiver. And you're going to tell me that Mosley and Sutton are the answer?
Yeah, so let me ask you this here. I got your question. I like the fact that you said C for the Lions. Is there who do you think won this draft? Is there a winner for round one?
I don't usually do winners and losers because we haven't seen nobody take a snap. But if you did it just based on sole talent and people who I think drafted with the sense of urgency of trying to complete the mission, it's got to be the Eagles. They have literally been let's just review, right? Just stay with me.
Yeah.
They played the Kansas City Chiefs, and the Chiefs, for all practical purposes, won, right? But let's be honest, they didn't really do anything particularly special. But how do you respond to that? Well, that's simple. I go out and get the number 1 D tackle to go with a guy named Jordan Davis. So now you got Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox. You still got Hassan Reddick. You add Nolan Smith. Like, what else do y'all want? What more can you do? Like what they did was they're doing moves to get back to the Super Bowl and to win it. And that's the difference. When you look at what they did, it's almost like they weren't even playing chess or checkers. It's almost like they was just like, you know what, we're going to cheat. We're going to let y'all think y'all doing something, and we're just going to come right on in quietly and take things that just in line with what we want to do. We want to touch your quarterback often. And so now, when you look at it, to me, the Eagles 100% won that draft, 100% in my opinion.
Oh, I agree completely. I'm going to do a draft grade show Monday, and I think the Eagles clear-cut winners.
Yeah.
I don't like what Detroit did at all. Because the Chiefs chose last. I don't know how familiar you are. I'm calling him FAU because I can't pronounce his name.
Yeah, I can't pronounce his name either. But
he's a local kid. Yeah, Felix. Felix works. He's a local kid, so he's from Kansas City. So it's a feel-good story. But there was about, I think, 6 or 7 players I just rattled off the top of my head I would have wanted instead.
Oh, I think we all did.
Yeah, I'm very unhappy.
But you know the difference, though? I'm going to tell you the difference is when you are the Kansas City Chiefs and you're picking 31 after winning the Super Bowl, right? You get the luxury of taking luxury picks. And to be honest with you, they're trying to find a way to put a defense out there that don't cost a lot of money. Now,
yeah,
I get it, but I also get your point because you took somebody different, sure. But in terms of bringing somebody in who's going to do what y'all want them to do, in terms of being able to get after the quarterback, y'all started off with Karlaftis, who I think is a really good player for y'all, right? I think I still got Willie Gay out there.
We still got Willie Gay.
All right, so who's the other guy rushing opposite of him?
Right now, we got kind of a handful of guys, but nobody really special. We have a third down guy, Mike Hanna, an undersized guy. I bring him up. He played at Michigan. Frank Clark's. I'm kind of hoping that the Chiefs can re-sign Frank Clark on a cheap deal. I don't think that's going to happen.
But that's what this pick was. This pick was basically saying that, hey, if Frank signs, great. If he don't, great. We at least have a young defense that can still get after the quarterback, and that's what the game plan is. And I think that the bigger thing that they wanted to point out to their fan base is, guess what? Yeah, we don't have many picks, but if you look at our team, what do we really need? We have very few needs too. The Kansas City Chiefs don't have a lot of needs.
I've been wanting a wide receiver. I really wanted a wide receiver. Mike's getting sick of me. I've been mocking a trade up for a wide receiver because
sweet Jesus, if you say Hyatt one more time.
I'm sorry. I like Jalen Hyatt. It makes sense. So,
but he's still there though.
Time out, because I got to correct you.
All right.
What did Juju do after he came back from the injury? Almost nothing.
He didn't do much, but I really like the way he played. Luke, here's the thing. I'm looking at Nolan Smith at 30, Miles Murphy at 28 as players that I liked a lot more than Felix. I mean, a lot more. And the Chiefs had to trade capital to move up 4 or 5 spots, and they didn't do it.
They shouldn't have. They should not have traded up. This is the problem.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. Why would you trade your draft capital to trade up when you have the luxury of just taking best player available? You don't have to do all this extra stuff.
I think there's like 20 players better than this guy.
There may be 20 players better than this guy.
Yeah, I'm not happy.
Right, there may be 20 players better than this guy. But if you would have traded up 1 or 2 spots to get somebody else that you think is better, you're still giving up capital for a spot that you got to still fill. You still got to fill out a roster. You still got people that you can do, and there's still a lot of talent. You want the receiver, you'll be able to still get one. They come a dime a dozen. It would not be hard for you to find one. You want to go out and get you a cornerback? Cool. It's still a whole lot of good cornerbacks earlier in the draft, which means there's going to be some later in the draft.
We have a hole at free safety, and Brian Branch, the best free safety in the draft, fell all the way
Who
to
told you that?
one. Huh?
Who told you he's the best free safety?
I think he's the best free safety in the draft.
I think he's a slot corner in NFL.
Yeah, you know the way the Chiefs played defense when they had the Honey Badger, he played a lot of free safety, moved him inside as a slot corner. I thought Brian Branch, day one starter. This Felix guy is not.
You don't like Antonio Johnson?
I love Antonio Johnson. Antonio Johnson, we didn't get a chance to do it. Antonio Johnson's one of my draft crushes, but last year the Chiefs drafted a Byron Cook in the second round. Not quite the player Antonio Johnson is, but he's a stereotypical strong safety. We got the strong safety. We needed a free safety. We lost Juan Thornhill to Cleveland. I thought Brian Branch would be that fit because he can play free safety. He can also be a slot corner, day one starter. This Felix guy, not a day one starter.
Well,
I'm unhappy with a franchise that just won a Super Bowl. I know.
No, it's not that.
I'm not happy. You know,
a little spoiled.
We're spoiled.
No, I get what you're saying, but I think it's also the fact that for you, about what you could have had versus what you got. I get it, right? But let's play devil's advocate, right?
Fair.
Luke G.
It's a little different.
I need some therapy here. I'm unhappy with my draft.
No, I mean, but it's a fair, in my opinion, it's a fair assessment. It's a fair, response. If you feel like, hey, we could have did the following things different. Okay, cool. But let's look at who's still left, right? Like, let's look at like who is still left on the board, right? Hyatt is still out there, so you can get him if you want to.
Everybody here wants Jalen Hyatt. Everybody I've had on the show has been really excited about Jalen Hyatt.
Okay, but let's just say hypothetically, though. Hypothetically, like if you just like, hey, I'm really trying to find secondary help, safety help, right? And you like I said, you got Antonio Johnson you can still do, right? You got Jair Brown, who I think would be a phenomenal pickup by y'all. I think he's an underrated safety that people don't talk about enough, right? But that can still fall to you if you wanted the safety, right? What other positions do you feel like you need to have?
Because the guy that I don't know if I'm drawing a blank on his name. I want to say Jimmy Robinson, the guy out of Florida State.
Yeah, but you still got JL Skinner. Like your options is like not sure.
I here's the thing. I like this Byron Cook kid that we have. We really need a free safety. Skinner's an interesting pick. We didn't even mention his name.
No.
Hey, I got this is a great question here, and this is directed directly towards you. Keys was here. His battery died. He surprised us. He was able to come in. Where is Levis and Hook? Luke, I thought both these guys would be gone in round one.
I did too. But you know what? What happened, and I hate to say it, many of the people looked at how the draft was going and said, oh, they'll make it to the second round. And that's just the unfortunate truth. I think, in my opinion, Hendon Hooker or Levis is probably going to the Rams. The Rams is a team that I think
I could see that.
They need a quarterback like yesterday. Like they needed, like if you were to put a clinic out, a mobile clinic, and was like, hey, what do you need? It would be that they would say, "Hey, I need a quarterback." They were literally trying to trade Stafford to get picks to get a quarterback.
Well, let me ask you this: which one of these guys would go to the Rams?
If it was, in my opinion, I think that it would be Levis if one of them went to it. I think they can do the Hendon Hooker, but with the fact that Stafford has have injuries and and stuff like that. I think they'll want to pass on Hendon Hooker just because they'll feel like, hey, he's not going to be able to come in an event that he gets hurt. But if I was the Rams, that's just me. If I was the Rams, I wouldn't touch a quarterback. That's just me. Why? Because if I suck, and I did it without even trying to tank, but I just suck. I'm in the sweepstakes for Caleb Williams.
That's going to be a very interesting
and
topic.
that's going to be the
interesting topic. Yeah, because he's going number one unless he like robs a bank or blows his knee out or something. He's definitely going number one. So you think Levis and Hooker? You think the Rams are going to take one of these guys?
I think the Rams is looking at a quarterback. I think it's actually a few teams that's looking at a quarterback at this point, because at this point it's all value. Right? Like it's all value. It's not like
I seriously I think Pittsburgh's going to take Joey Porter Jr. tomorrow. And then I think Houston, Arizona, and Indianapolis, I think all three of those teams could trade out. And you could see Levis and Hooker going 33-34.
I feel like you could be onto something, but
I couldn't tell you who. I couldn't tell you who. To be honest, I think that Levis, the furthest he goes is to the Raiders. Raiders pick 38th. I don't think Levis goes past 38.
Okay, now they got Stedham.
Mm-hmm.
They got Garoppolo.
Yeah.
No, he'll get past him.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah, I think the Saints is the biggest culprit.
Okay, the Saints at 40.
Yeah.
Even though they signed Carr for 4 years, you think the Saints at 40 are going to get one of these guys?
Well, they got options to get him out, but I feel like the Saints could be an option for them because who's their backup?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is it I'm drawing a blank on the names. No,
I feel like
Jameis. It's Jameis.
You're right. I was trying to
Jameis
think
is still there?
Taysom Hill, but you're right. James.
He signed. He signed a 1-year deal.
Yeah, he signed.
I thought they lost him.
I forgot.
All right, so in that case, then scratch that. Then so let's go back to the Rams. It's one place for a quarterback, and I think that realistically, I feel bad for Levis because truthfully, somebody may have to trade up to get him, but the Falcons could be an option too. They got Desmond Ridder, but I'm not buying it. They just so in love with Desmond Ridder.
I'm thinking Tennessee are at 41. If you're Hendon Hooker,
but then they just drafted Malik Willis, and it's like what in the third round of last year. Do you think they just gonna give up on Malik Willis?
I don't know. Tennessee's kind of a strange team, but let me ask you this though: if you had Hendon Hooker as a first round talent and he's available at 41,
I'm gonna just be honest. I'm trying to push a narrative because I'm praying that I can speak it into existence. I really want Hendon Hooker to be a Lion. I want him to be the backup.
Now it comes out.
I'm hoping that I can like change the narrative. You
guys pick at 34. So you think Hendon Hooker 34?
I would take him at 34 because you're not asking. You got to think about it. Like everybody's so angry at what the Lions have done. Like I get it, right? Like I get it, right?
If I was a Lions fan, I would not be happy today.
Listen, I'll put it this way. I've already warned this fan base about our general manager and no one listened. But what if I told you so and you didn't listen? That's the reality. At this point, it is what it is. The picks are in. They're here. They're going to be players here. Just deal with it. However, you have an opportunity to really address your quarterback room. You have to do it. You cannot tell me that you think Jared Goff is your future. You can't tell me that.
I'm looking at 34, 48, and 55, and I could definitely see a quarterback and 2 day one starters in the second round. I definitely could see that happening.
Listen, I feel like listen, the Lions are saying that they're taking this is what Brad Holmes said. He don't care about draft value, right? This is what he's saying. Now they pick at 34. If for some reason, Joey Porter Jr., which I cannot believe made it to the second round, is absurd to me.
I'm with you. I love Joey Porter Jr.
It's absurd to me, right? But let's say he don't get taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? I don't know why, but let's just say that don't happen.
Oh, he's going to the Steelers, man. He's going.
He has to go. His dad was there, but you never know.
I'd be honest. We thought when Pittsburgh traded up to 14 that was going to be the pick. You're taking Joey Porter Jr. That there you go. But by the way, great job by the Steelers leapfrogging the Jets and taking Broderick Jones. We didn't give them nearly enough credit for a great move, I think.
No, I think to me, there was a move made to me that I think that was underrated, and that was trading back up to get Darryl Wright for the Bears. I thought, oh, okay. A guy he could play center, guard, tackle. Will Anderson couldn't get past him. So, I mean, hey, I get it. But
I'll be honest, I didn't like that pick at all. I see a guy that plays right. Well, I mean, as a Lions fan, I would love it. I mean, Bears took a guy that I would have taken Skornonski over him.
I just feel like saying that he stopped Will Anderson is like saying Wiley stopped Max Crosby. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's a fair point. I can't argue with that point. That's a fair point. But I'm just saying, I'll put it like this. Look at what happened to their quarterback. They made an investment in Justin Fields. Their line was absolutely atrocious. They switched over running backs, right? Like they needed to build something up to keep that quarterback safe. He's going to still run, but he couldn't even sit in the pocket and be safe. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I get the move. I get the move. The move that I think was most alarming was the Arizona Cardinals. That tackle got his butt destroyed by Aiden Hutchinson and David Ojabo. And it happened repeatedly. And I can show other games where he got his butt handed to him. Like I just don't Paris. Like I wouldn't have touched him. I wouldn't have touched him with a 10-foot pole.
By the way, Perry, we didn't talk about this, but I had several draft crushes. Johnson's one of them. He did not go. Keon White is a guy that I am absolutely in love with. He didn't go in the first round either, but I'm very high on Keon White. Keon White was one of my favorite players. He didn't get his name called. He's a guy who should go early in the second round. And Johnson, I watched the old NFL special, top 10 safeties of all time. Steve Atwater wears number 27, big, tall, long safety, likes to hit. Johnson wears 27, big, long, tall safety like that. I see a lot. Yeah. I love Antonio Johnson. So,
well, you're gonna have a chance to get him. I think there's a lot of people. No Hendon Hooker won't be a Lion, but if I can speak it into existence, I can dream.
I'll tell you what. I mean, you're picking 34, you're picking 48, you're picking 55. If Hendon Hooker, it doesn't. I really do. I was saying 34 because I'm looking at Tankathon, which doesn't have the trade, but I'm looking at 33 at Houston with Levis and Hooker. Why wouldn't you trade down?
You mean for the Lions?
No, I'm talking to Houston. If you're at Houston, and
I don't think Houston has that pick. I think they gave that pick up.
Did Houston? Okay, well,
I feel like they gave that pick up to. I think that's the Cardinals pick.
Okay, so whoever has 33? I'm sorry, Gooch. What were we saying, brother?
Oh no, it's fine. I was just I don't think Hooker gets past 38. Raiders,
38 Raiders.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the Rams take Levis at 36.
All right, so you got Levis at 36 and then Hooker at 38. Luke, I'm actually with you, man. Hendon Hooker makes a lot of sense for Detroit.
You don't need him to play this year. It allows you to explore getting rid of Jared Goff after 1 year. That frees up another $30 million for you in cap space. You can essentially turn right back around and draft another quarterback the year after if you want, in like the third round if you wanted to. But my thing is if they don't take a quarterback in the second round and they take one in the fifth, that just tells me that they're sticking with Jared Goff. So okay.
Well, drafting a guy like Hendon Hooker, you give him a red shirt year. That just makes a lot of sense to me.
Oh yeah.
And then
don't knock Goff because he had that offense humming
no,
in Detroit.
I'm not knocking him
I'm
at
not
all.
knocking Goff, but the question isn't a matter of knocking Goff as much as it is. Let's be honest. Are you prepared to give him another 4-year deal? I'm not.
At his age.
He did take a team to the Super Bowl.
I mean, he didn't though.
And then
Todd Gurley carried them there.
And then Perry. I really thought the Saints at 29. I was really expecting a trade down. I really thought they would trade down, but you're 100% correct. And then by the way, I don't think Luke G's hating on Jared Goff. For me, I think it's great value to get a guy like Hendon Hooker. So
hold on, wait. I'm not hating on Jared Goff.
No,
right?
I don't think you.
What I'm saying is this. All right, just follow my logic for the people who think I'm hating on Jared Goff. Next year, Jared Goff, after this year, Jared Goff will have 1 year left on his deal. That if you keep him, you're going to pay him a significant amount of money. But if you release him, you get $30 million in cap space. If you draft a quarterback like Hendon Hooker and have him ready to go for the next year, not only do you get a quarterback who can do what Jared Goff can do, he can run. And then on top of that, your backup quarterback is Nate Studfield. You're going to be hinging your bets on Nate Studfield? I'm not. Well, Hendon Hooker's hurt. Yeah, but if Hendon Hooker is hurt,
he's already. Did you see the clip of him throwing? He's already throwing.
Right.
Like he'll be ready. Seriously, if you needed him to be a backup opening day, I think he'd be ready. I think
Lions fans had no problem.
I would never say hating. I was just saying, like, remember he didn't do terrible this past year, and I mean, he almost stuck him into the. I mean, I'm not a Goff fan. I just thought that, for people who don't really like him, I mean, he helped make he helped make Detroit relevant last year when everybody was writing him off for another 1-15 season.
Well, I don't think nobody was writing them off for a 1-15 season. That wasn't the narrative, but making them relevant, I don't know if I would even argue that. But I will say this. Did the Lions do what I thought they was going to do? No, they underachieved. I thought that they were supposed to win way more games than what they won. I thought that they should have did way better than what they did. However, my issue isn't with Jared Goff. My issue is financially based. I need to
I completely understand that. I actually agree with that. Like, I was thinking about it when you said it, and I was like, yeah, 1 more year, and then he's going to be trying to get – I mean, Daniel Jones makes more money than Patrick Mahomes, and that's where Goff's contract would have to be. And I'm no.
Right. The idea, like, it's a lot of Lion fans who think, like, oh, he's going to play for $45 million. But I'm like, you think that this guy, like, y'all are expecting him. First of all, Aaron Rodgers is not in Green Bay no more. The Bears are still rebuilding, and the Vikings are like, oh, and y'all think that what's going to happen is that he's going to win a division, get to a playoff game. According to what they are predicting, he's going to win a playoff game, and he's going to turn around and take $45 million a year. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see it.
I'm gonna get through these some of these comments here. CJ Stroud, Alex, I'm dying to know what you think because I like the trade, but when I saw how much you gave up to get Will Anderson, we were all kind of surprised. It kind of sounds like Arizona kind of won that trade, and it sounds like Arizona's just writing off 2023 completely. Like everybody wants to leave. Who knows when Kyler Murray's going to play? I thought Arizona probably won that trade, but if Will Anderson has 15 sacks his rookie year, then maybe not. I love Chase Young. I think he could be a superstar. By the way, if he comes back and plays awesome, Washington may be able to sign him to a long-term deal, but because he's a fifth-year option, you could maybe get him. I actually, I don't know the specifics if Washington's the only team or if he gets traded, can that team give him that 5th-year option?
I don't think so.
They done with him. They done with him. And
I
you know what's
would
funny?
love Chase Young in Kansas City. I really would. I'm a big Chase Young fan.
Yeah, they are so done with him that it's not even funny. They're done with Chase Young. And the sad part is this. When he came out, I took a lot of heat for this. I said, Chase Young is not Julius Peppers. And people was like, what are you talking about? And I said, he don't always play hard. Yes, he do. I'm like, he does not play hard.
I said he was Jadeveon Clowney.
And that's exactly what he was. He's a guy who looks like he should win every matchup. He would get you a few plays here and there, but for the most part, that's about where the buck stops. And I believe there's one place Chase Young can go and revive his career, and I think they'll be able to nurture him and use his skills to the way it should be, and that's Pittsburgh. That's the only one. But I think they're done with him. I think even if he goes out and have a good season, they're not giving him no big contract. He's been hurt every year.
Yeah, my boy Q's here has a good comment here for you, Luke. Why is there even golf talk? I don't want to sound like an elitist snob, but after watching Mahomes past 5 years, I can tell you golf isn't it. He's solid, but not it.
And that's why there's golf talk, because you need to start to look for a replacement. You need to have somebody that can replace him at this point. And I'm not saying that, like you gotta keep in mind, I'm a Lions fan. I watched Eric Kramer carry us to an NFC Championship game.
I remember that.
It's not like Eric Kramer was lining up the board. Trent Dilfer took the Ravens to a Super Bowl and won, right? So you can do it with just moderate players. But my thing is you have an opportunity to replace him with a dynamic player, so replace him with a dynamic player.
Let me ask you this here. I think you already answered this. You, for some reason or another, Arizona takes a player at 33. All right. Pittsburgh takes Joey Porter Jr. or not a quarter. I mean, they're not taking a quarterback. I think we can safely assume that. You have Levis and Hooker at 34, and you're the GM here. Which one are you taking?
Brad Holmes type player, to me, in my opinion, is Levis. Remember when we talked about a few months ago, and I said Levis is a guy that fits where he likes, and I'm like, I wouldn't do it. I would take Hendon Hooker. Why? I think he's a better thrower. I think that he's just as mobile as Levis, and I think he's more sound in his decision-making when it comes to it. Plus, what's the point of you having that nice, shiny toy that's supposed to be all speedy and stuff if you don't have a quarterback that can get him the ball?
I actually agree perfectly with what you're saying. I actually makes a lot of sense. I really thought Levis and Hooker would both go in round one. I've Hooker rated above Levis. Here's the thing: the first time I watched Hendon Hooker play a whole game was that game against Alabama, and I thought that he looked like a better NFL quarterback to me than Bryce Young, but I have questions about a guy who's 190 pounds playing in the NFL.
Okay, so I don't mean to interrupt, but apparently
come on in,
it's coming out now that Levis has a toe injury.
Oh, really?
Oh,
okay.
That one team, they didn't say the team, but there was a team that was considering picking him early in the first, and Levis said the toe was healed, and they believe that he could manage it, but surgery would have to be the talk after the season. And so
okay, that would be a big issue. That was the rumor behind Nakobe Dean last year, because a lot of people thought he would go somewhere in the late teens or in the 20s. He ended up going in the third round, and then it was known that he had to have shoulder surgery and he wouldn't be ready to play. For Jason Peterson, 8 here, golf helped design his offense. Didn't say he would try. Listen,
golf was I always viewed golf as a stopgap. I don't think anybody ever planned on him as a long-term solution.
And Jason, man, I'm sorry, because I got you and I got Luke G here. I hate to tell you this. People aren't saying, hey, I'm going to take a pay cut and hang out in Detroit. All right. People aren't doing that.
I've been to Detroit. Didn't know.
Listen, people aren't doing that. Everybody thinks that their team is a place that people want to take discounts at. I remember Corey, the Red Sea, he tried telling me Kyler Murray's going to take a hometown discount. And I said, why? And NFL players don't fall in love with cities and take hometown discounts very often. Not quarterbacks. And I tell you this, Jared Goff isn't thinking of him. I don't care what he says publicly or whatever. He's not thinking to himself, yeah, I'm going to hang out in Detroit for less money. I'm telling you that as a fact.
Yeah, I've said a lot of questions to me, so I'm trying to make sure I hit on certain ones. Perry Ball, Luke, what's your thoughts on J-Mo? He's exactly who
I was hoping I would get this because I kind of went off and I was kind of mean. I want to hear what you have to say, Luke. I want to hear this, man.
You shouldn't be mean. Like nobody should be that stupid. Nobody.
No.
Nobody should be that dumb. Like I don't care what nobody said. Whatever he was betting on was not going to equal out to what he was going to get paid for a year that he was going to play with the Detroit Lions. Right?
Exactly.
And then secondly,
I've been trying to tell people this.
And then secondly, he already knew. He knew for a fact, without a shadow of a doubt, what he was doing. That's why he didn't bet on NFL games. He thought he can get around it by betting on other games. But guess what? You did it on their goddamn internet in their building. Like the term of dumb jock sometimes comes out to be true in most cases, but that's not the worst part about it. You missed the majority of the entire season, almost 90% of the season, due to an injury. And after getting that done, you're not going to miss 6 games because you're going to be doing it. And to the people who want to say, "Oh, it's stupid," it's not stupid. It's no different than if you were at work on company time and you're watching porn. You don't get to do those type of things when you're on somebody else's time and they're paying for it. And so my thing is this: at the end of the day, when it comes to J-Mo, he failed in every light, and it's not just that. He had other mature issues. I watched him in those games when the ball was not going his way. That dude didn't care a lick of if he needed to run this route hard or not. I pointed this stuff out. I had fans tell me I was a hater because I don't like him. I went, "Oh, okay."
I had an issue. I also blasted Detroit last year. I didn't like what they did. I thought it was silly trading up 20 picks in the first round. You got great trade value. Yeah. I didn't like this at all. People told me I was wrong. I was like, look, I don't care what you say. When you win 3 games your first season, you're on the hot seat. All right. Yeah. You can't win 3 games again. And I'm going to tell you right now, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell went 3-14 in 2023. The Lions would have a new head coach and maybe general manager as well. So taking a guy who's hurt at 12. But what really bothered me is that why didn't he play at all at Ohio State? Why? I know they had NFL talent, but he wasn't even looking at the field. That just didn't make a lot of sense to me. So I had some red flags on him, and then he was injured on top of that.
And here's the thing, and I actually tried to explain this to some people in another chat when, they were talking about the gambling thing. It's like, look, the NFL cares about the NFL. And if it looks like their players, even the appearance, because 9 times out of 10, perception is reality. So even if it looks like you're betting on NFL games, then you start calling into question the legitimacy of the games. Yep. Because then people are like, oh, did you drop that pass to make bank? Did you short your stats by going 5 for 60 when everybody thought you were going to go 7 for 120? And the last thing the NFL wants called into question is if their games are on the up and up. You know what I'm saying?
And so take it a step further. Take it one more step further. They even have videos of Calvin Ridley where he had a chance for a first and he ran backwards. What were you doing there? And then on top of that, one more step further. Look what the scandal did to the NBA. Once it came out that referee, that 1 or 2 referees was out there, gambling and points, and it really hurt for me as a Pistons fan because one of the games he did that to was my damn team. In a championship game. I'm sitting here watching the game. This happened the Pistons going against the Lakers. We trying to repeat. And I'm sitting here watching the game. Nobody touched the damn player. They're like blowing a whistle foul. And I'm like, what? And then we find out later that, he had betted all this money because Detroit was the favorite to win the game. So he betted the money to make sure that the LA Lakers won the game. So again, but look what it did to the integrity of the sport. People started questioning it from there on out. Like, is this stuff real? Is they really taking it? Oh, you want load management now? We never had load management before. So he's 100% right. The moment you start questioning the game, it's a problem. Even though he didn't bet on NFL games, he was betting on other sports. My issue is this. You were doing it on company property with company stuff on his own phone. Don't use the internet. Take yourself off of Wi-Fi.
You got it was
from my
I'll
understanding, there are signs up all over every NFL facility that says "Do not gamble."
You have a rookie symposium. You have meetings.
Yeah, but according to Dwayne Bowe, the rookies don't attend those symposiums. Very few do. They're voluntary.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they have financial symposiums. They have all kinds of stuff. And he said, man, these dumb guys, they don't go. They don't learn. The NFL tries to teach you, and they don't go. They don't take advantage of it.
According to the Detroit Lions, not only were they rookies required to go to the symposium, but they actually went. And on top of it, when they came back from the symposium, they had met with them to explain to them what these rules were and what the expectations were. And then even after they did that, they had the NFLPA come in and explain the same thing to ensure that their players were aware and understood how the rule worked. So at that point, you just ignored the hell out of
I'll go a step further than that, Luke. Name 5, or I could say 10, but name 5 colleges that prepares you for the NFL more than Alabama.
5 of them?
Yeah.
Clemson?
More than Alabama, there isn't
more than Alabama. I'll say Clemson, and I'll tell you why. Because in my opinion, when I watch what Alabama does, Alabama is built on the name and it's built on the fact of Nick Saban, right? Yeah. There are coaches who really prepare you in a totally different way. So I feel like Clemson has been one of those teams. Let me see. You said 5. I don't know if I can get 5. But let me see if I can name some others.
Well, I mean, my point is that this is a kid who went to Ohio State and Alabama, and every Power 5 conference will go over the rules and regulations. I mean, he knew about this stuff ever since he was in college. And on my show, I got some of your Lions fans on there, and they kept on saying stupid rule. No, there's no excuse for this. You know what the rules are. You know better, and you really. I think fans shouldn't be mad at the rule. They shouldn't be mad at the NFL. They should be mad at Jameson Williams.
I agree. I mean, and I'll give you another one. You know it's a stupid rule? Jaywalking. I'm surprised it's still in the book. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Jaywalking is a stupid rule until you get hit by a car, right? These like, oh my God, where's the rule for people not to cross the, so the rules that no matter how dumb they are, some of the rules make sense in a lot of cases, right? And all I'm saying is as much as you want to get mad at the rule, get mad at the fact that a guy went. First of all, let me just explain something to people. And Dan, stop me when I say something that's incorrect. When you go on these betting apps, you have to scan your driver's license or ID. Am I right?
Yeah.
And then they give you a unique number or code or something to identify you in the bet. Am I right, Dan?
You're correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So let's take all that bit of information. Now let's add into it a goddamn Wi-Fi you have no access and control over. Okay. Now, all they got to do is look at your IP address and follow the IP address back to your device. And once they do that, they have contracts with these betting agencies because guess what? Some states you can't bet in, which means that app that you use has a GPS location to make sure you are in a state that can bet. Am I wrong yet, Dan?
No, you're not. I mean, I remember Chris Carter got in a lot of trouble for saying this years ago, but have a fall guy.
Yep, you need to have.
He could have texted his buddy to say, "Put this money down on this game," and he's playing in those 6 games.
Or the NFL has spent billions of dollars with these betting agencies, and you have to be completely ignorant to believe that there was no way that they were going to find out you were betting on something. And I'm going to go with Luke G on this. You can't be a soccer athlete and bet. You can't be a baseball player and bet. They suspend people for years doing that or ban them for life. Just look at Pete Rose. You can't do it in basketball because of Tim Donahue, the referee and stuff like that. What makes you think
that name is banned on all platforms unless we don't even mention that name. Cheated the
I
hell
mean-
out of my damn Pistons.
It's just like I don't know why you thought Calvin Ridley wasn't betting on his own team. He got a year. What made you think? And the funny thing is, and I guess you have to look like this. There's a couple of Lions who are suspended for a year. So were they betting on NFL games?
They were. So
one
CJ
were
Moore,
suspended and 2 were cut.
so CJ Moore and Quintez Cephas did bet on NFL games, and they were cut. Now, mind you, I don't know how often you watch my channel, but I had to have all type of debates about why the Lions re-signed goddamn CJ Moore. Like we could have saved that money for something more important. And I don't know how important he is to special teams.
Cephas Johnson, the Wisconsin wide receiver.
Yep, Cephas.
I like that dude. I like that dude a lot.
But he batted on the NFL game, and so he's already on the bubble, and so now he's out of here. Extra stage left. Now the reason that Barry Hill and Jameson did not get a year was because the games they betted on. The games they betted on were not NFL games. The problem is you can't bet on games even doing official NFL business. So, like if you were on, let's say for example, a team traveled to Michigan and they're in a hotel that's sanctioned by the NFL to be there, you can't bet there. All Jameson had to do was go to hell home. Just go home. Go home, get in your car, and do it. Or here's a more logical thing: invest in a VPN. Let's start with that. Like I'm just saying, like you could have, could you imagine them trying to track who's betting this money and you in freaking Africa? Good luck with that. Or better yet, just don't use their Wi-Fi.
I mean, this is something very easy, and I was really mad at Jameson Williams, and I was kind of surprised that people are trying to defend this kid. It's like, no, you don't defend this guy for this. This guy did something stupid.
It was really boneheaded.
It was really boneheaded, and Lions fans should be very mad at it.
I don't know why they're not, but I'll take that back. I know why they're not, because one thing about Lion fans is we love receivers. And I say this all the time, and fans be like, man, that's not true. Yes, it is. If the Lions draft a receiver with 34, they're going to jump for joy and flips and kicks and everything else. But the reality is this. He knew better. And when you know better, exactly, you do better. And at the end of the day, he just didn't care.
Yeah, exactly. And I couldn't understand why Lions, and Perry, here's the thing, Perry. I know that there was other wide receivers, but he wasn't even getting on the field. I mean, Ohio State had some blowout wins, and he wasn't even sniffing the field for some reason. Players get rotated in all the time. He wasn't even getting in the rotation for some reason, and that gave me a red flag. And then he gets injured. So
forgive me for being kind of small-minded, but you can't even get me to do something that's going to cost me to lose $5.
Right.
I can't understand why, if you're making millions, you would do something that costs you even half that.
But take it one step further. Listen, he was going to make almost $2 million this season. What bet was he making that was going to net him $2 million?
Maybe he was betting that the Royals were going to win the World Series.
I'm just saying, just think about it, right? Think about the amount of money he would have had to invest in that bet to make $2 million. Like, come on, you would have had a better chance putting that money into the stock market and getting that back. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, there's no logic behind that. Could you imagine that there's like a guy going up into a bank and robbing it for $5? It doesn't make sense. It's just no point. Or like what this dumb guy did here in Detroit, robbed the bank and wrote down it's a robbery on his goddamn pay stub. Like, this is how stupid some of this stuff is. Like, why would you just don't do it? Don't even do it. Why do you feel the need to gamble? If you're going to do it amongst yourself with other players where y'all can have a verbal talk and say bet 10 or bet 5. But whatever it is, you don't do it under technology where it tracks everything.
If you really want to give money away, get married.
You ain't lying about that.
I mean, you're gonna give it away anyway. You know what I'm saying? You might as well get married. At least it's going to somebody else. You know what I mean? I couldn't understand when I saw it. Like, it was like 6 players. I was like, nobody learns from nobody around here, do they?
I'm sorry.
You got millions of dollars. Ask Calvin Ridley how it felt to miss $5 million. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
And again, the only reason, and I really believe this, Perry Ball, I really believe this. The only reason why many of the Lions fans defend him in the first place is simply because they don't want me to be right. They can't stand it. They don't want me to be right. They don't want me to be right about the fact that, look, we did not need him. We could have took a linebacker. We could have had Devin Lloyd, and we could have used Devin Lloyd. Now, I think that a lot of people had spent so much time putting into it, but I'm like, oh, you don't have to do all that. If the players, what do you think they are, it will show up on the field in the tape. And if they're not, then it don't. But too often, people just want to prove me wrong, and so therefore they're going to defend him because they don't want to be like, well, you was right.
Your favorite passer.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Luke. I gave the Lions a C- draft grade last year.
Oh, ain't you generous?
And the only reason I was going to give them a D, but the trade value that they got from the Vikings was amazing. I mean, you traded up 20 spots if I remember correctly, and you gave up the second. I thought that was great value, but I hated taking. And I think Funk always gets mad at me. He goes, "You can't get mad because you could have got a player later." And I was like, "Yeah, I can, because if you stay there, you could have got Christian Watson, who's I think going to end up being a better player. You didn't have to trade up, and I didn't like the player." So.
Or you could have got Pickens. I think.
I forgot about Pickens.
You could have got either one of those two guys, and you wouldn't have had to trade it up or nothing like that. And again, that wasn't your biggest need. You needed linebackers. You needed defensive help. And guess what? You get into a year where you really could have made a run, and you score 45 against the Seahawks, and they score 48.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened? Everybody's like, well, look, the New England losses on the offense, they couldn't score points. We're not outscoring everybody, so that's not realistic.
So for this draft, you're just going to give this a C. You're okay with this draft, though. I have to admit, I'm kind of surprised that you're okay with this draft.
Oh, no. Every draft gets a C for me. I refuse to give it any other grade. No. And the idea that I'm okay with it, I'm okay with it because I refuse to fight with Lions fans who are going to come up with every excuse about why this is a great draft. See, I made a statement earlier.
I'll let you know, unless some things change, when I do my draft grade show Monday, I'm going to be kind of mean here. I mean, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be mean to my fan base. I'm not happy with our draft pick at all.
Well,
no, supposedly Spag loves the guy.
Okay, so I'm since Luke G is the Lions fan, did you? I damn near dropped my drink and said some cuss words when the Lions picked Jahmyr Gibbs. There's a sigh. What were you thinking when that pick came across the screen?
Honestly, my reaction was to laugh, and what I did was I laughed because I explained to people that if there was ever anything that he would do, he would invest a high-end quality on offensive players. And my thing is if you were going to take a running back, this is my thing. Show me the people who had Jahmyr Gibbs as running back number one. Show me those people, and please don't name me Pro Football Focus, because 9 times out of 10 they're absolutely nuts and stupid. So
there's no love for PFF here, man.
Yeah,
it's a joke. I can't.
So my thing is this: who had Jahmyr Gibbs as running back one? Because if the answer is only the Lions, then my request to them is well, you better pray to God he better than Bijan Robinson when y'all play the Falcons. I know that. You better pray, because I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. If we play the Falcons, who we play at home, don't know when we play them, but we play them at home. If we play the Falcons and Bijan Robinson runs all through us, and Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't do a single thing, fans gonna start looking and going, "We could have had that guy."
I mean, is he going to even see the field with DeAndre Swift and Montgomery?
We run 3 running backs anyway, so that part is not an issue. We run 3 running backs, and then whoever's the hot hand gets a little bit more carries in the first place. So they was doing an even split down the middle between running back 1 and 2, and it was getting on my freaking nerves. And I spent about 4 shows saying, why is this only happening with the Lions? Everybody else has a primary and a backup, and the primary has significantly more carries than ours, but not with the Lions. It's an even split down the middle. So with David Montgomery already listed, DeAndre Swift on there, when it comes time for a third down, they'll put probably Swift and him in the backfield, or they'll probably do a combination of Gibbs with Montgomery. But at the end of the day, he's not a day one starter. He's not going to start the game. And that for me is a problem. When I take somebody 12th overall and it's not a quarterback, I expect for them to be day one starter. When the game starts, they should be on the field first, and he's not going to do that.
I actually had him mocked to the Bills. Like, I actually thought Detroit, with that pick or the next pick, was going to get Christian Gonzalez.
Well, and ironically, look, I'm supposed to get up at 4 a.m. It's 1:38.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up here. Mike's about ready to fall asleep here.
No, I'm doing all right.
He's doing all right.
I just have one question for Luke G, though.
Oh yeah.
So, does this love of wide receivers that you guys draft stem from the Matt Millen days?
It went further than that. You can go back to when we took Green back in the day.
Yeah.
We was hyped about that. We was hyped about Herman Moore. We just love receivers.
Oh God, Herman Moore was so
right.
good.
Like if you go through the list of it, when we drafted Mike Williams, the fans celebrated, gave A+++. When we took Titus Young, A++. When we took Charles Rogers, A++. When we took when we took the only receiver that they got right was Calvin Johnson and Herman Moore. Green was doing good for the most part. He had the speed, but he was dropping a lot of passes. And again, you just go through. But when we had Johnny Morton, they didn't want to let him go. They didn't want to let go.
Kansas City, yeah.
They didn't want to let go Powell. They didn't want to let go.
Perryman, the first round pick. Brett Perryman.
Brett
Perryman was another one that. So these are, we love receivers in this city. And what made me notice the pattern was when I started looking at draft grades. If we took a receiver, our draft grades were higher. Huh. And every draft, I put a poll out, and I watched the poll. And if it's a receiver in the draft, great. And when last year's draft, I remember when we took the draft, we took Amon-Ra St. Brown. Everybody in the first round was like, "Yeah, we're doing great. I'm like, "Okay, cool." And it shot up the minute we took Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's something about receivers.
I have to admit, I really loved that pick.
I did too.
I thought he was a second round player, but I never thought that he would be the player that he turned out to be. I always thought he'd be a wide receiver number 2, and you would need somebody else. I thought he was more of a Robin. He needed a Batman, and he's going to be Batman by himself. He's a damn good player. Kind of proven wrong.
But like I said, we got 3 picks coming up in the top 55. Let's see what the Lions do at that point, and hopefully they can salvage it. But I feel like they missed a good opportunity to truly do it a little bit different. If it was me at 12, I would have took Kancey. Then I would have came back, took corner. Then at 34, I would have said, you know what, take me a linebacker. It wouldn't have been Jack Campbell. But if you wanted Jack Campbell, you could have took him at 34, and then you could have came back at 48. Took a quarterback, and then at pick 55, you could have said, you know what? Now maybe I want a tight end, or you can do that. But
yeah, I think I would have liked. And now keep in mind, I like Jack Campbell a lot. You could have taken Drew Sanders or Trenton Simpson.
I would have took Drew Sanders all day, but I get why they took him, because they feel like he's basically a bigger version of Alex Anzalone. That's where it draws it at. But I got to get up a little bit earlier. I'm going to probably be late to work, gentlemen. I will try to get on a little bit earlier so we can talk more.
Hey, Luke, man, I can't thank you enough for joining me, man. It's always great to talk to you, man.
100%. I enjoy, man. I wish I could have got on earlier, but I'll try my best to get on a little bit earlier tomorrow if you go live.
I'm not planning on it, but I may come out and do it. You never know. I am going to be live Monday. I'm going to do my draft grade show.
Okay.
And I got a lot of work to do over the next couple of days, so I probably won't go live, but you never know. I'll be watching the draft. I may just pop in. You never know. I did take off so I could take some notes and get the draft. I got the draft on DVR because we did it live. We can't have the sound on. Why?
Right.
So,
Oh
but-
no, we trust me. I know. I got caught when I used to do it. I got caught doing it, but it happens.
yeah.
All right, gentlemen, y'all have a good one.
Hey,
You
Lou,
too,
thanks
Luke.
a lot,
Appreciate
brother.
you.
All right.
Hey, Gooch, we're gonna wrap up, man. Any final thoughts before we let you go?
No, man, this was amazing. I wish we could do round 2 because I think that's going to be where all the fire happens.
Man, I mean, everything that happened in round 1, I think round 2 is going to be crazier. I really do. This has just been a crazy draft already.
Yeah, I have
I'm
a feeling
actually excited to see what happens, and then Monday to join for the draft grades, man. That's going to be amazing.
I hope you can come on, and I mean, I'm letting you know right now. I mean, I love what the Eagles did. I think they're my clear winners.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna have to go through some of the stuff. I don't like what the Lions did. I don't like what the Chiefs did.
I think the Patriots were smart with Christian Gonzalez.
That's a great pickup, by the way.
I think that was a good one. I like the Miles Murphy pick. Obviously, the Eagles did their thing. I personally, even for what they gave up, I think the Texans have a clear direction. Which, when was the last time we could say that? You know what I'm saying? If Stroud is even half of what he thinks he is, and then with the anchor on the defense, I think they did well. I am a Chiefs fan, but I think the difference between me and most people is I'm a fan of good football. Like, it doesn't have to be my team. I'm a fan of good games. And so I think a lot of people took a step in the right direction. It should make for an interesting season if even half these guys pan out.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, I'm going through the draft right now. I see several teams. Like, I'm probably going to give Pittsburgh a higher grade because I definitely think the Jets would have taken Broderick Jones. I thought that was a genius move by Pittsburgh, going ahead and you. By the way, you know, the AFC is going to be tough. I mean, the AFC is going to be tough. So what Pittsburgh did is they screwed over a team that's going to be a playoff contender in the Jets. I thought that was a genius move.
If you sit back, because you said something earlier about people saying the NFC is close to the AFC, and I'm sitting there thinking, and I'm thinking, your best quarterback, if you want to think about that after one really good year, is Jalen Hurts. Your second best quarterback is Dak, and then there's Derek Carr, and then who you got? Whereas in the AFC, you've got Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Herbert. Like, you've got a murderer's row to get to the Super Bowl in the AFC.
Oh, I agree completely. I'm looking through the draft here. Cincinnati taking Miles Murphy at 28, genius. I'm
thinking of starting a petition to move the Chiefs to the NFC.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Like back in the day when the Royals were always going to be moving to the NL.
Oh, God.
I
do remember that.
Yeah,
I do remember that. I mean, the NFL is weird because there was a time I'm trying to remember here. It was from 81 to 97. The NFC won every single Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, they were dominant.
Yeah, it started with 81, and then when Denver won, it was like the first time.
No, it couldn't be that because
the Raiders won in
83.
83. I think it was after.
Probably
after
maybe from the
it was right after. It was right after
when
83.
the Bill, maybe when the Bills had their run and lost.
No, it was like 13 years. It was right after the 83 Super Bowl. But I mean, it goes in trends where the NFC had a stretch of dominance, and then now it's the AFC. I really do.
And they're younger, so they're going to be around for longer.
Jared Goff is better than Dak Prescott. I wouldn't. I don't buy that.
Now, if you said Cooper Rush,
Dan, you're right. It was 13 years from 84 to 96.
Yeah.
The NFC won the Super Bowl.
Good call.
Every now and then I get something right. I get something right.
Don't get
Just not people's names.
I'm
Right.
bad with names.
Or first round wide receiver
Or
picks by the
first round
Chiefs.
wide receiver picks by the Chiefs. I'm going to let you know right now. I mean, a lot can happen. Like for example, I hated the Drake London pick last year. I had the Falcons. That was my worst first round pick. I gave Falcons a C+ because I loved what they did for the rest of the draft. I don't like the Lions picks, but if Hendon Hooker goes to Detroit at 34, I think that would be a steal. I'd be a great pick.
Yeah, Goff was never a long-term solution. I've always viewed him as a caretaker. So yeah, that they have two options. And Hendon Hooker, yeah, he's a little more raw, but his upside is just
I love what Arizona did. I really do. That they could have 2 top 10 picks next year.
They shocked the heck out of me.
I like what they did. Luke's not as high on Paris Johnson, but I mean this is going to be a piece on the offensive line who has upside. So
well, and from what I've read, the rumors, that's what Kyler Murray. Supposedly Kyler Murray wanted Creed Humphrey. He's been wanting offensive line help. So maybe this was a way to placate him and motivate him more.
That's a guy. Perry. There were several. So I wanted to start the show and talk about some of my draft crushes. I had 4 of them. I had Keon White and Antonio Johnson, Quentin Johnson, and Emmanuel Forbes. And I was thinking that out of those 4, I thought maybe only 1 or 2 of them would go in the first round. 2 of them did. I was floored that 4. If you had told me Forbes out of those 4 would be the first one off the board, I would have laughed. But Steve Avila, Osiris Torrance, 2 guys. Osiris Torrance, I really thought should have gone in the 20s. That would be a great pick. Day 1 starter. Steve Avila, guard out TCU. Day 1 starter. So, what quarterback doesn't need team built around him? In that, but yeah, I mean that is the plan. If you don't think, I'm just telling you right now. I mean, I think if you weren't a Lions fan, you would probably say Prescott was better in golf. And this, by the way, it's not a slate on golf. Not a slate on golf at all. 10-year starter. Oh, okay. You're talking about yeah. But I think Torrance could be an all-pro, like Pro Bowl, all-pro type talent day 1. I really believe that. Steve Avila, probably going to play 12 years, probably go to like 3 to 4 Pro Bowls. I think he's going to be both those guys. I think are going to be really, really, really good. And I thought Torrance should have gone in round 1. Avila, I was thinking in the 30s, maybe 40s. So we'll find out tomorrow. All right, I think I'm going to wrap up. Gooch, man, thank you so much for hanging out. If I get wild hair up my ass, I will send you a link to see if you want to come on tomorrow.
If you get a wild hair and you send the link, I'll be right there.
All right, man. I'm because I took off. I just basically was going to take some notes and work on trying to get my draft grades for Monday. But I mean, I haven't done any grades. I'm just going to have to rehash everything, go over everything. But yeah, but man, I can't thank you enough. And then Mike, man, my brother. I'm just glad you're here, man.
It's been fun.
I like hanging out.
I got to meet Gooch finally. Yeah, it's been great.
Luke,
you talked to Keys.
Yeah,
it's been a good time.
And
good company.
And you were wrong, by the way.
What?
Keys wasn't watching anime porn.
Who was making the margaritas? I sound like somebody was using a blender earlier. No,
that would have been Brian.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But it's been fun. It's been a crazy night. I think the first round was everything you could have wanted in a first round.
Oh, what a great
lot of movement,
round.
A lot of just
lot
bizarre
of
picks, kind of
man.
like stretch picks. So there was a lot to talk about, a lot of interest. It's been a lot of fun.
Oh, it has. It's been a great draft. A lot of surprises. A lot of great players going to be available tomorrow. It's going to be a fun second round. It's going to be a fun second and third round. I can't wait to see what my Chiefs are going to do. Detroit, 3 picks in the second round. That's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of entertaining. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Kansas City has 9 picks to play with.
Oh yeah, I expect several trades. But this
has been a lot of fun. Good palate cleanser after being fried from tax season and doing all those taxes. It's been great.
Oh man, there's no holiday I enjoy more than draft day.
It's Christmas for NFL fans.
It really
we get
is.
new presents.
I'll take draft day over Christmas anytime. Anytime. For me, it's better than Christmas. Is it? I mean, Gooch. Is it? Am I crazy? Is it like should I?
Well, I mean, it's tough. I don't like people, so draft is probably fun for me.
I'm not a big Christmas guy. I mean, I'm not a big Christmas guy. Call me the Grinch. I'll take the draft over Christmas any day. So
I guess it depends on if you're handing me money as a present.
I hear you, bro.
All right. On that note, I'm out of here. Hey, Gooch, thank you so much, man. I hope
Thanks for having
you
me.
Back Monday, man.
I'll be there, Mike. Appreciate you, brother. Nice meeting you.
You too.
Hope to see
Appreciate
you
you,
again.
brother.
You boys have a good night.
You
All
too.
right, you too.